Welcome here to Boland Park, where we are on day 3 of this 4-day series match between the hosts Goldrush Boland and the Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons. And very interesting position we have here in play. 434 yesterday they finished their innings on, did the Dragons, and then in reply Boland getting off to a good start between Kaplan and Capel, and Blade Capel it was. It went to a very good half-century, and a couple of wickets fell early on there. 3 down now, and another good partnership here between Botha going to his highest first-class score of 64, and Jedley van Briesies, who is going to be taking first strike against Rowan de Swart this morning. And 211 for 3 they are in reply. And it's de Swart going to be going away from us now, from the northern end of the ground. And just a slow medium pace for him first thing this morning. To Van Briesies, we've got a slip, a gully, quite short, and it is the keeper, Ruben Herman, standing up to the stumps. And got a man in the covers, that looks like Caleb Seleka, doing some warming up there. And Jay de Klerk in at a short extra cover. And Diego Rosier at mid-off, Captain Ngwepe at mid-on, Lesiba Ngwepe. And first up this morning, straight off the bat, second ball of the day, Jedley van Briesies edges that one straight to slip, where the catch is taken. And that is the end of Jedley van Briesies' second ball of the morning to Rowan de Swart for 17, and a very good catch taken there in the slips. So good morning, Eugene Molion. What a start this morning for the men from the Northwest.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the Cape Fox. Yeah, what a start. What a start. Just what the Northwest men wanted. Getting that early wicket off on Briesies' second ball of the day. It is a little bit overcast, so maybe the ball might just have a little bit of some movement in it. But so far, the Dragons have struck very early.
Yeah, Van Briesies 17 off 37 deliveries. And we're just trying to see who it was that took the catch there in at slip. So, Mikael Prince it was there who took the catch at first slip. And pouched it very well. Did Princess, look at this again, just a little, it's playing down, slightly down the wrong line, a thick edge, and straight through to Mikael Prince. He's got a good set of hands. He wasn't going to drop that. So the fourth wicket down on the overnight score of 211.
And let's revert back 24 hours ago when we said yesterday, it's a new day, it's a new start. Boland might need to get a few more catches in. They didn't do that. Yeah, the Dragons are doing it. Good start for them. Clyde Reef-Fortuin, captain, in now.
And you have to like what Northwest have done this morning. They know they're in search of a win here. Very important for them to win this match. Puts them into contention for the final. And we don't know as yet exactly what that final lineup is going to be. The next 2 days will determine who's going to be in that final at whichever venue it might be at. And it's swapped away from us again. Well bowled once again from de Swart. 211 for 4.
Still a mammoth, 200 and 23 behind.
And the first target would be certainly something that the Dragons will be looking at is 285 to avoid the follow-on. As in behind it, quite well there, is Reef-Fortuin. Yes, good start this morning. It has been certainly you can see they come out with a plan. They've got, say, Ruben Herman up to the stumps. That's a wide-ish slip because of him being up at the stumps, and perfect positioning for that edge from Breesy's bat. The end of the first over of the morning, wicket maiden for Rowan de Swart, and it's 211 for 4.
Well, didn't have much time to greet you this morning. Do apologize about that, Cape Fox, but you must be very happy with the Proteas woman. And in fact, what a debut
Oh, yes.
for Kayla Renica.
Well, absolutely incredible from her, player of the match in that game yesterday, showing nerves of steel in that final over, getting a wicket in her first over in international cricket, and finishing with 2 for 13 off 4 overs, and then hitting, I think it was 29 off 16, I think it was, to take the game away. They needed 2 off the last ball for a win.
Smashed
It for 6, yeah. Incredible. We know that she has the power, 3 sixes in that innings of 29 for Kayla Renica, and what an innings it was, and put South Africa a record chase at Potchefstroom. In fact, the highest T20 international score at Potchefstroom. So that had been set by Pakistan earlier on in the day, and then South Africa went on to surpass that. Some very good contributions from Captain Laura Wolfart, and that was really excellent from the Proteas women, as Alfred Mutwa is into Leon Botha. Botha 64 not out, batting at just under a run a ball.
It's good to see Goodall also getting a go there. I know she got 11, I think it was.
Yes.
Cup not playing in that one.
No.
Just not showing the depth, isn't it, of the
Yeah.
Proteas woman?
Fantastic. I mean, to chase down 181, I mean, after Fatima Sana, absolutely brilliant for Pakistan, her highest T20 score. And really outstanding to get them to 180. It looked like they had no price of getting anywhere near that. And then chasing that down, as you say, Laura Goodall in the team in place of Chloe Tryon. Danefa Nika with a bit of a cameo as well. Sine Lees at the top of the order doing a job as well. So, but it was the captain, really was the captain's innings and Reinike's innings that set South Africa up for that win.
What did they say? Exuberant of youth?
Yeah, exuberance of youth, as you say. Yeah, that is exactly what they say. And she certainly, I'm sure, would have been feeling the pressure, but she backed her game. And we know in these parts from Western Province that she has got the power game, and she can hit the ball a long, long way.
But you were talking about that innings, about Fatima. Coming in at number 8, scoring 90 or 41 deliveries.
That's right, incredible. Her highest, and the highest ever score by a number 8 in a women's T20 international.
Can understand that.
Yeah, what an innings it was by her, the captain of Pakistan.
Ooh, that didn't bounce from Alfred Mutwa. Just on that game there, James, you follow women's cricket a lot.
Yeah.
Always chatting about it. Wolfart at 3. Is that something you like? Opening with Brits and loose.
Yeah, I think that's what they've tried that. She has clearly before that been opening the batting in the T20 format. They did try her down the order as well. They did bring her in at number 4 at some stage. So I think they're just trying to find the right spot for her. They played her at 3 in the T20Is against Ireland as well. I think what they want to do with Sine Lees, who's sort of developed again a very good power game as Sine Lees, that what they want to do is just maybe get the team off to a flyer, maybe protect Wolfart a little bit. I'm not sure that's the right word to call it, but get your best batter coming in at 3. Yeah, I'm not too unhappy about it. I think she must be somewhere in the top 3 for me. I think you've got, Danae van Niekerk for me makes a very good 4. I think you've then got the ability to you can play around a little bit with your lineup. If you've got Marizanne Cap, she'll probably come in at 5, and then you can start looking at, okay, who do you bring in from an all-rounder, more of an all-rounder point of view. Thereafter, Annelie Dirksen probably would make a good 6. You've got competition maybe for that number 7 spot. That normally would be like Chloe Tryon, Kayla Reinicke putting her hand up there to be in at 7 or 8. You've got Nadine de Klerk. So I think depth is certainly there, and very exciting to see that coming through.
You make a couple of very telling points. One, I would say that she is one of, if not the best batter that the women have, Laura Wolfert. So we want our best person or bats person to be at number 3. But she also scores very quick. 61 of 38. That's not slow going.
No.
160 strike rate.
Yeah.
So you talk about Sine Loose maybe wanting to do that. She got 32 of 20.
Yeah.
Brits will always be on top. I
Yeah.
think we've all come to agree with that one. So what you're trying to tell me is there's probably a lot more options. Now with Danae van Niekerk as well coming in at 4. Yeah, Marizanne Cap will obviously come in there in that middle order. But what a middle order it can be for South Africa. If you look at Wolfert at 3, van Niekerk, Cap, and then you throw in Chloe Tryon.
Yeah, Chloe, you've got Tryon, you've got Dirksen.
And now you've got Reinicke as well.
Exactly, yeah. You've got, and you've got Nadine de Klerk, the Nadine de Clutch, as they call her, to come in at number 8 and really can then finish off the game for you. As the first run of the morning off the bat of Clyde Reef-Fortuin, and takes the score to 212 for the loss of 4. So yeah, I think you've definitely now got options in terms of your finishers. Kayla Reinicke has shown in that situation, she's got the ability to do that. Annelie Dirksen's got the ability to do that, and this is where it is very much. You look at it and say horses for courses is perhaps a bad way of calling it, but if you look at the T20 international side, straight onto the pads, but he can't make any of that, Leon Botha. And you look at that and you say, okay, we've still got at the top of the order from a fast scoring point of view, waiting in the wings. You've still got Faye Tunnicliffe, for example, who is not in this T20 squad, but is certainly in the mix from a batting point of view. So I think we're looking very strong from that aspect. Sine Loose, I think she's been around such a long time. I think she's only 29 years old. So, she still has got some years ahead of her playing at the top level. Glorious shot from Botha, just overpitched from De Swart, and he leans forward, plays it gloriously through the covers. Does Leon Botha, moves to 68.
Yeah, this is meat and drink for any batter, any top order batter. Just guided that beautifully along this glorious outfield here in Boland for 4. And I think the ball got wet now. So I think this might bring about a change, because I think that went right on the covers. But maybe gives us time to continue this conversation. So there's the likes of Faye Tunnicliffe still out and about. Yeah. She's also a very good hitter of a cricket ball. Yeah. So that you can throw that one in the mix as well.
And you mentioned Laura Goodall as well.
Yeah.
She's also in the mix. You've got some, players as well waiting, youngsters that are coming through. We just need to look at a player like Alexandra Candler, for example, also potentially there in terms of the future of South African cricket at the top of the order. Players like Tebogo Masheke from the Titans, who's been brilliant this season, particularly in the 20-over competition. So you've got Miane Smith as well, who's probably more suited to be an ODI player. But I think what we're starting to see is the development of the squad in such a way that you've got plenty of options in both the one-day international space and in the T20I space. And what you're looking for, and I think this was quite, was quite clear in terms of the way that Mandla Mashimbi wanted to approach his tenure as the coach, was that they wanted to be playing, the form of cricket that they wanted to be playing, particularly in the T20 space, is that they want to be attacking from a batting point of view and a bowling point of view for that matter. So they want to be scoring 180 to 200, obviously if the conditions allow it. But if the conditions are there, that's what they need to be doing. And they've shown that they're capable of doing that. I mean, chasing down 181 at Potchefstroom against Pakistan, a spin-heavy attack, that is a fantastic achievement. To take nothing away from Pakistan. I mean, Pakistan are not a bad side. I mean, they're not at the top of world cricket by any means, but they have got a good team, and their strength is in their spin bowlers. So to chase down a total like that shows that the formula is working.
Has to be. But, good chase, I will say. It's a good ground to have a good chase in Potchefstroom. Another ground I played at. There's home ground there in Potchefstroom. Lovely.
Yeah.
As always there. And over here, they've changed the ball. 216 for 4 after that early strike here by Ruan de Swart. And I think the men just got their first wicket as well.
Yeah, in fact, they've got 3 now. Afghanistan wickets. As Botha defends. 2 in and over from Lungi and Giddy, and 1 in the follow-up over already from Kagiso Rabada. So 3 men, 2 men out without scoring. Ibrahim Zadran out on 12s. The dangerous Ramanullah Gubra is still there, though. He's batting like he's on a different planet. 34 off 17 for him. They got off to an absolute flyer in the power play.
I always say that's happy hour.
Yeah.
Once happy hour's finished, let's see how they play now. Well, yeah, it's going to be Alfred Mutua. Well, he's second over of the morning, the 4th of the day. Oh, there's a fingertip. That is a fingertip, let me tell you.
Had he taken that, Ruan de Swart would have been the most incredible catch. He got his hand to it. Did well even to get a hand to that, off that outside edge of Clyde Reef-Fortuin's bat. My goodness. You didn't see him in picture there, but just stretching him, he really did get close to that. Hopefully we can see this again. Just missing it from the camera angle, but quite incredible.
Well, that would have been an absolute specky, even while wearing white clothing and red ball. Normally the speckies happen when it's a white ball, but that was a magnificent effort by Ruan de Swart.
So just to give you an indication of how impressive that chase was yesterday, Eugene, it is the 5th highest chase ever in women's ODI, that's ODI, listen to me, T20I cricket, and is South Africa's highest ever chase, successful chase. Let's look at that. So, I mean, I'm talking about successful chases here. In fact, just the highest innings totals. It's the 3rd highest successful chase, and the 5th highest total batting second in a women's T20 international. So that is quite something for South African women. Their highest successful chase, in fact, their highest total batting second in the T20 international.
Well, in chasing numbers, like you're saying there, you have to be positive, and I think they came out with positive intent with really good performances. But again, we just got to be really sort of excited by Reyneke, the way she went about getting a player of the match award.
Absolutely, player
first
of the match.
Game.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And a lovely backstory to this is that her mom, who's incredibly supportive of her, I mean, often used to see her at Newlands. She'd bring her for even one-on-one sessions with Claire Terblanche, and has been such incredible support for Kayla. It's neatly played by Leon Botha. They should turn for the second, and he'll move into the 70s with that shot. So, and I messaged her mom to say, when I saw that Kayla was playing, to say congratulations, all the best to Kayla for the match. And she sent me a message back and said to me that Kayla didn't know this, but she was at the ground. She actually had organised to go to Potchefstroom from Cape Town. She had to be there for her debut. So such an incredible story, as there are so many of them, but wonderful for Kayla and her family. And that it's just really the amount of work that gets put in. I think a lot of people perhaps don't realise just the sacrifices as well that parents make, families make to get their children as they're coming up through the ranks. You spend hours next to the cricket field. You spend hours in a car. You know, there's so much that goes behind that, and I'm talking obviously from a privileged point of view, people that have the opportunity to have vehicles, have the opportunity to take their children to those practices, but it's just it's such a fundamental part of it. Without the support of the broader community and your family, very hard to make it in top level in sport.
Yeah, and the most important thing is the player's discipline. It's the player's drive, dedication to want to do better. Obviously, she wants to, and hence she's got that support around her to do that as best you can. But it stems from the player. The player needs to really put the time in and everything else. It's very difficult as well, James. I mean, her journey over the last 2 years from captaining the South African U19 team 2 years ago, I think it is.
Last season last year in Malaysia. Lovely. Once again, too full and wide, and Botha, as he did in the first in the previous over, just plays it gloriously through the covers for 4.
Yeah, so her journey has been remarkable over the last year or so, and then getting into that Western Province team, putting in performance in that got her selected for the Proteas side as well. I mean, those are things that dreams are made of. You can make your debut, you get Player of the Match award. I mean, you can just, how are you going to sleep?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's, it is, this one onto the pads, and field he's got set doesn't help him in terms of that. Mutwa's going to chase it all the way down to the boundary. They'll come back for 3. But as you say, it's been a fantastic journey for her, and what I think is so good is looking at the performances she put in last season in the Hollywood Bets Pro 20. She was the Cricket South Africa's Player of the Season for the Hollywood Bets Pro 20 runs and wickets, and I think that is her value. And when she scores her runs and the rate at which she scores her runs. And that's, as a player, what you want is you want to know that the effort that you're putting in and the performances that you're achieving at domestic level, like that Player of the Season and the T20, is being acknowledged, or is being recognized, and then getting the opportunity, being given that chance to shine on the international stage is absolutely brilliant.
The second one, T20, is just around the corner as well. It's happening on Friday, I think it is.
Yeah, Friday. It's at Willamore Park in Benoni. So please, if you are listening in the area there, it will be, once again, I think, an excellent T20 international between Pakistan and South Africa. A lot to play for, even though it is a series. Slipping on his follow through there, Rowan. So it's not a series that will count in terms of qualification for any T20 World Cup, but it's a very important series in the build-up to that T20 World Cup taking place in England later this year. And for both teams, it's an important series. And Pakistan and South Africa have a very good relationship. We play Pakistan often, but there is a very good relationship between the two boards, and also the ladies, they know each other very well.
So South Africa's viewpoint is playing against teams to get prep for that World Cup, as you said.
Correct.
England's prep, as we know, is happening in March in Stellenbosch, just down the road here.
Yeah.
And their prep is to actually do a lot of training. They might be playing some practice games.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the itinerary looks like, but they're over here on a training camp.
It's well fielded in the covers. Kelly Fryer doing some good work. The young man, just the single for Leon Botha. Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, say, Eugene, exactly whether they do have. I mean, they're going to have inter-squad matches, I'm sure. They'll be having there. There may be an opportunity to play against a team maybe here from the Western Cape. I mean, the women's Pro 20 and Pro 50 season will be finishing in the middle of March. So it is. There is going to be, plenty of cricketers around here that will be very happy to play against the English ladies, I'm sure. As you say, I think it's interesting that they're coming here to have a camp. They had a disappointing World Cup, previous T20 World Cup. Certainly didn't. In the 50-over World Cup last year, got to the semi-final where South Africa were successful against them. But
he's probing here.
Yeah.
The big fella. He's probing. Old teapot's out. But, he's done a job here for his team. Alfred Mutwa. I don't think he has enough fielders around.
No, and he wants more, doesn't he? But I like the way they've been attacking this morning. They know it's the only way that they're going to probably get a result out of this game is they've got to get wickets. And a result is very important for them. They need to get the W here, do the Dragons. Well, Fryer can't hold on to that. They'll go through for the single. Just erring in line and length there.
Well, they've just got to do what they've got to do now. They've got to focus on, as you rightly said, getting a positive result from this to maybe see what happens about that final placings, to see if they can get into that final. I think the Lions only needing 3 wickets, I think, in that one over there. And the Warriors, let's see what their situation is at the start of play.
Well, the Warriors have bowled out the Dolphins for 253, so they have a lead of 127, and they are now 10 for 2 in their second innings. So the lead 137. So by no means is that a slam dunk at all for the Warriors. So second innings for them, getting off to a disastrous start. Jordan Herman and Mo Manak, both back in the pavilion, both off the bowling of Ethan Bosch, caught by Reef-Fortuin behind the stumps. So a job for Modiri Diteko and Matthew Britsky and his team to do there. This should be 2.
Yeah, and it's another delayed start at Newlands. And driving in here, there's a lot of cloud cover in that direction. Maybe the odd spot of mizzle in the air. So the closer you get to the mountain, the more mizzly it gets.
Yeah, South Africa are struggling a little bit in Ahmedabad, and more particularly with Ramanul Gurbaz, who's gone to 55 off 29 deliveries, 2 4s, 5 6s. They need that wicket, you would feel, as Keshav Maharaj is into the attack. George Linder being very expensive there. He's in the team in place of Corbin Bosch. So South Africa need a win, you feel, there in this match. looks like that one could go down to the wire.
The proverbial wire. Always there.
It is indeed.
Always there.
You love using these phrases, don't we? It's going down to the wire. They got over the line.
Cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah. Good work early doors. Yeah.
What's our Afrikaans commentator who's just doing duty for earlier this morning? The coolest deur die kerk.
Coolest deur die kerk. Yeah, there is no English phrase for that.
The bullet has gone through the church.
The bullet has gone through the church. Yeah,
hasn't got the same ringtone.
No, it doesn't. No. Quite interesting actually to where that comes from. So
I'm still waiting for that Afrikaans term for Jaffa.
Oh yeah, that was what do they call it? What would they call that? Very interesting. So Jaffa, referring to an orange that comes out of Israel.
A peach.
Yeah.
Why is it a peach of delivery?
It's a peach of a delivery. I don't know. Peach is just it's interesting. Maybe it's something that's pristine. That is. I don't know.
You're the man in the know.
There's so many things. I mean, I went into a real rabbit hole of trying to determine, working out sort of why a pitch is 22 yards long, for example, and that got me down an entire massive rabbit hole of old English measurements, and which is fascinating. So. I can't remember it all off the top of my head, but you've got so many yards, and then you've got and so the 22 yards now, and again maybe people who are listening might not know, but a chain is 22 yards. Mm-hmm. So the length of a chain was 22 yards. So, and they called that a chain. That was a measurement form. For in England way back then, they had a rod as well, which was I don't exactly know what it is. Maybe even 4 rods make up a chain or whatever. But all these measurements that they had, and the chain was 22 yards. So a pitch is the length of a chain. Which is 22 yards, and so these were. So it's quite fascinating because I was trying to understand how did it come about that we got these type of measurements, because it's fascinating for me is that why choose 22 yards?
Oh, you got me thinking now. I'm going to be reflecting on this on the way home. Maiden over by the SWAT, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. His figures. While I was doing my umpire's course in Ireland, and then after that there's a certain gentleman called Alan Neil. He was also an ICC umpire, went around, but he's now just overseeing the umpires in Ireland.
Okay.
I think he still stands the odd game as well. Very good.
Yeah.
And I keep reverting to, I wonder how this wicket's going to play. He says, what? He says, I wonder how the wicket's going to play. Yeah. He says, what wicket? I said, the wicket they're going to play on. I said, well, the last time I checked, he says, they played on a pitch. It's like saying the rules of the game in rugby or cricket. Well, it's not rules, it's laws of the game.
Yeah.
I had to learn that very quickly in my rugby comms as well.
Yeah. And so rugby is rules, yes? Is it? Or
rugby is laws.
Laws as well.
Laws.
Cricket's laws as well.
Is laws.
Yeah, so very important. Yeah, because people talk about the rules of cricket, and you say, no, it's the laws of cricket. So very interesting. So just type that in about the chain, and I'll give you the AI overview shortly.
Yeah, we don't come up with these things ourselves.
No, we don't. So a chain as a traditional unit of length used in surveying. So it would used by surveyors when they're doing buildings or whatever, equals 66 feet, which is 22 yards or 20.1168 meters.
Exactly the length of a cricket pitch.
Exactly the length of a cricket pitch.
Stump to stump.
Stump to stump.
There you have it.
There we go. So now you know why.
What I'm curious about, though,
yeah.
What I'm curious to know is, it was the Super Bowl not so long ago.
Yes.
Why do they continue with this 10-yard strain that they just keep going on with?
Well, that's America for you, isn't it? It's fascinating. I mean, yards, gallons, feet, miles. Yeah, it's very interesting. Mucho towards us once again.
What was it I saw the other day? Something about we say petrol
Yes.
for fuel.
Yes.
They say gas.
Gas, yeah,
Even
that's
though it's
right.
liquid form.
Yes, correct.
We say pavement. They say sidewalk.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. We say a highway. They call it a turnpike, or they call it a parkway, or they call it I'm trying to think of the other names that they use for it, but there are some interesting names in America. So, interesting calling a road a parkway, because you don't park on a road, you drive on a road. All these, as you say, all these phrases which are quite fascinating, actually.
Yeah, but we as cricketers, we also have, as you said, we've got plenty of phrases.
Yeah.
Americans should be listening to us and say, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
A peach of a delivery. What
Yeah.
peach has got to do with it? Yeah, they might say the same thing.
Yeah, they may well do. It's been good from Mutwa this morning, from an economy point of view. And into now his fourth over, just the 10 runs of his bowling, nearly finished his fourth over. But yeah, fascinating how all these measurements are determined and how they are comprised. So, yeah, very interesting.
Seeing that beyond it, and the white ball format is just around the corner.
Yeah.
How did they come about the 30-yard circle?
Yeah, it's a 30-yard circle. Yeah, I'm not sure.
27 point something.
Something meters. Yeah,
Yeah.
27 something meters. Yeah, so not sure how they got to the 30 yards. So it's actually a very good question.
And then there was before, when you had to have close-in catchings as well in white ball cricket, they used to have the 15, the inner circle is what it was called.
Yeah. And that is, I mean, it's a distinct measurement. So it's taken you take it from the stumps, you go out 30 yards.
30 yards, yeah.
Sort of on a direct line, in line with the stumps. You put a marker down there, and then you basically take a semicircle from there all the way around to the other side of the where you do have exactly the same, and then you do the same at the other end of the pitch, the stumps there, and then you draw a line across, straight line across. So you're exactly at a maximum 30 yards from the pitch, or from the centre of the pitch, should I say. So the game in Ahmedabad really is looking like it could be very interesting, and needing 90 now off 9 overs and 3 balls. So required run rate up and around 10 and over, 9.57. 3 wickets down. The key probably for Afghanistan there, Ramanullah Gurbaz, 64 off 34. South Africa, this is, as we said, potentially going to go right down to the last over. But I think just getting back to that, the women's cricket, and just looking at the domestic scene, and we've got 4 weekends left of the Pro 20 and Pro 50, Pro 20 series. Before then, there will be this season of final in both competitions for the first time between the teams who finished first and second on the logs in both of the competitions. But certainly there have been players that have put their hand up this season and said, look, with outstanding performances. And a number of those were rewarded with a call-up to the Proteas camp that took place in January. And there were 4 players that were overseas at the WPL at the time. So Laura Wolfart, Nadine de Klerk, Marizanne Cup, Chloe Tryon, all over at the WPL. But the rest of the squad joined up with players like Tebogo Macheke, Alexandra Candler, Isel Salia from the Badgers that got a call up. Kayla Reinica was one of those as well that got the call up. And Faye Tunnicliffe, who was in that South African team against Ireland. And so all of those players that were in the squad for the series against Ireland, and looking at players that are like Kayla Reinica, for example, who have the potential to come into the squad for something like the T20 World Cup later in the year. And I think it was an excellent initiative by Cricket South Africa, and particularly looking at the development of the women's game. And at the same time, sort of in the off-season, another maiden over from Rohan de Swart. That tri-series between South Africa under-19, Zimbabwe under-19, and a CSA Youth 11. So there's a lot of cricket happening behind the scenes from a women's cricket point of view in terms of the development of the game. And I think the domestic game is almost unrecognizable from where it was 6 years ago. Even the Proteas women's team is, whilst there may be some of the players that are still the same personnel, just how they've developed is quite incredible.
Well, I'm going to be devil's advocate here. I'm sitting on the fence, and you watch a lot of the women's cricket and follow it quite religiously, I have to add as well. Are they competitive at the minute, the domestic game at the minute? Are there games where the one team is competing with the others? There's a gap narrowing between the top sides and the bottom sides. I'm presuming there's two divisions in that as well.
Yes.
Is the gap narrowing that we can produce more cricketers for the Proteas? That when they get the step up, like Kayla Reinica did now, and we have to speak about her and be very proud of what she's achieved. And that is the question I have, because if you look at the men's game, and I'll give you a second to think about this. A few years ago, we went the franchise route.
Yeah.
And the reason for the franchise was to try and play strength v strength. The union still played, but they played in a tier below, and they still played their type of cricket. My question to you is, could you see the same sort of format or form going for the women's game? Or is the current format with all the provinces playing the best to try and get more players into the game and producing more cricketers?
So it's a very good question, Eugene. I think if you consider, so let me it will help the viewer just to get an idea. If you take 6 seasons ago, the way that the women's game was structured was very similar in that they did have a Division 1 or a top 6, and they did have a Division 2. However, the structure of how they played their games, because it was not a professional sport, there were a lot of, the women who were playing cricket at that time, unless you were a Protea and you were contracted, you had to have another job. He's played that off his toes gloriously, and that has gone for 6. Leon Botha moves to 87 with that one just to pick up off the toes, and he strays onto the pads and flick of the wrists, and that glorious shot as he moves into the upper 80s here, Leon Botha, and got his first 50 in first-class cricket last week in that match. And he's on 87 here. So just to give you an idea, so they would play, I stand to be correct, they would play maybe 5 weekends, and then there would be a week of cricket where they would play in the one-day cricket. Okay. Swing and a miss. So, and that would typically take place in Bloemfontein, and it would take place in March. So it would be in the school holidays, so that you had the people who were those are people who were employed, they could put in leave for that week. People that were youngsters were at school and playing for their provinces, they would be able to be on holiday and they would be playing in that week. And that changed after COVID when the new structure was put in place, where there would be 10 weekends in a season, essentially 6 teams in the top division, which was always the case. And they did have like promotion, relegation. So what does happen now is, and your point, it's the end of another Alfred Mutua over. It's 2:39 for 4. So what happens now is there isn't necessarily the strength in depth yet in women's professional cricket for us to have teams that are of equal strength and to have players in every position, in every team in the country that are at a level that you would say you would be happy with. Let me put it that way, from a development point of view, that you've got a team that you've got other players, maybe you haven't got a lot of players necessarily in the background challenging for places, and what you do have is you have a large number of players who, if you look at their numbers, and the numbers don't necessarily lie, that are they are players that they need a lot more development. I mean, I don't want to use words here to describe what they are, but you can look at, if you look at the averages. I did some work on it a while ago and just looked at the averages. If you look at the batting averages of your top 6 batters, and you were to take that across all the 6, you had to take that across all the 6 unions that are playing in the top flight, as Kali Fryers into the attack here from the Niederberg end into his, I think it's his, I don't know if this is his 3rd spell, Eugene.
Yeah, it is.
And you look at those batters, and their averages are, if you took them all, you'd probably find the average will be between 20 and 25.
Okay. You made good points, and I hear what you're saying. Again, everybody develops in certain ways. I wouldn't mind so much about that. I want to see, what people want to see is teams competing.
Yes.
If they can compete, irrespective of who you have as your personnel, I think you can always, the skill development comes through that.
Yeah.
And you get given a platform. All you need to do is you need to compete, like these teams are doing here, compete against each other. The format that I've seen that they had at Kaya Majola with the under-19 cricketers there, I think has worked down to a treat. They've got 2 divisions. They've got a platinum group and a gold group. The best ones are playing in the platinum group, and then obviously there's a promotion relegation in that as well. I think it's brilliant. However, the best thing for me, what Cricket South Africa did, was introduce a Cricket South Africa invitational side that plays in the gold group.
Yes. Yeah.
And their makeup is from everybody that sort of missed out, whatever. I'm not even saying they're competing. They are. They are really winning games and pushing it, but they can't get promoted because Cricket South Africa's viewpoint is we want both sections to sort of go up and develop. That's a full toss and just open the face. I don't think he picked that up nicely, did Clyde Reef-Fortuin, but that has gone through to 3rd man. It is a little bit gloomy out there, but still managed to put that full toss away. And it's those type of things. So I saw where franchise cricket was and how that was it the right decision, wrong? The decision was made, and then we're back to the professional unit being as it is here with the full unions. I just want to see that. How can we sort of keep the conveyor belt to the Proteas women?
Yes.
Keep coming through.
Yeah.
Like the likes of, saying in Kalarenika, we've seen Laura Goodall back in the side again. And there's other ladies, Danae van Niekerk, who's used the domestic circuit to come back and get into the Proteas side again. So there's a whole host of other women as well. I just want to see that competitiveness. And if there's a competitive structure in place, hence we can, as Jeremy says, we can get the sponsorship. Hence we can sort of provide more sort of publicity, more broadcasting, and showcase what women's cricket's all about in South Africa.
And you do make some very valid points and observations around that. I think you say Hollywood Bets, it's been very good the last 2 seasons, this season, previous season, that they put the money into the Pro 20, Pro 50. It's given it a branding. It's made it very interesting. And there's money been put into that so that that competition has perhaps gained a bit of status in terms of that, which is really good. The challenge that is facing, you alluded to it in what you were talking about, is that if you have still in most of the teams, it's an exception when the Proteas are perhaps back, as they're going to be taking a drink, and we'll just do the same. We'll be back with you in a few minutes after the drinks break, when we will resume, and so will Goldrush Boland on 2:45 for the loss of 4. Welcome back to Boland Park. It's after drinks here, an elongated first session of this match to make up for 27 overs we lost on the first day, and have made up some of those already. And after the drinks break, Alfred Mutwa is going to give way to Jade de Klerk. So we just give you some information from that very important World Cup match taking place in Ahmedabad, Afghanistan. 125 for 5. Now a brilliant innings from Ramanullah Gurbaz of 84, 42 balls. It's come to an end in Keshav Maharaj's third over. Was it his fourth over? His fourth over, sorry. 4 overs, 1 for 27 for Maharaj. Very important breakthrough. And then a run out happening just a couple of balls later. So Afghanistan now needing 10 and over to win. It's Mohammed Nabi and Azmatullah Omazai at the crease. Elsewhere in the country, let's give you an idea of what is happening there. At Newlands, the day the match start has been delayed. There was a little bit of rain around and maybe bad light this morning. So that game has been delayed. 281 for 7 are the Titans leading by 40, as it's Jade de Klerk from the stables end. And still, I've got a bit of an in-out field here for de Klerk. It's a man at Slimadov. And man at slip, that's Onkonyaku on the field. I'm not sure he's on the field for. He's at slip at the moment. It's a no ball from de Klerk. Signalled by umpire Arno Jacobs. Botha on 87. And so just to give you a bit of an update on there, I say that's the game between Titans and Western Province. The match in Johannesburg at the Wanderers between the Lions and the Tuskers. Tuskers 191 for 7. Oh, he's got hold of that, has Botha, and that has gone all the way, just slightly short from Jade de Klerk, and he moves into the 90s for the first time in his career, and he also brings up the 250 for Goldrush Boland, 250 coming off 70.3 overs, and it's been a good innings from him so far. No risk really in that shot. Short and rocked back. He's 93 off 102 deliveries is Botha. So, and very interesting, the game at Kingsmead, where in the first innings, the Warriors have taken a lead of 127. They're now 32 for 2 in their second innings. And still 2 days to play there, so half a session, and another 5 sessions to play in that match for the Warriors to try and force a victory and go to the top of the standings and get a home final. It's in the air, it's in the air, it's hanging in the air, and Weber's not going to get there. His heart must have been in his mouth for a while there. Botha, he tries to go over the top, and Weber desperately trying to get underneath it, just can't get there. And he survives, does Botha, but maybe a half a chance, but Weber gave it the best that he could. And the first over in his spell comes to an end. De Klerk, 7 off that. It is 253 for 4. It's just to give you that score there, 32 for 2. And is Matthew Britsky and Mondiri Diteko that are at the crease. As I say, 191 for 7, the Tuskers. So trailing still by 304 to make the Lions bat again. That game looking like that will be a victory for the Lions, and that, as it stands at the moment, that will put them, we believe, in the final. Even if Northwest win this game, they cannot overtake the Lions based on the number of bonus points that were scored in both of these matches. Even if they take all 9 wickets they need to get bonus points for Boland, that's just clipped away by Botha. So fascinating last couple of days of the 4-day season to see who will get into that final, who will host the final. And Boland here just 31 runs away from avoiding the follow-on, and that would have been a very important target for the Dragons to try and bowl them out before they got to that target of 285. Oh, goes for that, does Clyde Reef-Fortuin, and he gets a lot of it down to the boundary at fine leg for 4. Mutua's very square there. The surprise short delivery from Kelly Fryer, and he wasn't necessarily in control, but he gets a lot of it, and it's fine enough to beat Alfred Mutua. He moves to 15, 258 for 4. So just looking at that game at the Wanderers, Vian Mulder, absolutely brilliant match for him. He's taken 5 for 27 in the second innings, and that has given him match figures so far of 12 for 33. That is absolutely incredible from him. 12 for 33 he's taken, and looking at his first-class career, his best innings bowling, we got 7 for 6, which he took in the first innings, but say 12 for 33. He's only ever taken 10 wickets in a match once before. I'll have to have a look at that and see exactly when that was. Fryer doing very well there on the edge of the square to cut that off to prevent going through to the boundary. And the match in Ahmedabad has Going to go down to the wire. Afghanistan just losing their 6th wicket now. As it is Mohammad Nabi, who's just been dismissed by George Linder. So exciting match that in a very, very important game. You feel whoever wins that is potentially going to be going through to the Super 8s. And still a lot of cricket to be played, of course. South Africa, New Zealand, the next game in Ahmedabad, and then against the UAE in Delhi. The end of Jade de Klerk over. 259 for the loss of 4.
Thought it was best talk about the cricket there. We were on about so many topics this morning. We don't want to run out of topics, do we?
No, we don't want to run out. No, definitely not. Wouldn't want to run out of topics. I was having a look while you were taking your call there, Eugene. Just at Vian Mulder, he's taken 5 for 27 in the second innings at the Wanderers. 12 for at the moment. Anyway, he was still bowling when I last looked. 12 for 33, and I think just his second. I'm going to look at his first-class record season by season. Oh, it's nicely played by Leon Botha. That takes him to his first-class 100. What an achievement by the young man, brought into this team to play the role in the middle order as a batter. He goes to his first 100 of 107 balls, 11 fours and 5 sixes. He gets the congratulations from his captain, Clyde Reef-Fortuin. What an important innings this has been for the men from Goldrush, Boland. Leon Botha, take a bow.
And you can see what it means to the youngster. 100 of 107 deliveries also brings up the 50 partnership between him and the captain, Clyde Reef-Fortuin. But that would mean so much for a man that has made the trek up here to Boland and is having a really, really good season. Last week brought up his first half century. This week, he brings up his maiden century. Take a bow, Leon Botha, indeed.
Well, he plays it, gets it with a glorious shot, backward a point, down to the boundary. And as we say, really has been outstanding, Leon Botha. And what a knock from him. Gets his team into a position where they are not necessarily just going to save the game here, but if they continue batting the way they are, they may well put themselves into a very positive position, even having conceded 434 in the first innings.
Yep, he came in at an all-important number 4 position. He's batted nicely. He's batted maturely. He's taken the attack to the Dragons bowlers. He scored it quickly as well. Just shows he's a man that loves to get the game moving forward. But he's not just doing that. He's bringing his team back into this one. And a lot of work for the Dragons to do here.
Yeah, 285, as I said, that first target. That's to avoid the follow-on. And he's whipped that short delivery down to Mutwa at fine leg. Moves to 101.
It's just going to bring about a very good dilemma for Boland as well. Have they found their number 4 in this batting lineup? They certainly have found their number 3 in Gavin Kaplan. Unfortunately, or unfortunately, I should say, we're not sure, but he moved up to open. Ideally, you want to see that 3 and 4 mixture as well. It was Aviwe Makajima that came in at 3 in this innings.
Yeah, a wasted delivery outside the line, the off stump, the short one from Kali Fryer.
Still men like Ethan Cunningham. I heard he had a little bit of stitches that he needed to do. I think he had a little bit of a football injury.
Oh dear, that's not good. We hear about these other injuries that cricket players get off the cricket field.
It's not just cricket players.
No,
Wade van Niekerk played touch rugby at Newlands.
which was, yeah. Oh, no ball from Fryer. 265 now for 4. Yeah, that is probably one of the saddest sports stories. A man who had the world literally at his feet and broke the world record, Olympic gold. Wow. And his career after that injury, he's never been the same.
He's trying.
Yeah.
But, we can only hope that he can get back to those high heights. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Up and over. It's gone all the way for horns.
Wow. My word. Short and wide. Gully Fryer uses the pace. It's a short boundary on the offside. Clyde Reef-Fortuin helps himself to his first maximum.
Well, he has faced 46 deliveries. He's now moved to 21 as the captain of Goldrush Boland. And he just used the pace there. And the youngster, maybe a little bit stiff. Not used to this 4-day cricket stuff. I know the tournaments that they normally play in, they play 5 days in a row. I would like South Africa to think about that, or Cricket South Africa to think about that as well. You want to maintain the quality of the weeks and the quality and the best of the players. I think there should be a little bit of reserve day. Maybe do 3 and then reserve day and then follow 2.
Yeah.
I know at ICC tournaments for youth cricket, they play 2 days, 1 day off, 2 days, 1 day off.
Right.
And I think maybe South Africa should think about maybe adding 1 more day and that day being reserve day after 3. Just to maintain that quality.
So, yeah, I think, again, there you raise a very important point that they do play. It's quite a high-pressure environment, and we've seen it in the USA week as well. A lot of cricket played over the 5 days. So I think that game in India is going down to the wire. Rashid Khan is making a real fist of it for Afghanistan. They're needing 31 of 19 deliveries with 4 wickets in hand. So I think they may have a bit of an advantage there.
Well, Afghanistan 6 down, so South Africa just need to take a wicket again.
Yeah.
They might have to bowl Afghanistan out, yeah?
They may well, yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see South Africa needing to win that game, and not at this stage. It's touch and go. So 30 off 18, 10 and over to win for Afghanistan. End of the order from Jay de Klerk, 272 for 4. And this has been a good partnership. Lost a wicket off the second ball of the day. Did Goldrush Boland. Jedley van Brieses caught very well by Mikael Prince in at slip. Well, South Africa in all sorts of trouble, it looks like, in that game in Ahmedabad.
Well, I hope they can pull that through, because a very, very disgruntled rhino might come here and come tell us, I told you so.
Yeah. Not over for South Africa if they do lose, but it does mean they have to beat New Zealand and they then have to beat the UAE convincingly. Net run rate will come into play, certainly, because Afghanistan have already lost to New Zealand. So, but anything can still happen in this game. One more wicket, you feel, as you say, one more wicket. Asmatullah Omazai, he can certainly bat. Rashid Khan, he can wield the willow. Afghanistan have got advantage there. South Africa need to get a breakthrough.
I was just reading some of the things being said, especially whenever South Africa find themselves behind the 8th ball a little bit, and so many groups, and everybody has have their opinion of things, and some of the opinions you just think, oh, where on earth did you come up with that?
Yeah.
But everybody's entitled to their opinions.
This is true. Neatly played once again by Leon Botha, and Rwanda Swart. All he can do is go and collect that at backward point. And so I'm quite happy in many ways that not just because Leon Botha is scoring, not because Leon Botha is scoring through that region, but I'm happy that Northwest are on the attack and they haven't reverted to putting a man at deep backward point, which they may well still not be going to do. I think they do need to try and plug that gap maybe with a man at backward point.
Well, they're going to do that now. And just resort to or revert back to just normal line and length outside, bore them to death. I mean, that's what Western Province did so successfully. Seamers came on and just pulled one side of the wicket.
Yeah.
Kept the run rate down.
Goes straight to that man. At a point, Jade de Klerk.
Sometimes reinventing the wheel doesn't quite happen.
Yeah, so it's Forrester here replacing Kali Fry. Just a short spell for the young man.
Do you have it on there as well? 24 needed or 14?
Yes, and they're 7 down now. Just lost a wicket. Asmatullah Omazai is out. Lungi Ngidi has taken the wicket. Tristan Stubbs with the catch. So he's definitely going down to the wire. A day game as well at Ahmedabad. Where
must be sweltering.
It must be sweltering. So we'll keep an eye on that. That is definitely going down to the wire. 13 balls left. 24 to win. It's in the air and on the boundary, and brilliant work from Tristan Stubbs. And
I like that new rule they brought in about that. Where, we've seen so much of it. Where the catch is taken on the boundary and sometimes you go over it. You can throw the ball up, step outside, but you have to make ground back inside of play before grabbing it again. Seeing people diving inward.
Yeah, I think...
Oh! Just short. Just short.
Just bouncing short of the fielder at slip, as you say, and that was very close to the wicket of Leon Botha. And... I think you're right there, Eugene. Very good rule that is, that if you are on the boundary, you catch it, you get it in your hand, you throw it up in the air, you step out, you step back in. I think it's very important. And so South Africa defending 24 off the last 2 overs now. Afghanistan, maybe Rashid Khan is the hope for them that they're going to get over the line. That is going to be a thriller.
Yeah, the other one that I do enjoy or appreciate is the one where the keeper takes it, or the fielder at the stumps. Come back to that after this delivery. Use of the feet. Glorious. Save your legs. That's Khan for papers. Beautiful shot by Captain Clive Reef-Fortuin. 4 more to him.
Yeah, nice use of the feet. And just not really too over-pitched. But he saw it early, didn't he? Picked the length early and went down the wicket. Played it very nicely through the offside.
Yeah, the one I like is, how often do we see when there's a run out, ball comes to the keeper, it dislodges the stumps or bails or smashes it, but then loses the ball in that act as well. Oh, good running. Good running.
Yeah.
Now they have to have complete control of the ball even after dislodging the stumps or the bails, and I think that's good. That takes away any ambiguity that they might be at an umpire might think, oh, did he keep it or hasn't he?
Yeah. I think that's very good. You might then see the players often throw the ball onto the stumps a short distance, but yeah, keeping control of it. Breaking the stumps, still having the ball in your hand after the stumps are broken. I think there's a good rule as South Africa. Marco Jansen with the penultimate over here. Very big over this. Rashid Khan is on strike. And here it's certainly not Rashid Khan on strike. It's Leon Botha. So just if you... we're keeping an eye on that game in Ahmedabad.
Pressure reveals character. That's what they always say.
Yeah. Well, who's going to blink first here? Looks like Marco Jansen has with that second delivery. It's Jade de Klerk. In this match here, that's very nicely played. Mutua will clean up from his position at deep cover.
Moves are on the outfield there.
Yeah.
The 30-year-old, 30-plus-year-old, still very fit and...
Oh dear. George Linder has, no knee injury, it looks like. Fielding the ball. It doesn't look good. So we're just waiting to... we're just watching what's happening there. He went down to stop the ball. I think he's just gone over on his knee there, George Linder. That doesn't look good for South Africa. He will certainly, it doesn't look like he'll be playing any further part in the game there. The end of the over here, though, at Boland Park, 282 for the loss of 4.
Our play has resumed at Newlands. Titans continue batting there. They've got a lead of 42, 7 down in their first innings, and Tuska's still 7 down.
Yeah, putting up some resistance there. And Lungi Ngidi has struck in Ahmedabad. Rashid Khan is out, caught by Miller, it looks like, in the deep. And not Lungi Ngidi, struck in Marco Jansen, apologies. Marco Jansen has struck there. So is that the wicket that potentially takes South Africa to a victory? Oh, yeah.
I did say they're going to have to bowl Afghanistan out. Well, simple catch on the boundary. Very good catch, in fact.
Yeah, very good running catch from David Miller. Doesn't miss many of those. How important is that going to be in the context of the World Cup for South Africa? Beaten finalists in the last event, everybody here in South Africa hoping that they can go one better. Neatly played and down, fine. It's going to go down to the boundary, I think. No, great work. Oh, Mutua put in the yards there. Great work from him and down on the boundary, but he just parries it and can't stop it from going on to the rope. He did so well here, Alfred Mutua. Great effort. Oh, just parries it. It goes on to the boundary. You have to feel for him as Botha goes to 111. So Noor Ahmed just launching Marco Jansen for 6. 13 of 8 deliveries there in Ahmedabad. Well, I don't think he was expecting that, Marco Jansen. It was in the slot there, wasn't it?
Tell you what,
Wow.
slot. When you bowl to number 1 or number 10 or 11,
I don't know.
slot will be slot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is what do they say about these moments? I mean, in Ahmedabad it is pressure for South Africa. And well, Marco Jansen has just run out. I think it's Noor Ahmed that he's just run out. So 9 wickets down now, 13 needed off the last over. And you say pressure is on. So, yeah, forgive us here for following that very important game in the context of South Africa's campaign. But getting back to the action here, Dean Forrester, he's into his 6th over. Very good innings from him, Eugene, in that first innings for the Dragons. Just falling short of his highest score in first-class cricket, as it was his 3rd first-class 100. His highest score, 127. He got 123 not out in that innings, and was very much the reason why the Dragons got to that 434. Excellent contributions as well from the 2 openers, Ngwepe 77, Prince 64, and Jade de Klerk 47. As the game in Ahmedabad is over, is it? No, it isn't over. The wicket has fallen off a no ball. Kagiso Rabada overstepping, and now it will be a free hit. Well, what do you know? Another twist potentially in the tail there. But here, no twists in the tail at the moment. The men from Boland have avoided the follow-on, Eugene.
I wonder how many chains it will be from this N1 to the actual N1.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how many chains it would be.
Because this is a flatty.
It is, yeah. It is a flatty. Very much so. Yeah, it is very much a flatty, as you said. I think they brought that tarmac steamroller onto this pitch before they started. Very hard wicket it has been. It has been a good track for batting on.
It has. The odd one has died in the surface, kept a little bit low.
I wasn't with you yesterday afternoon to watch. Caleb Seleka got 3 wickets. And
bowled nicely.
Bowled well.
Yeah, bowled nicely. He got a wicket caught at slip. And yeah, he made use of the rough that you see there.
Yeah. So
we've got to brace ourselves. We have got to brace ourselves for Jeremy. I think I'm gonna call it now. I think you can take the first session with him.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we'll have a discussion certainly about, here we're talking about Kagiso Rabada. If this doesn't get, South Africa don't win this match. His first ball of his final over, he got a wicket off a no ball. That is criminal.
Oh.
They don't take the single there, do they? So interesting. Very interesting. 5 off 3. Noor Ahmed is backing himself in Ahmedabad to get the runs.
The thing that's, I'll just say as an observation, is that Kagiso Rabada has bowled quite a number of no balls in the shorter format of the game.
No ball,
Well,
Sorry, my words weren't even cold then.
No, South Africa are going to lose this match in Ahmedabad.
What?
Kagiso Rabada has bowled 2 no balls in the final over.
That's what I said. He's bowled quite a few no balls in the shorter format.
Well, he's needs a wicket now. That's well played by Botha down the ground. It won't go for 4. Rozier's chasing it. He's going to cut that off.
Oh, he's going to come back here and says, "I told you so."
Yeah, he is.
That's what he's going to say.
Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we? So,
I'm going to move 4 doors to the right.
yeah. They're going to come back for 2. I think... no, they're going upstairs. I don't think... I think that Afghanistan have actually got through here. But we'll see what happens. We're waiting for the run-out decision. And if they don't get through, then it goes to a super over. He's out. The super over. We are going to a super over in Ahmedabad. Kagiso Rabada has effected a run out off to get the final wicket when they were turning for 2. So it is going to be a super over in Ahmedabad. Can you believe it? And yeah, say apologies. We are keeping an eye on that. What an exciting finish to the game. Should have been one off the first ball of the over. 2 no balls in the final over by Kagiso Rabada. And here has been pummeled through a wideish long on for 4. And you can't bowl short on this wicket here at Boland Park.
Not at the pace of Forrester. If you were about 5 or 6 Ks a little bit quicker, you might trouble him. But that was flat batted with authority by Leon Botha. And the runs keep flowing here at Boland. Well, the only other thing is looking at the super over. I'm telling you now. It's going to be De Kock, Rickleton, and Markram. That's your top 3.
I would think so.
It's a question of who's going to be bowling. Because now, because South Africa were in the field second, they will bowl first.
Yes.
Because that's how it works in the super over. Who they give that to? Well, do you give it to Lundy?
Lundy, I think so.
Who bowls good pace off? Or do you give it to the left arm? I don't think they're going to give it to Rabada.
No, definitely not.
Oh no, keep your shape, fella.
Yeah. Oh, it's
no.
Ngwepe not getting down. They'll get through for probably 3 here. No, just the 2. As that Kelly Fryer comes around to field. 294 for the loss of 4 here at Boland Park. The deficit now just 140 for the men from Goldrush Boland. And very interesting, as you say, just looking around the country. Titans 287 for 8, so leading by 46, 8 down there. And the Warriors now at Kingsmead, leading by 185, 58 for 2 in their second innings after taking a lead of 127. So they, at this stage, it's looking good for the Warriors. They're going to want to put on a pretty good total there and insert the Dolphins maybe later today or tomorrow. We'll see how much they can amass there in their second innings to get to that situation where they can feel they can win that game.
Well, Tuskers are 8 down now, so just 2 more wickets required there by the Lions.
Oh, what an outstanding performance it has been from them. 5 wickets in the second innings for Vian Mulder. 5 for 39 in the second innings to go with his 7 for 6 in the first. So 12 for 45, Eugene. That is incredible bowling analysis. Well, here is Reef-Fortuin and Botha. They're upon 83 for the 5th wicket. It's been a very good partnership after they lost Jedley van Briesies off the second ball of the day. That's very nicely played. Once again, using his feet. And Clyde Reef-Fortuin, he does look like a good player, doesn't he? When he moves his feet, when he's got those feet going, and
he's a very good player.
Yeah, it's good.
And I think, maybe this is 1 too low for him. I would have him at 5.
Yeah,
if I'm honest.
Yeah. Well, that from Botha's gone down to the boundary for 4 once again, and he moves into the 120s now. Does Leon Botha. Bit of a discussion in the middle there from Botha and Reef-Fortuin. They move just 1 away from their 300. Just looking at that, when they went between 150 and 200 yesterday, Eugene, very quick that was. Just less than, in fact, it was 7 overs and 3 balls, and that was presumably when Leon Botha was getting a move on. He's been batting at strike rate of 92. It's been an excellent strike rate for him, and as Jade de Klerk bowls another no ball.
Surely, and that no ball brings up the 300. Another full bonus point with the bat for Goldrush Boland. He's bowled so many. Surely he knows he can just take, even just a half a step back.
Yeah. And haven't taken the new ball, as far as we're aware. In fact, they have. Apologies. They have taken the new ball at 80 overs. So, new ball taken, and it's been given to the spinner to use. Apologies for that. Not maybe get a little bit more bounce with the new ball. Will Jay de Klerk. And it's played to Mutwa on the boundary, or just in off the boundary at cover. Goes through for the single. 301 for 4. So that last 50 coming off 10 overs and 1 ball. So very quick. That's 50 once again, and batting at 3.7 runs to the over. So a good haul of batting bonus points at the moment. Still 19 overs to go for Goldrush Boland. And they'll be wanting to just continue doing exactly what they're doing here and build this partnership, build and try and get a first innings lead. 301 for 4. So in Ahmedabad, it is Lungiangidi who is going to be bowling to, not quite sure who is in for, it's for Afghanistan. It's Azmatullah Omazai, it looks like. Forrester has the new ball. That's hit with some force to Jay de Klerk out in the deep, and quite sure what he's doing there. That was quite amusing from Jay de Klerk. Forrester is just guided this time by Clyde Reef-Fortuin.
Do you feel that maybe Northwest has resigned themselves here a little bit? Looking at the body language a little bit, they were really up that first over with that wicket falling in the second ball of the day. I'm just looking at the body language, looking at the captain around.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it does look a bit like that. I would agree with you. They came out attacking this morning. I thought the plans were good. They put in place, they got the wicket early. But it was a situation where, as the morning has gone on and as the runs have continued to flow off the bat of Botha going to his first class 100, and Reef-Fortuin now coming in on getting in on the act, they do seem to have gone a lot flatter, Eugene. Yeah, Clyde Reeves just swinging himself off his feet there. He was trying to hit that way too hard, I think.
Almost hurt his shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking around, and you can say that surface hasn't offered anything, etc., etc. However, you still need to come and try something, be a little bit more proactive, or show some patience. I mean, Western Province showed us last week how to go about it here.
Yeah, definitely, and it is about exactly that. Bolt your plans, make it difficult to score, and just sense that you talk about it a lot, is getting the batter to come to you, and that's when they potentially are going to be making the mistakes. And they don't want. I mean, they want to get to a first innings lead here. You want to make it more difficult for them to be able to score.
I mean, if you look at this lineup, played Capel, Gavin Kaplan open. I can understand Kaplan faced a lot of balls, so you can be a little bit more straighter to him. So you can understand that by going straight at Kaplan. For the rest, Blade Capel loves to get bat on ball. Aviwe Makajima loves bat on ball, even though it's fended outside that off stump, tries to get bat on ball. Even Leon Botha, look at his striker, loves to get bat on ball. Number 5, Jelly from Breezy's, how many balls did he leave? Not that many.
No.
Then you have the likes of Clyde Reef-Fortuin coming in as well. So, I mean, we'll continue that after. But it's going to be another drinks break, the second of the morning. Join us in a few moments. We will resume day 3 in this first session today.
And rubbish, superb from...
This is a summer to remember. We're standing together with a belief that's unbreakable, pushing our team to new heights.
Oh, what a shot. Another magnificent performance.
The noise isn't fading, the support isn't wavering, and so the big hits will just keep on coming.
Champion player. Absolutely brilliant.
Now we're getting together again to keep the good vibes going.
Can you believe it?
Because when we rise as one, our passion is untamable. Our team is unstoppable because our spirit is unbreakable. Don't miss your chance to watch our Proteas as they face Pakistan in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
Drinks have been had. 302 for 4 Goldrush Boland in their first innings in pursuit of that big first innings that the Dragons got a 434 all out. But this is a very, very good partnership here between the captain of Goldrush Boland, Reef-Fortuin. He's on 27. And Leon Botha, what an innings by him so far. 125 he's got. And he now has scored the highest runs in this game, beating the 123 not out. That was from Deon Forrester in that first innings. So a lot for the men from the Dragons to think about. And last week we spoke about how Boland were. And before we felt that it could be potentially a final at stake. And we were very much talking about how they were in the field and the plan, etc. We could well say about the same here, about the intensity of the Dragons. It started for me yesterday morning with the bat. I don't think they accelerate quick enough. And this is where they found themselves.
Oh, just did well there, Diego Rosier. Bounced pretty nastily in front of him on the square. And Titans in at bat. And Rivaldo Moonsami getting a very good 90 there. They went this morning. They've moved to 305 for 9 now. Janko Smith and Junior Dala at the crease. So lead of 64 there. And they'll probably, Western Province won't be too unhappy with that. They're happy they didn't concede too large a deficit if they do manage to get that final wicket quickly. We always know, we also know how troublesome sometimes for Western Province that final wicket can be. None more so than earlier in the season when they were in a situation where the Dolphins won by 1 wicket. Half an appeal. That may well have just been an edge onto the pad.
Haven't had an appeal all day.
No, that was the first one, wasn't it? Which we're back for another spell, replacing Jade de Klerk at the southern end of the ground. We still have cloud. It's quite humid outside at the moment. Some interesting weather we're having in the Cape. Don't expect that the rain will cause any issues for us. No, today there won't not expected to be rain, and the batting pair coming out for South Africa, Eugene, is not the one that you expected, as that goes down to Rosier at backward point. Looks like it's Brevis and Miller coming out to the middle for South Africa.
I think the silence is giving everybody what they think about what you said there.
Yeah. So we're keeping an eye on what's happening in that super over at the World Cup. South Africa not favourites there to get over the line in that super over, needing 18. That is very rarely, if ever, achieved. And they've gone for experience with David Miller. And Stubbs is the third batter in that trio for South Africa of Miller, Brevis and Stubbs. And who's going to be bowling? I think it's going to be Faisal Haq Faruqi. He's going to be bowling. Forrester to continue. Yeah, it's all happening in Ahmedabad. 11 of 4 balls needed for South Africa. It's a little bit more sedate here at Boland Park.
I think everybody's glued to the TV screen, just looking at the 2 dressing rooms as well.
Yeah.
Here at Boland, they've got their eyes fixed to the TV screen in their dressing room.
Is he out? Out. Well, there's going to be plenty of talk about this match, whatever the result is in Ahmedabad. Excellent slower ball from Faruqi there to Brevis.
Oh, beautiful delivery. That is a beautiful delivery by Deon Forrester.
And just that little bit of movement away with the new ball from Leon Botha. He's got 126 on the board. And he's just, nibbling at that one. That's neatly played down to Jade de Klerk.
Well, 6 to tie.
Yes, 6 to tie. And
7 of 2 needed for South Africa. All we know is it could go down to the last ball.
It could. It probably will. Well, I can get respect for what happened. Well, it doesn't matter. If there's a wicket, of course, then it doesn't go down to the last ball. Well, so it is going down to the last ball at Ahmedabad, and the best South Africa can hope for is a second super over. Speed is ahead of us. You hit a 6. Well, the full toss in Ahmedabad has been hit back over the head of the bowler for 6, and the super over is tied, and they will go to a second super over to decide that pool match. And this is, I think, exactly what the television audiences around the world and the television bosses would have wanted. My goodness, what a game that's turning out to be.
Well, the only thing from a Proteas point of view is that Brevis can't bat again because he's the one that's out.
Yeah.
The other 2 can still come in there, and then you can pick one other. Afghanistan, they never lost a wicket.
Yeah.
So those two men can come back and start it again.
And
The other thing is they've got a ball from the other end now.
Yeah.
I think it is as well. There's a
Yes.
whole lot of things to
Yeah.
think about.
Yeah.
But I think South Africa, again, given a lifeline here.
And South Africa will be batting first in the second super over. Is that correct, Eugene? So the match here, 305 for 4.
Well, they're taking Miller off.
Okay.
And they're going to take Miller off. Who are they going to bring on?
De Kock, surely De Kock.
Markram. I mean, they all got big, heavy hitters in there. Anyway, yeah, 305 for 4. Good length again. He's certainly trying to do a job here for his team. Alfred Mutua, just bowling good line, good length. Bowling to his field, making it very difficult for the men from Boland to accelerate. But I don't think they're in the mindset of accelerating.
No.
Their mindset is just to bat
Yep.
all day long.
And they do, if they do bat all day long, I mean, we say look at 100 per session, maybe if they do continue to bat, it may well not be the case. They're just going to see off this second new ball, which is now 4 overs and 5 balls old, and then just say keep batting. I mean, these two in at bat, their last two recognised batters. You've got Sean von Berg, Keith Dudgeon, who we know both can bat. Giovanna Baron, we've seen at certainly at club level, we've seen him bat well, but at this level, not tested. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go. But this partnership key for them. The end of the Mutua over. He's bowled 12 now. 4 maidens, 0 for 31. It's 305 for 4. You say, Eugene, I'm sure the Rhino is having a lot of fun there in the studio down in Cape Town.
He's got, I'm telling you, you better get your ears set for when that fella comes in here.
Definitely. I think irrespective of the result.
Yeah, I told you so. That's what
Doesn't
he's
matter.
say.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about it yesterday, and him and I concurred in terms of where we felt South Africa were struggling. Kagiso Rabada has not been in the greatest of form. Certainly in the SA20 was struggling. And yes, you do. You want your marquee players, you want your top players to be there. You expect them to perform. So, very important.
Well, when it's you hear Stubbs has hit the first ball of the super over for a maximum.
Yeah. South Africa will want more of the same of that. And if he does win the game, what a comeback that would be if he does win the game for South Africa.
Sorry, that is slot if ever there was one.
It was. It's right there, wasn't it? That was that would have been a wide had he left it. And perhaps he should have left it. 6 off the first ball puts pressure on the bowler. But here, no such thing as a 6 off the first ball of the over. Just 2 dots for Forrester. No ball from Dion Forrester. Well, David Miller gets one in the slot as well, and he's dispatched that into the 22nd row of the first tier at Ahmedabad, which for South Africa is good news. 15 without loss in that super over after 4 balls. And I think he's expecting the slower one, isn't he, from Mozart? What I can tell you is that our producer is very animated here as Amazai misses his mark yet again at Ahmedabad, and that has sailed into the crowd for 6, and they're reviewing it. South Africa, they're going for a review for the no ball for above waist height.
When I say pressure reveals character,
It does, and as this one goes through the wicket keeper, they're going to take a second, and that'll be buys to add to the total, take them to 308 for 4. So approaching the 100 partnership. A reminder of what happened here is earlier on today, 211 for 4. It was that 211 for 3. Sorry, it was that Goldrush Boland started with and lost a wicket off the second ball of the day. But since then, it has been all the men in gold as they have gone to 308 for 4. And Leon Botha has gone to his first class 100, and one would hope that it would be one of many more for him. The youngster coming into the team, batting at number 4. And he's done really well for his team.
Can they give a 6?
So South Africa will probably end on 23, the end of the super over. And if 17 or 18 was difficult to get, then 23 is going to be very difficult to get. So hard to see how they could have done much better there, the 2 batters for South Africa. And here, the 2 batters for Goldrush Boland are certainly getting their team into a position where they would at least think they would get to parity.
Who bowls this over? That has to be Marco Jansen, one feels.
Yeah, you would think maybe Jansen or...
It would be a very bold call, but...
To go with Ngidi again would yeah.
I don't know if you can.
Maharaj, maybe?
No, I wouldn't go spin.
Well, looks like Maharaj is warming up. That would be... I don't know if that's it. Yeah, I think he's the one. Well, 24. Afghanistan needs to take home the win. And it would be in the most incredible circumstances. Game had everything in the last over. A wicket off the first ball, which was a no ball. And then overstepping again to mean that Afghanistan needed 3 to win, and then going for the second run, which probably wasn't that necessary, a run out. To tie the scores. So we're waiting, and the super over also tied the first super over. And we had experience of that earlier this season, Eugene, here at Boland Park. 2 super overs in the match between Goldrush Boland and the Dolphins.
Oh, what a game that was.
An incredible game of T20 cricket. 2 super overs when its home team did finally get over the line. So,
what was that? A game that should have been about 3.5 hours? Ended up being 4.5.
Yeah, exactly. It was, and there again, it was Boland that were dead and buried going into the last 2 overs. Brilliant. Well, the Dolphins initially dead and buried. Brilliant innings from Khomolemo Piri. And then it was the last 2 overs. Keith Dudgeon, Glenton Stearman, if my memory serves me correctly.
I'll have to think about that.
I think Keith bowled the final over, actually.
Well, it's quite clear what they have to do here. The men from Afghanistan hit every ball for a 4.
Yep.
Or 4 sixes.
Yes, it's going to be... could be very interesting. I mean, if they get over the line here, Afghanistan, it would be one of the greatest super over performances ever seen in the T20 International. I don't think there's been that many of them.
Ooh, bottom edge. Went for the width. Just couldn't put it away. 27 of 77 deliveries now for the captain of Goldrush, Boland. He's been out there for a very, very long time.
Yeah, it's been quite a circumspect Clyde Reef-Fortuin innings. This not always that circumspect. Often is playing his shots.
He's setting out his stall. He wants to bat all day. Rather want to be out here in the middle. Because you don't know, some of those men, if they have some time in the dressing room, can talk a whole heap of nonsense, and you just got to find your spot where you're not sitting next to them.
Yeah. Well, I've got back to my scorecard of that game against the Dolphins, and I'll give you the Clyde Reef-Fortuin tickles that down to Caleb Seleka. It's the end of the over. So that was the situation was that the Dolphins essentially were dead and buried. They were 84 for 6 after 14 overs. You'll remember that. They were batting at 6 and over. They needed 135 to win the game. So basically in 6 overs, they needed to score 51. And it was Khomolemo Piri who was at the crease. He ended up with 53 off 36. He was the last man out. But going into the final 2 overs, they needed 9. But they did have 8. They had 7 wickets down. 8 wickets down going into the final. No, it was 7 wickets down, going into the final 2 overs. Glenton Stearman bowled the 19th over, took a wicket off his first ball. That was Nkobani Mokoena bowled him, and then it's conceded a 2, a dot, single. So 4 off the 19th over. Then the Dolphins needed 5 off the final over. Keith Dudgeon was bowling leg by off the first with it was Piri on strike, and off the second delivery he had Aryan Gopalan caught by Leon Botha. Third delivery was a single. Fourth delivery single. Fifth delivery was a single. They needed 1 off the final ball. And as I remember rightly, the ball was bunted down the wicket, and Keith Dudgeon picked it up, threw the wicket down, and we got a super over. So
Was it
quite
the final
something.
as well?
The final also went to a super over.
Went to super
it did
over.
also go to a super over.
Kamani.
Yeah, that's right. It was
Boland
Ian
were
Kamani.
buried in
They
that
were
game,
they
going to
were
the
completely
final.
dead and buried in that game as well. Yeah.
Into that final over.
Yeah. So that was Ian Kamani. He was defending off that final over. He was defending 8. It was a 6 hit off his first over, first ball, a single off his second. then he took a wicket, 2 dots and a wicket.
I remember they got that single because Tristan Stumps played,
Yeah,
and he
that's right.
got the single, and then he watched the carnage that was pursuing.
Yeah.
I mean, this place went absolutely crazy that day.
Yeah. As the 100 partnership comes up here for the men from Goldrush Boland, 311 for 4. It's been an excellent partnership between the captain and Leon Botha. And apologies, we're focusing a bit on this game in India. As Keshav Maharaj is bowling that super over, and they've taken a wicket, South Africa. 24 needed of 4 deliveries for Afghanistan, and that may well be the end of it. No, not yet. It's 6 off that third ball, so I need 3 sixes to win. And Ramanula Gurbaz, who got a brilliant 84 in their innings of 42 deliveries, needs to hit 3 sixes. He could do it, couldn't he?
He can. And I think he just set himself for that because
Well, what? Well,
I mean, you can't script these type of things.
No,
see,
you can't.
He went back-to-back sixes here.
yeah, back-to-back sixes. He's tried to go wide. He's read it, hasn't he? Exactly where he wants to bowl it. Now, if he's going to go short, he's going to rock back and pull him over the leg side. It could be... and here, Caleb Saleka finishes his first over in his new spell. It's 312 for 4. Well, South Africa choosing to go with the spin of Keshav Maharaj in the power play, and Afghanistan a dot and a wicket, and then 3 sixes. Well, folks, 6 needed off the last ball in Ahmedabad. So now he bowls that wide and 4 to tie. Well, South Africa have won the match against Afghanistan as Ramanula Gurbaz has played the ball straight to backward point, and the heroics, his heroics of hitting 3 consecutive sixes, not getting them over the line. South Africa can count their lucky stars that they did get over the line. The man who will be most relieved there is a certain Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah, he bowled the final over of the match and got bowled 2 no balls in that. But South Africa got the win. Lots for them to think about. But the positive thing is they got the points in the bag and they carry on, which lessens the pressure of the next fixture against New Zealand.
Yeah, Afghanistan having lost the 2 big matchups in that group against New Zealand and South Africa. South Africa, be mindful that the UAE is no pushover. They showed that most definitely in the tournament so far. But New Zealand, they are looking pretty ominous as well. So, fascinating stuff. As there's been quite a bit happening around the country while we've been keeping an eye on that game in Ahmedabad. And it's Titans bowled out for 306, so a lead of 65, and Western Province in their second innings are 4 for the loss of 1. Kashif Joseph is the man out there. Oh, that one nearly got through the defences of Clyde Reef-Fortuin from Ruan de Swat. He's replaced Alfred Mutwa at the stables end.
Yeah, the Tuskers, that match with the Lions has also come to an end. Lions winning that by an innings and 270 runs. And the Tuskers will look back at their first innings where they were bundled out for 63. That contributing heavily to their defeat against the Lions.
Beautifully played by Clyde Reef-Fortuin. He played that so late, and the ball under his eyes, and gloriously through the offside for 4. Just a little bit of width, and the length on offer from Ruan de Swat, and it's away for 4 as the partnership continues to grow here. And so that result there, Eugene, means that the Lions now have moved up to 118.36 points on the log, and that we'll have a look at that and see what that means then in the context of the
Warriors need to win if they want to have a home final.
I think they might be okay if they get a draw. Actually, let's just have a look at those points.
Oh, that's with you get points for drawing, don't you?
You get 6 points for a draw. So they'll have been looking at that, and they'll understand the scenario for themselves. They did get a full haul of bowling bonus points. Bowled the Dolphins out in 65 overs. So just looking at that, there 4 bonus points for the Warriors. So they get 9.1, plus they get the 6 for a draw. It gives them potentially, of course, they could lose that game. Still, anything is possible. They do lead now at the moment by, let's get that score there. A lead now by 209 with 7 wickets in hand.
So that will take them round about the 119 mark.
That will take them to 119. So
and Lions are on
118.36.
118.
Yeah, 118.36. So, and the Dolphins, we've got their final bonus point tally as well, with them being 253 all out. So they got 3.06 bonus points for that. So very interesting. The log positions that we could potentially have at the end of this. We know that the Tuskers are going to end on 51.1. So I'm going to put these in on our sheet. So they will finish last on the log. So let's see what that means. So I'm going to put there.
A little bit of cramp setting in the arms now of Leon Botha. Just wringing his arm out a little bit.
So not quite sure what the Titans had after 100 overs. To have a look there, we're pretty okay. So after 99.5 overs, they had 291. the end of the over here. 316 for 4. Still some time for the men from Goldrush Boland to pick up batting bonus points in this match. So let's assume that they got 291 in that. We'll see what that does for them. 291 for 9. What it did mean was that Western Province got a full haul of 4 bowling bonus points. So I'll update those once we have the next break, and maybe at lunchtime, which is not that far away now.
Yeah, 15 minutes to go to that lunch break, and it's been a very good morning, I have to say, for Goldrush Boland, just losing the 1 wicket of Van Briesie's second ball of the day to a Rwanda Swat delivery, caught that slip, good catch by Michael Prince.
But there's been very little on offer for the men from the Northwest after that dismissal early on today. And the rest of the session has belonged completely, as you said, Eugene, to the men in gold, as they just look to bat as long as they possibly can and perhaps put themselves in a position to even get a win in this game. It's a long way still to go. It's well fielded by Mikael Prince to his right at slip. Looks like he's hurt himself. Diving off to his right.
Maybe
just,
his
hand.
Yeah, maybe just struck his
on the wrist maybe.
Or somewhere on there, one feels.
Yeah, he certainly is hurting. Yeah, that must have bit him on the wrist. Nasty blow for Mikael Prince. Umpire Andre Olafir just waiting to see if he's going to be okay to continue. Looks like he is. Still holding that wrist though. Just meandering a little bit here as it gets towards the lunch break.
Very much so. This match has had a meandering feel.
Yeah.
Ever since that, when the game started, I have to admit.
And you speak about it going back to yesterday morning and that batting effort there from the Dragons. And yeah, it is easy to maybe criticise what happened there, but with the understanding of what was happening up at the Wanderers and the fact that they needed to get as many batting bonus points as possible just felt that the approach from them, yes, they lost the early wicket of Schultz, but Forrester was looking in good form, and the jeopardy there, yes, they need to win this game, but they needed to push the game along much quicker. They were at 4 and over overnight. You felt if they could have kept going at 4 and over, I mean, would have meant that they would have got to 400 from a batting bonus point aspect. I mean, as it was, when they, just in terms of their batting bonus points, just didn't get enough. And, I mean, the margin's very small in terms of them now not getting as many points as the Lions. So they ending on 104, in fact 108.26 if they get all 4 wickets here. I mean, that is important. So the gap was really small. It was just a matter of 20 runs actually. No, in fact, it was 108. It would be 108.26 as against to 108.36 for the Lions. So yeah, you just feel an extra 20, extra 30 runs, and would have made it very difficult for the Lions to get ahead of them in that race for the final.
Yeah, and with the Lions getting that result, as you said, if the Dragons don't get that positive result here, they still need to get a few wickets as well to get the bowling points up. But they're going to look back, and they can look back at this game and maybe that session and think, well, maybe we should have just gone at it a little bit harder. Us losing wickets at that time is not going to cost us anything.
No.
It's about making sure that you just stay ahead slightly of where the Lions need to be, and then try and progress forward that way. I'm not sure. I was listening to Dom and the way he spoke, and he said they are paying careful attention to that game as to what they need to do. I wonder if it was vice versa as well.
Hard to say with any, so I'd definitely say that they were, but it certainly didn't look like it in terms of the approach that was being followed. And I'm with you there. I think you have to win the game. You have to get a certain, you have to push to get as many bonus points as possible. And they put themselves in a position now based on the fact that the Lions knew exactly what they had to do and went about and did that. The position that the Dragons have now found themselves in is that they have to win this game. In fact, I think it's they would need to win this game even if the Warriors lose. They would have to win this game to get into the final. And yes, it won't be a home final, but they would be in a final. The Warriors just need to draw, and they know they've got a home final. So they're just going to bat. You would feel that's a great attempt at stop. It was a stop, in fact, but he just parried it around the corner, almost goalkeeper style. Did Mikael Prince. They know that the Warriors know that they bat for a lot of the day today in Durban. Then they would probably put the game out of reach of the Dolphins, and by putting the game out of reach of the Dolphins, they know they've got a home final.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's why they will be just doing what they need to do. And they will make the tallies and everything else. I think what we'll do, potentially, James, we'll work it out at lunchtime just to see what exactly the permutations are now that all the bonus points and everything else are done and dusted. And there's a result where the Lions have beat the Tuskers.
So we won't yet have the final bonus points from this Boland innings, but I think we can just understand or work with what we've got at the moment and look at what those likely scenarios are. Just 8 overs and 3 balls left before the entire bonus point, the bonus point position is understood across the country. And we should then be able to give you definitively what that answer is. But for us at the moment, it looks as if the situation is that Warriors just needing to draw that match to secure a home final. And it does look like the Lions are in the final already.
Well, it's who they'll face and where they'll play. That's the only thing we need to find out over the next couple of days.
And here, Leon Botha, he's moved to a very well played 130 territory that well, at this level, he's never been in before. Last week, it is first 50 in first-class cricket. First season, he's actually played a significant number of first-class games. Previously, before he came here to Goldrush, Boland, as it's the end of another Caleb Seleka over. Leon Botha just played the one first-class match, but that was way back in the Western Province in 2020, 2021. And so he has certainly this season shown that he has the temperament to be able to play long innings at this level. And it's excellent for the young man originally from Rondebosch Boys High.
Yeah, and then made the move up to Stellenbosch and Marties and found his way here. And I'm glad to see him in the ranks here in this provincial team here at Boland. And like I said, he's having a really good season.
So just those two matches that he played for what was a Western Province B team in those days. That's picked up and not going to get there. It's Caleb Seleka, gone all the way from Clyde Reef-Fortuin. Just lovely. Picked that up beautifully. And no price for the man on the long leg boundary. Straying onto the leg side. Just a flick of the wrists almost as he played it over the boundary.
Yeah, for sure. He picked that up. Sweet as a nut. We'll try and rectify that score on your screen for you. 324 for 4 as Reef-Fortuin moves to 41.
Yeah, nice stride from him once again out into the offside. He's looking like he's moving his feet well, Clyde, and he's getting into good positions, particularly if the ball does stray in either line or length. You just feel this is the opportunity for him. Coming in at number 6, opportunity for him to just build a big innings here. Something that he's just not been able to do consistently in his career.
Yeah, you saw him last week come in at 3. I think, personally, I think I would love to see him at 5.
Yeah.
Yes, he came in at 6 today, but he's such a good player. He's Clyde Reef-Fortuin. And what a 3, 4, 5 that's going to be. Kaplan, Botha, Fortuin, Jelly from Brissies. He's had a few good knocks as well around Would love to see the likes of Ethan Cunningham, who's a good all-rounder, bowls a heavy ball as well, in that number 7 maybe, potentially.
Yeah, and you feel then, like Leon Botha coming in originally at number 6, he's batted at 6 most of the season. They've pushed him up the order as his confidence has grown last week, coming in at 5 and getting that, getting a very good 50 in a losing cause. He looked good in the first innings as well, and then here just going on a very good batting wicket. He has cashed in, and that's something you want. And if he is going to be consistently at that number 4 position, or seen as being a batter that's going to be able to fit into your sort of top order there, then he's going to be, a really good player.
Well, some gardening. Do my laces for me, will you please? Just want to take up some time because clock is nearly at 12:10, which will indicate lunch. Well, he's a senior pro. You can see that.
Yeah.
We spoke about this as well beforehand. Well, Prince is just... Well, I think Prince is playing the game as well.
Yeah, he's untied them firstly, and then he's tied them back. Hasn't quite tied them properly. The double knot. My watch says exactly what the clock now does say on the board, which is it's 12:10. So that was highly unsubtle.
Oh, dear.
Tucks it off his pad. They'll turn for 2. The end of the morning session here at Boland Park. We'll go to lunch at 326 for the loss of 4. It's been a session dominated by Goldrush Boland. And as the men go off for lunch, it's Leon Botha on a very well played 130. Clyde Reef-Fortuin on 43. They've put on 115 for the 5th wicket. And the only success this morning, Rowan de Swart, with the wicket of Jedley van Briesies. From myself, James King, and Eugene Merlion. That's goodbye for the moment. We'll see you at the end of the lunch break and for the second session in about 40 minutes' time.
This is a summer to remember. We're standing together with a belief that's unbreakable, pushing our team to new heights.
Oh, what a shot. Another magnificent performance.
The noise isn't fading, the support isn't wavering, and so the big hits will just keep on coming.
Champion player. Absolutely brilliant.
Now we're getting together again to keep the good vibes going.
Can you believe it?
Because when we rise as one, our passion is untamable. Our team is unstoppable because our spirit is unbreakable. Don't miss your chance to watch our Proteas as they face Pakistan in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
Lunch has been had. First session done and dusted. Ready for the second session on day 3 of this 4-day clash between Eastvaal, Renault Dragons and the Goldrush Boland side. And that is the match situation. As where we stand, Goldrush Boland 326 for 4. That first session definitely belonging to them. Just losing the wicket off on Brissies to the second ball of the day. And the Dragons have got it all to do. If they want to really make a push or a surge, they really need a surge to see if they can force their way into the final. We know one of the finalists. That will be, if I'm correct in saying, the Lions. That's who they will be playing and where they will be playing. That is the big key that we will get through the next day or so. My name is Eugene Moline, with me, the Cape Fox, James King. And how can the Dragons take this forward here?
Well, Eugene, thank you very much. It's turning out to be a lovely day here in Paarl. Quite overcast this morning, but the sun is out and it's warm and quite humid out there at the moment. And yeah, how they can take it forward, first thing they've got to do is they've got to try and take a number of wickets in the next 7 overs. They've got just the one bowling bonus point so far. Permutations for them, based on what the Warriors have already scored in terms of their bonus points, is and all these are dependent on teams losing, and we'll go through all of that now, but they need to pick up wickets. They ideally need to get themselves to a position, and they're not going to take 5 wickets, I don't think, in the next 7 overs, but that would put them in a position which would mean if the Warriors lose, they would just have to draw this game to go above the Warriors.
Oh.
But they would have to take 5 wickets in the next 7 overs to do that.
Oh.
That's not going to happen.
Listen, who would have thought we'll have 2 super overs with South Africa, Afghanistan? Cricket has shown us anything is possible.
That is very true, Eugene.
And there's the first run after the lunch break. Goes to Leon Botha as he continues on, and I'm sure he's eyeing 150 or even more.
Well, he should be. Opportunity knocks, and you don't get that many chances as a first-class cricketer to get to this type of position, 130. He's got it at a good lick, so it means he's got plenty of time to still keep batting.
Don't want to put the markers on him. I'm sure Grant Rulofson has got a double ton. I'm sure
He has.
Gavin Kaplan has got a double ton.
Yep.
And why not Leon Botha?
Yeah, why not indeed? And Kaplan getting a double ton. In fact, the highest for Goldrush Boland in this form of the game. Against the Dragons, 240 he scored last season in the Dragons' Den at JB Marks Oval.
The Dragons' Den? I'm not falling for that chestnut. I'm sorry. That was one of my home grounds, so I've got to protect it. Got to protect it. Unless they call it themselves, and then I'll just go with it.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't. But,
well, this pitch has given us no signs of visible deterioration in the middle of the pitch. Yeah, the ones you can see is where the bowlers sort of have their follow through. But other than that, it's still playing like the National Road that's just behind the side screen there, away in the distance.
yeah, nothing at all on offer here, really, for the bowlers. We haven't seen, from a turn point of view either, Eugene, over the course of the day today, really seen nothing that's saying to us that this pitch is going to help the spin bowlers either. And those patches of rough just too close to the stumps to really come into play.
Well, I said earlier, not earlier, maybe yesterday, You can bowl around the wicket. Caleb Selenka can bowl around the wicket to the right hand and just see how that ball reacts out of that. All those footholds there. You can set the field accordingly, see how the batter plays. You can either kick it away or do whatever he needs to do to protect the stumps. But something out of the norm. As it looks, Mr. Fryer's back, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 47.
Well,
Through they come for a single. And you'll be pleased to know that the man that's going to start off his session is going to use the words, and I quote, "I told you so."
yeah, I think we're certainly going to have that from Rhino, and we'll have that discussion, I'm sure. But,
I'm going to give you first crack at him.
all right.
So
no problem at all.
We'll give him half an hour just to
Yeah,
find his feet.
I think so. We have a bit of a refreshment.
Refreshment.
Yeah.
I think he needs something for the nerves.
Yeah, I think so. So, yeah, certainly from that today. My goodness, South Africa put however many hundreds of thousands or millions of cricket fans in this country through the ringer this morning with that eventual victory over Afghanistan.
I'll tell you one man that wasn't put through the ring, and that's the man that has arrived, because, as I said, he told you so.
He did, yeah, definitely. We had that discussion on day 1.
And two.
And 2, yeah. And we concurred as to where we felt the weak link was lying, and did prove to be the case today from South Africa's point of view. But they did get over the line. That's the most important thing. And getting over the line here in this 4-day series, I've already seen the Lions confirming themselves as a finalist. The question is, who is going to join them? And the permutations there are very interesting at the moment, but they do depend on results going a certain way.
Well, the Warriors are now 121 for 4, a lead of 248. Still time left, a lot of time left, in fact, in that game. And then down the road, Western Province 44 for 1 after losing that very early wicket. They're certainly going at a big click. They're just 21 runs behind the Titans now.
So that could turn out to be quite an interesting game. So just looking at it, I mean, the Warriors are in pole position at the moment, leading by 248, still got 6 wickets in hand. And you would think that it would be unlikely that the Dolphins would be able to score even that 248 in the 4th innings. But stranger things have happened. But as it stands at the moment, with all the points in except for this game, and once this game's points in, we'll know exactly where both these two teams stand in terms of their points tallies. It's pulled away. It's going to split the two fielders on the leg side and down to the boundary for 4. Takes them to 47.
So the question I got to ask is, let's say the Warriors get the draw.
Yep. Then
if there is a result here or Western Province,
yep,
they can sneak in.
No, neither of those two teams. If they get a draw,
if they win.
If they win,
and
so
Warriors draw.
If they win and the Warriors draw, then yes, then the Dragons will get in. If the Warriors draw, and let's just work this out. So, so they will get to 121 points. Will the Dragons, if they, at the moment, with the points that they've got, they get to 121.26, and that will take them ahead of the Warriors if the Warriors draw. So that will put them then into the final with the Lions. If Western Province win and the Warriors draw, Western Province will not be able to make it to the final. So a draw for the Warriors is only going to cost them a place in the final if the Dragons win.
And then that final will be at...
It will be at the Wanderers. If there's a draw at in Durban, then the final will be at the Wanderers, irrespective of what happens in any other game. The Dolphins are already out of contention, even if they win, because they have currently got 97.1 points. 16 points will take them to 113.1, which is 0.36 below where the Warriors will be, even if they lose.
Glad you're here to explain all that. Well done, Cape Fox.
So, yeah, very interesting permutations here.
Well, this is what I was talking about. Why not come around the wicket, bowl it in the rough for a few overs, just to change it up, change the angle. Maybe a batsman will lose a little bit of concentration. It's just the same old, same old.
Yeah, absolutely. Just continuing with his attack over the wicket. Through easily for the single. Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, both the Dragons and Western Province, for that matter, will be looking at this and thinking, okay, if the Warriors lose, then both of those two teams are potentially in contention if they win. So they would have to win the game. But as it stands at the moment, it looks highly unlikely. Anything can happen, but it looks highly unlikely that the Warriors are going to lose that game in Durban.
Well, they're just going to bat themselves into a position where they don't lose, so they can at least make the final.
Yeah. If they win, then they get a home final. So for them, it's
home final.
Yeah.
Or play in a final.
Yeah, exactly. So a draw means they play in a final. No, not necessarily. I mean, a draw will put them into a very strong position unless Northwest win here.
Okay.
But a win, which is what they need, and they will get a home final.
All right. Back to our attention here.
Yeah.
The Dragons still lead by 101. Goldrush Boland still got 6 wickets in hand as Triple Nelson comes on the board, and you know what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
So please get off this because it's rather uncomfortable to sit the way I am.
But, yeah, a couple of sort of records that have been broken between these two teams in this particular match. I'll get to one of those just now.
Oh, that's in the air. And cloth nearly to mid-on. But through they come for that single. Takes him off. Triple Nelson.
Nearly struck the Triple Nelson. Manages to get away with it, Leon Botha. He's now got the third highest score for Goldrush Boland against the Dragons. He's surpassed Stiaan van Zyl, a man who we saw umpiring in that Switch Schools SA20 tournament a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah, and he's an umpire on the up, and it's good to see our former players taking on that mantle.
So, and a record for Goldrush Boland for the 5th wicket against the Dragons. This partnership now that has gone to 124, should I say? 124, breaking the record of 67 between Ngajima and Michael Copeland in Potchefstroom last season.
Here's a name. I wonder how he's doing.
Yeah.
With his move down, I think it was to in the Yatis, wasn't it?
It was, yes, down into Border, and we can have a look at that for you as well. He did move to Border, got, I'm sure, a lot more game time there than he was getting here at Boland Park. Maybe just going back to reset of his game, look to then come through and see if he can get a position in a Div 1 team. Yeah, so once we get to 100 overs here, then we'll know exactly what these teams are going to end on from a bonus point position. All teams in the 4 games, we know what their first innings points will be.
Oh, bit of aggression.
Yeah.
Bit of aggression from the youngster. He's got 2 men out, fine leg and deep backward square. Point man is also on the boundary. That's Alfred Botha, just lurking there, grazing out there. That's a second. That concludes the over. That's 97 gone. We're nearing the end of the bonus points situation, and then the Cape Fox, he will be well and truly working away, and smoke will be coming all over the place here, clouding us here as he's frantically working out the pointage to a decimal.
Yeah, to a .02.
Oh,
That's what they get for every run that is scored. Just talking about Michael Copeland, so it doesn't look like he's had a great batting season in the border. 5 matches, 5 innings, just 46 runs, and 20 his highest score in the season. So we'll have a bit of a look at his bowling for this season. And he's had a bit of a better time with the ball. 10 wickets at 27.4. So perhaps not the kind of season he would have been hoping for with the bat. Certainly, as he felt when he was here, he was more in the team as a batting all-rounder than as a bowling all-rounder. So he would need to be working on that.
well, use of the feet, and just elegantly hit that over mid-off. 1 bounce 4. And that brings up the 50 for the captain, Clyde Reef-Fortuin. 52, coming off 118 deliveries. 6 4s and 2 6s. And the captain really leading from the front here, coming in at 6. And he's put on a really good partnership with Leon Botha.
Yeah, it's been good from Clyde Reef-Fortuin. We do prefer him coming in a bit further down the order, but maybe number 5 is perhaps a better position for him than number 6, but certainly done the job today.
You need to leave early. I need to stay. I'm going to play till 6.
67 overs still remaining in the day's play. I think the over rate seems to be not too shabby.
I don't think we'll have too much overtime today. 106 overs in the day we need to have today, just making up time for those 27 overs lost on day 1. Western Province have suffered a bit of a collapse there at Newlands. 3 down now for 46.
Oh dear.
Which is not good. Daniel Smith out for 23 of 29 deliveries. Joshua van Heerden is still there, 25 off 21. David Bedingham got a first baller caught behind by Moon Sami off Dwan Jansen for a duck. Carl Verena at the crease now. So all to do there. World Sports Betting Western Province. They are not quite ahead yet. In fact, I think they're pretty much even now. 50 for the loss of 3. So still 5 runs behind and they're going to have to build an innings there, Joshua van Heerden and Carl Verena. So that game looking like it may well end in a win for the Titans at the moment. They have certainly got an advantage there.
Oh, they do. Some men need to step up. Another over comes to a completion. That's over number 98. 340 for the loss of 4. .
Well, yes, as you say, big players have to stand up on these occasions. Kyle Verreynne is that player for World Sports Betting Western Province. That's I say experiment, perhaps isn't the right word, but drafting Kashif Joseph in to open the batting in place of Javish and Pillay, and this instance not working the way that they would have wanted, World Sports Betting Western Province, but good to give the young man an opportunity at the top of the order.
Yeah, and that's something that Rory has really backed his youngsters. They need to find something that clicks there.
Yeah.
I know Eddie Moore has been doing it for a number of seasons. Not playing in this one, didn't play in the last one either.
No.
So a lot for them to think about heading towards the white ball competition in a few weeks' time. As Fryer continuing. Oh, that is pulled away with absolute ease. That's going to go all the way on to the bank for horns. That's a beautiful shot for Maximum.
Oh, that's his third maximum. He just picked this up, picked the length so quickly, and he's into position, and that has gone a fair mile onto the bank. I hope it hasn't gone into that area where those tanks are. We saw that happen yesterday. Couldn't retrieve the ball from behind there.
Well, I think it has.
I think it has as well.
I think this one has. And I'm glad the man is sitting down because they're reverting now to the 4-5 leg side field, and it looks like it could be a few short balls, a few barrage at the body. But there's a few men looking for a ball. I hope they play golf because that's the only way you're going to find that ball.
Oh, it's the wrong colour though. That's the thing.
Doesn't matter. Well, they come in all sorts of colours
they
now,
do.
golf balls.
That's actually true. That is very true. Yeah. It's, high visibility ones. I think they have found it. It's like Jade de Klerk is tossing it back onto the field. All happening very quickly here.
No, it does. It's just, yeah. Well, I'm glad that he's going at the pace that it is.
Yeah.
And that will give you enough time to answer as many questions
Yes.
as you like.
Yeah. I'm waiting for those questions to be asked. I've already prepared my formative list of answers. So
Maybe we should ask him because we've had a good chat about it. Where all these sayings, cricket sayings, has come.
yeah.
Maybe he can give us his thoughts on it as well. Because he's the one. He's the one that made the Jaffa comment.
There we go.
In Afrikaans.
There we go.
He's still
That's a good
waiting
one.
for the Afrikaans word for that.
Yes.
The
yeah,
peach
right.
of a delivery.
Peach of a
that
delivery.
was one of them.
I don't know what you would call it in Afrikaans. A peach of a delivery.
Persker van 'n
Pers. Yeah. Okay.
van 'n aflewering.
Perske.
Van 'n aflewering.
Perske van 'n aflewering.
dear.
Okay. Very good.
And
Used
what,
to-
and what I'm going to do, sorry,
Sorry.
James, what I'm going to do, as soon as I vacate my seat, I'm going to switch on the aircon because I think steam's going to come off the big fella's head after he gets into his talking about how he saw things develop.
I would really. I'm waiting to go through every delivery of that 20th over.
You're going to start there. You're not just nudging him into it. You're
No,
not
not at all.
progressing it. You're just going straight for it.
I mean, maybe I could go to the power play, the initial opening power play, and
That's no fun.
I
I
think-
think start the 20th over.
yeah,
That's
I think
good.
we'll start the 20th over. I think that's enough. I mean, it's certainly more than enough. That will be.
I reckon you're going to ask him about that, put the mic down, and he will keep going for the duration.
Give me a bit of a break.
No ball. Beautifully driven. As Alfred Matau, he has been grazing out there for a long time, keeps it onto one. But it's 2 runs, in fact, with the no ball.
It's something that young Cully Fryer is going to need to learn at a very young age. That overstepping the front line is not a recipe for success. Yeah.
As I said, if you look at that, it seems to have been a problem for Rabada this whole season.
Definitely, yeah.
He's bowled a number of no-balls. I would love to know what the stat is, amount of no-balls he's bowled this year,
Yeah.
compared to any other. And in fact, just go by the SA20 alone.
I can probably find out how many no balls he bowled in the SA20 just by can look at Cricket Info maybe, and ask Cricket Info. See if I can get that. That's another one coming around the wicket this time with the chin music to Leon Botha. So let's see if
you're gonna get it there for us, James.
I'm going to try my best here on this new thing here and see if I can get that in. Okay, so they haven't got at this stage. They've only got it in all T20s, but I can just try and see what we can do. I can get his no ball stats from men's T20 eyes probably.
Down the leg side with a little bit of heat.
I unfortunately don't have the opportunity of getting the, well, let me try this.
Was that Botha's debut 100?
So according to this, for the SA20 this season, 5 no balls in the SA20 this season for Kagiso Rabada.
And he's played 4 games, I think.
He didn't play the first 2, so he played in all the rest. So he played in 8 games. In 3 of the matches he bowled no balls, and there were 5 no balls in total in the SA20. But there is an argument that says 1 no ball is 1 too many.
That's an unwritten rule, or written rule it should be. But even if you look at whenever we played international cricket this season, I can recall Rabada struggling getting something behind that line.
So let's see what his career record is in terms of no balls in T20 internationals. And we can look at this across his entire career. He's bowled 18 no balls across his T20 international career. According to this, it's cost 29 runs in total. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but that's what I have here.
I know there were talks about changing that law as well, in taking the front line out of it and then reverting back to the back line.
Oh, interesting.
They were talking about that. I'm not one for that, because
how are you going to, measurement of that back line makes it much more difficult for the umpire anyway, I would think. Especially if you take it, I mean, if you've got technology, then yes, maybe that's okay. But I think as they go to 350, Eugene.
Yeah, in the 100th over. That's another full bonus point for Goldrush Boland. We now know that there's only 4 balls left, and all that Dragons can do is just get one more wicket for a solitary point yet again for their bowling. Well, that is put away. That got what it deserved. That's a massive hit. Yeah. 1 bounce 4.
He's not going to miss out. The man on 134. You get one of those, and the shoulders, well, they dropped a long time ago for the Dragons, and they just continued to do that in the heat at Boland Park. Goldrush Boland started off with a good opening partnership of 96. A bit of a stutter there until they got to 140. Then a good 71 between Van Briesies and Botha, dominated by Botha. Now this partnership, which has grown to 143.
Yeah, just back on that no ball, I don't think they should revert back to it, because some bowlers have got the biggest strides and everything. So for me, I like where it is with the front line or the popping crease, have something behind it.
Yeah, I think it's a much better. It's certainly it's easier to manage. I mean, particularly where you don't have technology in place, and that is in 99% of or whatever of all cricket. I mean, they are going to, I'm sure, as technology gets better, they'll be looking at that no ball and looking at making it automatic or however they do that. They do that in tennis and football as well. I'm sure there are ways that they can work with that and get to improve that technology at the highest level. I was very happy to see they were using the review system yesterday for the ladies, which they didn't have for that series against Ireland. The end of the Seleka over. It's Eugene's going to leave me, and Jeremy will be moving in to the hot seat. And that is the end of the bonus points as well for this round of the 4-day competition, and the 100 overs, 355 for the loss of 4. So just, Jeremy, a solitary bonus point for bowling for the Northwest Dragons, and that is not at all what the doctor ordered for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely not. As we said, we spoke about opportunities. I think they've just missed their opportunities. And it started yesterday with their batting. It showed no intent. It showed no guts and fighting power. Well, there was 100 but I'm just talking in terms of the log and the competition.
Yeah.
And this is a hard ground to come and think you're going to win easily. Yeah, you don't do that if you're not going to cut your work out and do your hard yards. Yeah. I tell you what, the way they're bowling, you can see there's tired feet out there, and they could be even on the field till half of the day tomorrow. I mean, Boland know that they want to get that deficit down, and Leon Botha, who got his debut 100 today, wants to make sure that he could get a 200. Why not? Reef-Fortuin get 100. He's in good nick. He's looked good.
Yeah, very good opportunity for both of these players to get to milestones. We were chatting a bit earlier on with Eugene about Clyde, and
he strangled him.
well, can you believe it? Just down the leg side and maybe off the face of the bat, and it is Botha that has to make his way for a very well played 139, and they get the fifth wicket, but only after the 100th over. Leon Botha, what an innings from him.
Yeah, he gets handshakes all round. It was a good knock of 139. Well deserved as well. He came in where Boland was nearly starting to wobble a little bit, but he was magnificent in the way he played, the way he went around his business, and even Reef-Fortuin this morning were absolutely superb.
Yes, partnership of 144 between those two, 139 for Leon Botha, and off 189 deliveries, so at a good rate as well. And Ruben Herman there behind the stumps, taking that catch off the bowling of Kali Fryer, and no doubt he is excited. His first wicket in this match, to go with the couple that he took in that match last week against the Warriors. So finally getting the breakthrough after they've put on a very good partnership, getting them to within 80 of the men from the Dragons.
Yeah, there's been a good fight back, hasn't it been? And it's been good to see. They've been batting at 3.5 and over throughout the innings, which is it's a good rate. It's not a bad rate at all when you're batting at 3.5 to 4. But if Boland can get close to their total, you never know what can happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still a full day and a half left, yeah?
And there's still something in it here for the men from the Dragons. They end up now with having, if you add on the 6.2 bonus points, they got 5.1 for batting, and then it was the just the 1. 5.2 for batting and just the 1 for bowling. So 6.2 it was. Boland ending up with 7.1 bonus points, 5.1 for batting and 2 for bowling.
Yeah, so if the Warriors win, do they move to the top?
Yeah,
Or can
the
they
Warriors,
go, because everything that I just read through all these things,
Yeah.
even on our app, that everybody's just so confused, and they confuse me as well.
Yep,
So I just want to know what is James, and I'm going to go on your cue.
right, so let me give you
Yeah.
the story here. I'm just going to put in Goldrush Boland's numbers onto my sheet here, as they now move to 91.80 points. And another wicket has gone down here, caught behind once again. So 1 has brought 2. Cully Fryer's got his second. And now Sean van Berg has to make his way back. So 5 and 6 go down in quick succession.
Yeah, he's gone for naught. Sean van Berg is normally a man that can stick around. He's used to making 50s and all that, but today it was not going to be. As let's just have a look at this delivery again from Fryer. Yeah, that's just a loose stroke. Yeah. No feet movement. Just hanging a lazy bat out there. And Van Berg has to depart for naught. So, 355 for 6 now.
Well, this does make it quite a bit more interesting. Certainly for the men from Northwest. As Keith Dudgeon is going to make his way out to the middle. And so let's go through those permutations, Jeremy.
Yeah.
If the Warriors win, then they will top the log and they will have a home final.
Okay.
If they draw, then there is still a chance. If they draw that game, there is still a chance for the Dragons to overtake them if they win here. So they will move to, if the Dragons win and the Warriors draw, Warriors will move to 119.46 points, and the Dragons will move to 121.26 points if they win this match here. So that is a possibility. If the Warriors lose and the Dragons draw the game, they can't surpass the Dragons, the Warriors, and neither can Western Province. So Western Province not looking in a strong position there. Western Province would have to win, and the Warriors would have to lose for them to stand any chance of getting into the final. The Dolphins are out of the equation now. They can't surpass the Warriors. They would end up short of what the Warriors have, even if the Warriors lose. But that game in Durban looking like it is certainly going the way of the Warriors, but you never know. That Warriors leading there by 278 runs. Good hand being played there by Matthew Bretsky for the men from Kobeja. 58 not out, and JP King with him on 38. So it looks like it's one that would pitched outside leg stump, I'm sure. So it's still a lot for the men from Potchefstroom to play for. If they can knock over these last 4 wickets and get a first innings lead, they'll feel that they could potentially come back, score some quick runs, put Boland under pressure.
Oh, they've got nothing to lose as well, so might as well try and do that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
absolutely.
what I would do, and says, right, there's plenty of time left. Let's get a lead of 50 or whatever if we can get them out. And, oh dear. It's gone for 4. And then see what happens.
Yeah.
You never know.
Well, that's the thing. You've got to give yourself a chance. And I mean, the game this morning was just meandering along. This partnership had grown. They got a wicket in the first over. Van Briese's caught off the second ball of the day, and then Boland dominated the rest of the session. And they went into lunch and without losing a wicket, they've come back after lunch. Just that strangle down the leg side has perhaps given them a little bit of an opportunity as the men from Northwest. So if they can just press home that advantage now and get a bit of a lead, Boland will be thinking they need to just keep batting as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, that will be the idea, and make sure that they try and bat and just take time, because time is going to be a factor for them, and bat out a little time and say, right, all right, you guys want to win this game, you make the play. Caleb Seleka, he's got his 3 for 83 in his 26.
It's more of the same you sense here from Goldrush Boland. So, Jeremy, what was the atmosphere like in the studio this morning for that double super over? I can tell you here there was
Pandemonium.
Yeah, pandemonium here next door to us as well. They were watching on their feed, was about, I think, 20 seconds ahead of what we were seeing on our side. So we're getting the reactions as it went along. But as we were chatting the last 2 days, felt that South Africa's Achilles heel is the bowling, and certainly from a fast bowling point of view, have had some challenges.
Yeah, see, that just fell short of the slip. Well, they've got major challenges. I can't see, with all due respect, South Africa win a World Cup with that bowling attack, bowling the way it does. There is just no ways. Sorry, you came across, and I know Afghanistan, they've really improved. They were absolutely magnificent. Listen, take a bow. They were brilliant. There's no doubt about it. But do you think South Africa with that bowling attack is going to beat Australia, New Zealand, India, or even England?
Yeah.
No. He's got it.
Yep. Bowled him. He went back, which he certainly should not have been doing. So that kind of thing. We've seen too many batters be out to the spinners playing back. And Keith Dudgeon makes his way. And this has been disappointing from the lower order of Goldrush Boland so far. And so another wicket falls, 360 now for 7. It's been bang, bang, bang for the Dragons.
Oh, what a period it's been here after lunch, as far as the Dragons are concerned. And they know they're in it now. Now, I'm telling you, if we don't get our lens right or whatever, except for Ngidi. I mean, Ngidi take a bow. He was outstanding. There's no doubt about it. But the rest of that bowling attack, and then you got your premier bowler in the world with all the no balls. I mean, it was South Africa's to lose today.
Yeah.
So, and if you're winning against opposition like that, just about a better team, they're not gonna have that happening to them. I'm sorry. So it's not like rugby where we thought, right, this World Cup we won by a point, scrapped hard. Yeah, you got to scrap. Yeah. But gee, was the way we're scrapping our way to the scrapyard one of the days. Or to the scrapyard, if we don't improve on our batting is outstanding, but the bowling needs to improve soon, and there's not much time in this World Cup.
No, you don't have time to make those adjustments during a World Cup. We felt, and they went into the World Cup, perhaps that the bowling lineup was missing another player of the ilk of Lungi Ngidi, Neil Bartman, who you need to have those changes of pace. You need to have the deception. And we saw that today. Lungi Ngidi brilliant in the normal 20 overs. Suffered a bit in that first power play. But South Africa, the batters getting them over the line once again in those super overs.
Yeah, that was superb in that. But who'd have thought that you'd have had 3-6 off Cash? I thought the move, 24, to bring Keshav Maharaj into the attack. I said, good move. Yeah. Keith Lane, our statistician, just sent a question mark to say, what? I said, well, it's a good move. We won the game. He got the wicket. But my goodness me, didn't that
Good buzz. Yeah.
Gurbaz, my word. I mean, 3 sixes and you thought, well, no. It
Yeah.
can't be a third super over or it can't be another. Yeah, and South Africa, well, they got over the line. Well, they'll be relieved. I'm sure they're exhausted.
Yeah. Sneaked over the line, absolutely. And that 20th over, the first delivery, and everybody thought it was all over, and it wasn't to be. So, but they go on and would be favoured now to get into those Super 8s.
Yeah, definitely. I think so.
And as you say, I think we're going to have some soul searching to do after today's performance.
Yeah, and I think they play New Zealand also in Ahmedabad.
They do.
Before they play, and I think they play the UAE in Delhi.
That's correct, yeah.
So you'd also have, now they've been fortunate because they know the conditions and what in Ahmedabad. They know what to expect. New Zealand, I mean, they were just yesterday in another mood. I mean, they just went for the jugular. Bang, 10 wicket, here we come, go.
Yeah.
And they just showed how strong they are and come to World Cups.
Incredible performance from them, wasn't it? Finn Allen and Tim Seifert were absolutely devastating yesterday. So South Africa, New Zealand, that game on Saturday, and it's a night game, and 3:30 p.m. game at Ahmedabad. That's going to be, you feel, if the results go the way we would expect them to go, that will be the game that should determine who wins the group in Group D. With both teams having defeated Afghanistan, there is the potential banana peel of the UAE to come for South Africa.
But how good has Afghanistan got? I mean,
yeah.
we all focus now. So I just think, I mean, shame. I felt for them. They were heads down, but they just put up a performance that, and we knew it was going to happen. We all said it. Difficult game for South Africa. Wait. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Baron. Kali Fryer. It's amazing what 2 wickets can do for you, isn't it? He's just got a
tail up,
a little bit more pace that he's coming through with. That's excellent from him. 361 for 7. It looks a different game to 355 for 4, doesn't it?
I would have, and I said it also. Rabada,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have taken him to the World Cup T20. I'm sorry. I think I would have said, all right, if the team wins, you share in the winnings, you share. But we want to keep you in shape because I think Test cricket, Rabada is still our asset. And said, listen, we got 3 grueling tours. We got Bangladesh, Australia, England, the end of the year. We're not sending you to the T20 World Cup. And I mean, it's time to move on because next year for sure, come T20s, is he still going to play for South Africa? We don't know.
No.
So I'd rather have had him fresh, rested, and I'd have said to him, you can go to the IPL, but you can't play the whole tournament. And pay him because that's what you got to do. That's professional cricket. But you got to keep him then in shape and ready for come the tour at the end of the year because we're going to need him against England and Australia.
Definitely.
And then we need him to be at his best.
Yeah. So South Africa sitting in a very favourable position in terms of the World Test Championship table. So you want to keep that momentum going and can't afford to any slip-ups in chasing that next WTC final potentially.
Does it make sense to you, or do you think because people are saying, well, they disagree, and I mean it's people's opinion. I'm just thinking of the longevity of a Rabada.
Yeah.
That is what I'm thinking about.
Well, we know he got injured, didn't play in the India series, came back. He certainly in the SA20 didn't look at his best. He was, his economy rate didn't pick up as many wickets as he would have expected to. I think he went for something like 9.5 to 10 economy rate. Not what you would expect from him. So for me, I think it's give him a chance now to recover. Give him a chance to work on it. His rhythm, yes, maybe he does need to play to have that, but is the T20 format the right format for him from that point of view to be able to get his strength to play in those series against Australia, Bangladesh, then England. I think it will be very good to have him fresh, rested, ready to fire against Australia with the first team touring here next season.
Yeah, and I just think back to Alan Donald. I mean, for 12 seasons, Alan Donald was injury-free, never got injured. World Cup 2003, I think, was just that bridge too far because, he started getting injured, he started breaking down, and he was never the same again. I mean, he's just a prime athlete, to say the least. So it's all about management and how you manage your especially fast bowlers. And Rabada's at that stage where he's starting to get injured.
Yeah.
So, it's dangerous signs if you don't manage him properly.
As you say, once you get over that age of 30, 31.
Yeah, as a fast bowler. Oopsie, is that a wicket? Yes. Gone. Fortuin, is that him? Yeah, he's gone now. The 8th wicket down. And suddenly, whoa, yeah, Boland Park, it's all happening.
Well, that's the set man. Clyde Reef-Fortuin, Caleb Saleka gets a fifer. Excellent from him. Just playing back, and why he's playing back, I really don't know, to a delivery like that. And that's been the demise of many a batter in both of these innings, just playing back and gets the edge. Well taken at slip once again. That's Mikael Prince once again who takes the catch. And so, after being 355 for 4, it's 361 for 8. And once again, we're seeing a disastrous collapse from the lower order, middle to lower order of Goldrush Boland. We've seen this playbook before, Jeremy.
Yeah, indeed, we've seen this playbook. It's happening, and it's happening quick. Was that Mikael Prince or was it Forrester?
I'm not sure. Need to have a look at it. It could well have been Forrester. I know Prince has been in at slip, but it may well have been Forrester. We'll just ask for that replay to come through. I'll have a look and see. Perhaps on the scorecard here. But 361 for the loss of 8.
It did look to me like Forrester there in that slip position. Could be wrong.
You may well be right. It is Deon Forrester standing there. Does look like it. Let's see who it is. Oh, Rowan de Swart actually looks like he's standing there at first slip. So it probably was de Swart. He was in there at slip at the moment. So caught by de Swart off the bowling of Saleka. And Jeremy, you've done very well coming in here. Your bowling spell.
Well, I had to brighten up your day. I mean, I know you all were like gloomy in here. I mean, I had excitement this morning in studio doing Afrikaans commentary. And I had to bring some excitement. We need some life. We need to go in here day 4. Whoever wins or loses here, we need a bit of drama.
Well, there we go. And you brought the drama for us, so thank you very much. We really appreciate that. 4 wickets in our spell here.
Oh, yes, gone! Got him back foot. Good night, goodbye, God bless. 9th wicket down. And things are falling apart here. Caleb Saleka gets his 6th. Wow.
And he's on a hat-trick as well. Got the wickets of Reef-Fortuin and Steerman. I don't know what he was thinking there. And that is an easy decision for umpire Andre Olivier. Goldrush Boland have fallen apart. They've lost now 5 wickets for just 6 runs. What a collapse this is.
Maybe the game needs this.
Yeah, I think probably it does. Put a bit of spice into it. Northwest will have to come out and get some quick runs to see if they can't get a big lead and put Boland back in and see if tomorrow they can force a victory. They're going to be keeping one eye on that game in Durban and probably on the weather in Durban as Siamahima comes to the crease. The only thing for the men from Northwest is that this collapse happened too late for them to have any impact on their bonus points. 100 overs and 2 balls was when the 5th wicket fell. Leon Boards strangled down the leg side And that's precipitated a massive collapse in the space of 3 overs. They've lost 5 wickets.
Now see Mahima here now. The man with the disco lights. He's in. And with work to do for these two, or is it just a matter of time when this wicket falls?
Yeah,
We're into 10 and 11 now. So what has Seleka got up his sleeve?
Well, this has the potential to be a first-class hat-trick for Caleb Seleka. He's going to get probably very few better opportunities than this. Bowling to number 11, Sia Mahima. It all depends how Mahima's going to play this year. And Stearman going for the big heave-ho first ball.
Now the deficit's 73. It's handy on this wicket.
I'd have a couple of men in around the bat as well. Put a man at silly mid-off. Under the lid. Catching, he's got the second slip, but... Yeah.
Oh, and then he just bowls it slow one. Should have hung it out there.
Yeah.
Give it the old lollipop. The old Lefty Adams.
That's right. Sia would have, I'm sure he wouldn't have been able to resist that. It's a 6 for Caleb Seleka. Have to have a look at his best bowling figures now. Not a man with a huge amount of bowling experience. His best, in fact, is 3 for 35. So this is his first ever 5-wicket haul. And only in his 9th first-class match. So well done to him. It's been a week of records in the CSA 4-day series.
And it's been exciting. And that's good for cricket. Especially around the country. Everybody is with keen interest looking at what's happening elsewhere. In South Africa, Lions have won. Tuskers are out of it. They'll be demoted down the line.
Yeah.
The Knights come up. That's exciting stuff for the Bloemfontein outfit. So it's all happening. And then it's a spot of where the final's going to be.
Yeah, and whether, in fact, the weather may play a role in Durban. Just knowing how important this match is now for Northwestern, the victory.
I believe the weather's been fantastic there.
It has, but is it going to hold? I wonder whether tomorrow...
I'll give it to you now, whether the weather's going to hold there or not.
I'm sure they'll be keeping an eye on that. Will the Warriors? They currently lead in the second session as well by 306.
Well, I got news for you. It's 30 degrees
Yeah,
with a 0.7% chance of rain.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Okay, well that's...
Thursday. It's humid. It's hot. It's
Okay.
29. It's 32 there today.
Okay, wow.
So, yeah.
Well, that's good news if you're a Warriors fan. Giovanni Baron is not going to hang around here either. He's going to go for his shots, and he might as well. He might as well have a bit of a go here. And this has been very disappointing from the lower order of Goldrush Boland. They're certainly in a rush at Northwest to get these last few wickets. Now, isn't cricket an amazing game? I mean, absolutely nothing happening out there. Leon Botha on 139. Clyde Reef-Fortuin had gone to yet another 50, his 21st. And a maiden century for Botha. And then just a strangle down the leg side precipitates this collapse. Looked like Goldrush Boland for all money were going to go and get a lead. And now they're staring a deficit in the face.
One down to fine leg. There was a man here short in. And shots of catch it just went over his head. But Fryer has come steaming in now. These 2 wickets thus far.
So putting yourself in Robin Peterson's and Senran Mutasami's shoes there up in Durban. Jeremy, they lead currently by 306. It's neatly played. That's going to be a boundary.
Yeah, indeed, that's just not good enough. Too straight, it just got into line and helped it on its way. Well, I'll go, not where we now. It's 10-2.
Yeah, so they're about halfway through, just a bit more than halfway through the second session in Durban.
I would say, right. Let's try and get, what's the lead you said?
306.
306.
Yeah.
Let's get to 380, 370.
Yeah.
Declare with an hour's play left tonight. Give my bowlers an hour, and you say to your quickies, right, have a go with them, and you pick up 1 or 2 tonight. Suddenly in the pound seats on the 4th day.
Oh, it might be taken. No, just out of short.
Oh, it's a cheeky shot, isn't it?
That's the Sherwood Forest ramp. That one. Sia Mahima. Eugene always calls him the man from Sherwood Forest because of his celebrations with the bow and arrow. So I'm with you there. I think they're going to need to bowl at them tonight. You want to set them, probably 400 is, 400, somewhere around there, as you say, 380, 400.
Yeah, play shots. You know how much more runs you're going to get? You want to decrease that deficit? Not going to be there until Easter, so you might as well do the job now.
Exactly. Giovanna Baron, we know he can bat a little bit. See Mahima as well in the club tournaments we have here. It's a very different proposition, obviously, but our men that can play their shots. Giovanna Baron, he'll be quite keen to try and get a few runs here, I'm sure. Caleb Seleka already with his best ever first-class figures. He'll be looking maybe at a 7-wicket haul here.
Now that would make his day.
I'm going to try and see if I can later on today maybe have a look and see with Vian Mulder's performance there at the Wanderers, picking up, I think it was 12 in the match and getting a 100. Must be a long time since we've had that in South African first-class cricket.
Yeah. So, Foxy, how was your barbecue last night?
Oh, it was lovely. We had some friends around and visited my daughters out from Germany, I said, and they were coming to see her. So we had a couple of sets of friends around and of hers and family friends. So it was lovely. Put the Brian, she made a lovely beer bread, which we put into our loaf pot. Put the coals on and around. So that turned out absolutely beautiful, and some nice salads, and did some very nice rump steak on the braai with some boerewors, and it was stunning evening had by everybody.
Plenty of white wine and red wine, Foxy, or Scotch?
Yeah, so no, red and white wine. So I had the red wine. My wife and friends had some white wine and a couple of Vintuk drafts there as well for the men. So it was really nice. Yeah, some, as you said, the.
Well, you do look fresh for a man that's drunk red wine last night.
I had to be very
cautious.
Cautious, yes, I had to be cautious. So,
your name's not Rhino.
I was thinking I must. I need to make sure I'm at my best today, as you never know what can happen in this game. So you've arrived and taken a ton of wickets here, 5 wickets, so made it very exciting.
Yeah, certainly is, and I just hope it livens up the game a bit now, because It was looking rather a bit as if it's not going anywhere, but Caleb Seleka has certainly awoken things here, and 368 for 9 as the Fox now departs, and he's going to have a welcome break, which he probably needs after being on air for a long day. It does become a long day, doesn't it? 4-day cricket we all enjoy. I've been going since 5 o'clock this morning. And the big man steps in next to me as I will offer him a nice date.
Oh, thank you. Oh, these are quality stuff. This is a peace offering for all the carnage that you've just brought to Boland Park. Things were going just quietly along, meandering, as they say, people enjoying the sunshine, and then all of a sudden the big rhino appears and wickets are plenty. But let me start by a very good afternoon to you, sir.
By time, good afternoon to you too.
I tell you what, you just bring excitement wherever you are. Would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that studio from over 20 onwards.
Yeah, what a day.
I'm going to have to ask you, when you saw it was 24 in the second super over, and you realized that there were 2 dot balls, and you realized that all the remaining balls needed to get out the ground, were you sitting back or were you sitting forward? Or
I was saying to Louis Wilkinson on air, well, I think we've got this one. My word, we had to wait until the last ball for that wicket to fall. No, I just thought it was outstanding.
they can be a dangerous side. They've got good batters. I think they've got good bowlers for their conditions as well, where they're playing. And yeah, I don't want to say you've said it before on day 1, day 2, but you just need to come up, we as in South Africa, just need to come up with a way to bowl in that 20 overs.
Yeah.
People were missing their length by a country mile.
And as this World Cup continues, whichever grounds they play on, the wickets are not going to get easier.
You can get away with it in South Africa. You can get away with it in Australia because the grounds are bigger. Subcontinent grounds, they're not overly big. And the ball disappears, I don't say 5, 6 rows back, they disappear sections of the stadium back. It just flies there. But it was probably a good, enjoyable spectacle for the spectator, that game. But all of a sudden, things have radically changed here from the last time I spoke to you on air. It was 4 down. 326 for 4. In stepped the Rhino after a half an hour break, and all sorts of carnage going on. But it needed this. I'll agree to you. I'll agree that with you.
It's in the air. It's going to fall safe. We'll get the run. Where did that pop from? What does the umpire says? That's a leg by.
It's just going to be a test. You can see, yeah, it's going to be the concussion test.
Well, they're very strict with that these days. Once you get sconned on the pot, you have to do the tests. We saw what happened to one of the Australian cricketers. Full use it was, and that was just freak accident. But anyway, yeah, it's so sad The player had to die in that vein. But
Well, it looks
Yeah.
like they'll take drinks as well at the same time. It's a good time to do that. Where Goldrush Boland have progressed to 372 for 9. They've lost 5 very, very quick wickets here. And still find themselves trailing by 62 runs. We're going to take a short break. Join us when we come back for the resumption of this session.
And 434, that's what the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons got. 372 for 9 now. They still trail by 62 runs. That's the deficit. But they get a wicket now. They know they can get stuck in batting. They'll also probably be looking at the log and seeing, well, if we pull this one off here, suddenly we could find ourselves in a final. Whether it's at the Wanderers, whether it's at St. George's Park. That'll be interesting. And Boland will just want to be keeping them at bay. Well, victories can go. If Boland come in and they bowl Northwest out for a little, they can come in and say, all right, we got to shout at this and then play them right out of the equation.
Yeah, that's right. But they wanted to finish us off very quickly. But it comes back to that first session yesterday, where I felt the Dragons should have increased that run rate, increased their scoring rate. That 62 could have still been about 120 by now, or maybe even more. And yet again, looks like Goldrush Boland's going to be unraveled here in one session. Something that has happened before over the last 2 seasons when we've been doing or covering them here. And that's the beauty of 4-day cricket. You just got to stay in the fight
Yeah, and once the chance comes, you got to take it with both hands. And then you know, right, we're in here. And sometimes that's where you got to sometimes just make things happen. Don't wait for things to happen. Make it happen. You get one, you can always get a second wicket. There's always opportunities.
Like the red buses, in London.
Yeah.
You're looking for 1, 5 comes along.
Piccadilly. Lords, please.
Know that all too well. What a place.
Pulled away. Man on the boundary. And just cut it off. Just the single. It's amazing here. You're in Cape Town. It's very overcast in the city. You come out here and you see the clouds, blue skies. No rain forecast. Oh, there's a swing. Mahima. He's on 6.
Yeah, it was overcast here as well, a little bit. But Cape Town had that mizzle. It's what that big rock does. Closer you are to that rock, mizzle just hangs around.
Well, play started late also at Newlands this morning.
That's correct.
There's a bit of a drizzle. If you're under that mountain, you'll always have a drizzle.
What was the traffic like this morning when you drove in, ventured in at 5 or 6 o'clock?
No, it was a breeze into town. Breeze there to the stadium. Absolute breeze.
Sonas tomorrow. Close the road there.
Yeah, thank goodness I don't have to go there tomorrow.
What would you have done then? Overnight?
Yeah. Well, coming on the N1, I just saw a convoy of lights pass by, and I think there must be some ministers or people coming to Sona for tomorrow. There was like probably about 7 to 10 black cars, cops, blue lights, and they're on their way to town.
Yeah, I just got to work out my schedule tomorrow, how I'm going to go. Heading in that direction. Might have to go the scenic route tomorrow.
Well, you won't be in trouble. Oh, yeah, no, you won't. What time does Sona start?
They close the road from the afternoon sometime, I think, is what I'm told.
I just know that the M3 is closed from 5:45.
Inbound.
Yeah.
I can still go out, but it's the amount of traffic that's going to go that direction. Anyway, Mutua. He's done a job. He's gone under 3 and over. I'll tell you one thing, Sia Mahima is going to try and stay out there for as long as he possibly can. He's thinking, if I'm out, I've got to come in the field.
And bowl. So if I can prolong this batting knock, what a pleasure. I don't rate you.
How would you describe this action? I haven't really seen this fella live too often. You probably have.
Yeah, he's been an honest cricketer for many years, though. Just going about his business. Played at the Warriors, played at the Titans. Now here with Northwest. Suppose he's coming into the twilight of his career. Yeah, he just falls away, eh? The feet and arms going everywhere. But his direction's good.
It's direction, line, length. Yeah, it's there. Probably in the white ball format, it's got more skills, slow balls, variations, etc. Hails from Hammanskraal.
Yeah, that's there in the north. And that's where it all started for him, from Hammanskraal to the Titans. Yeah, he's 36 now, so probably 36 for a medium-pace bowler. Even at this age now, you start saying, oh, getting up in the morning to get to the ground is already a problem in your 30s. Bones start aching.
It's a recovery. It's the recovery period.
Swing and a miss from Mahima. And you say to yourself eventually, right, all right, enough of this now. Get out of here. Some players just, well, the sad part for some of them, they've got to be shifted to retirement because they don't know when to leave. I'll hang on another year. Sometimes you hear the dreaded answer from the CEO, sorry, we're not renewing your contract for next season.
Those are honest chats.
Yeah, no, you've got to be honest.
You've got to have honest chats.
And I think that chat needs to be had. Get a couple of runs here, not at the end of the season. I think you also got to give guys with the right psychological help early on to say, listen, we're giving you one more year, and after that, we're not renewing. So that you have time in that year to plan, either to go and study further, or you must find a job. Because some people do find it hard to get away from the game. Some find it easier because they know what they're going to do. But when there's uncertainty in your career, that's where the uncertainty lies, that you're not sure, do I have a job for next year? And it's sometimes a very difficult thing to tell a player and be honest, but you have to be, so that he prepares himself for that.
Yeah, you've got to be that. I think the point you make there that I like you saying is give the player ample time that if he's not in the plans going forward, that he can make other plans as well, whatever that is, whether it is at the province that he's at or elsewhere. Don't do it, right, season finishes 31st of March, whatever, right, 30th you walk in, say, listen, sorry mate, you're not doing anything.
Yeah,
I think that's not fair on the player.
Yeah, it's not fair.
And that has something that, from a personal perspective, happened to me. And it's not easy. And you're trying to run around, Rob, what's your next step?
Yeah. And that's the honest chats that you got to have beforehand. Because I think then players respect you more. They know, unless you're going to have an exceptional season and you have a rethink about his contract. But that's where the Aussies do it so well. They have done it so well over the years in terms of their international players.
Yeah, I know that SACA's there now, the Cricket Association. They're also trying their best to look after players as well. And assist players, I should say.
Yeah, but players must also use those opportunities, because there's a lot of opportunities in SACA for guys to study. And my big thing is, that, if you take a youngster on at a union, I would say, listen, pal, you're not going to come here and just faff around. You're going to get your studies done. And then you get SACA involved, as they are with the unions, and Andrew Brzezinski and co there, they're quite very good at that in assisting players and all that. So it's important that from that perspective, it's not just playing cricket. There are a lot of things around it to help you, especially young, uncertain cricketers. And sometimes you've got to be the father figure and just say, hey, mate, this is what you got to do. And especially if something happens, they get injured, where you can't play anymore, you can get a terrible knee injury, you're gone, at least. Well, that's pulled away. That'll be running away for 4. He got into line very quickly there, Giovanna Baron, and dispatched that beautifully. So, and it has a mental effect on players. So you got to, those are the honest chats you got to have and the honest help. You got to be also, when you're at an organization or a union, it's not just about winning trophies. I always say, you look after the controllables, and the trophy cabinet will look after itself. Happy camp, happy players, happy staff, happy environment.
Yeah.
And suddenly the environment is good, clean. And sometimes you got to make the tough decisions. If there's bad apples, you got to say, hey, you either get into line or you're out of here.
Or just say, listen, from a playing perspective, this is where we feel you short of. You can either work on that and we'll look at you within, or unfortunately, we're not going to renew it. We're going to let you go, or you can search elsewhere. But as I said, it's got to be honest. And the thing you said there as well is we just become more into the game over the last year. And I only know this because I did the USA tournament not so long ago in Stellenbosch, that colleges like ETA are providing online services for players, and they are coming through. And you know what the reward for that is? They can play in the USA tournaments.
Yeah.
They can then get another platform where they can sort of showcase young players coming through, showcase their talent, where there's potentially in future USA teams that's going to be selected yet again.
Yeah, and the big things that one has learned through your experience of managing teams that will be 4 and being involved is that don't take for granted. I realized how sometimes immature and not mentally ready yet some of the players were. I don't mean immature that they're stupid or anything, nothing of that sort. Immature of life. And that is where you then got to take them under your wing and help and guide them. Because it's your job as a manager to do it and to make sure, as I said, environment, coaches worry about, because they're worried about, gee, do I have a job for next year? So the job that they have to do is to coach and make sure that the player becomes a better person. But it's an edge there. It's for where first slip would have been, he's moved to second slip. There's a second slip and a third slip, and it's been right between the keeper and first slip for 4.
Oh, Botha just turned around in absolute disgust. Healthy edge, boom, finds a gap, 4.
And I know that some of these kids grew up very protected. And then they get into an environment where suddenly you got to fend for your own. You know, I always think how protected one was at school, up to matric. You get to your first year at college or varsity, and suddenly the lecturer says, well, this is what you're going to... And there you sit, and you go, I'm not prepared for this. You know? So it's a culture shock almost.
It's also... You're right in saying so in many ways. You're talking about that level. Even at club level, where you have school kids that played school cricket and they were good there. They performed there. They scored runs. They took wickets. They come to a club setup, and now they've got to learn this dynamics here of what it takes to be in here, what it takes to be a good club cricketer, senior club cricketer, because the gap between school cricket and club cricket is even big. And that is the transition that even at that level, now you throw their studies into that, which we do have a few boys that are studying and everything else. And as a coach, you got to be very careful. It's nicely played. It's going to be a couple of runs yet again. So as a coach, you need to understand the whole cricketer, the whole person. Like you're saying as a manager, you need to think about this, right, okay, I need to make sure this and this is right for him. We're away on tour. Has he got his everything? Have I got his laundry? Have this and that? Has he brought it in? Do you know what time you're going to meet there, etc.? I've got to understand that guys driving from Somerset West or Stellenbosch, wherever, now I've got to manage that in a way, or any coach got to manage that in a way, so that the player is still coming to cricket with a smile on and doing his job that he needs to do. That is important.
Yeah, and make sure that the environment for him, so that there's not all those other things that hamper him. from performing, because eventually you want him to perform, and one's got to be sensitive to that fact, and that is why I say, on long tours when you're like that, on off days I normally went up to some of the players, because my first tour I wanted to get to know the players better than what I know them as cricketers, because you've been in a selection panel and you've sat and you've picked some of these boys, and he's picked that up and he's just helped it on its way for 4. Well, he swiveled nicely too.
Oh. Well, Kevin McKenzie would have been proud of this pull shot. Full extension of the arm.
Well, it's worth having a look at this again.
Sia Mahima. And he has just latched onto that.
So yeah, Eugene, just to get back to that point, and then I normally used to say on an off day, right, all right, come, send whoever it is, it's going to have a cup of coffee for a chat. And you chat about life. And then you get a sense. And some of these players, and I had a policy that I knew that certain players came at night to my room, knock on the door, personal issues. That's confidential. One doesn't talk about it. I'm just saying, because they then started to take you into their confidence. They started to believe in you, and then confidentially, it used to tell you hear about their upbringing, where they come, what's bugging them, what's wrong, and that's why I always say, I always think back to the Peter de Villiers scenario with John Smith. He got to the training as a Springbok coach, Peter de Villiers, and realized that John Smith, now this was in his book, in John Smith's book, he wrote about it, that he wasn't there. And he said, what's wrong? And he said, Coach, my wife's expecting a baby. And he said, well, you leave this training session now, off you go. He came back, match-winning performance for South Africa, because Peter de Villiers immediately said, go, get on the plane, go and be with your wife while she's giving birth. And that to me is also, things that live with you. And you think, everybody talks about Adrian Birrell and what good coach, excellent man, lovely man. Upset. And I just think, when we got into the final as the Paarl Rocks, it was a week ago, he came to my room and he said, what are we going to do with these guys for a week? Shouldn't we send them home? And they come back 2 days before the final. I said, yeah, Adrian, they could start working on my nerves too. Let's get them home. Went into James's office, CEO. He said, well, just book their tickets and book them, sent them away. They came back 2 days before the final, had a good practice, nice warm-up, captain's team talk, got into the bus, drove here, and the rest was history. Trophy time. No, but that's just how you manage. And that's why he's so successful with the Sunrisers, Adrian Birrell. Good man. Very good coach. And it's also understanding your players, which is so imperative. You can't stress it more. And you know who the players, some you can shout at and say, hey, listen, clap behind the ears sometimes. Don't mean it like literally, but I mean.
Some other ones you need to have that arm around.
Yeah, arm around, because
they need that constant reassurance.
Yeah, but that is when you know exactly who the player is. Once you've got that psychological edge of knowing, then you know who the ones you got to wrap in cotton gloves and the others, he wants to be dealt with in a hard way. Understanding one another.
Well, we saw, was it Mahima that got struck on the helmet? I wanted to ask you this with your match referee's hat on. How further does the follow-up goes for that? So I take it that you will make a note of it as a match referee to say, listen, Mahima was hitting this over, blah, blah, blah. Is there a follow-up to that? Is there another one for match referees to say, okay, how's he going, or is he checking, or anything like that? Or are all the protocols done on the field?
There's physiotherapists, doctors with the teams. Our job is not to interfere in the team dynamics, but is to make a note if the umpires see that on the field, and guys are saying, that the player is wobbly and is not feeling good and he's got headaches, you can intervene and say, right, don't you think?
As the umpire now.
Yeah, you can ask the player, because the player, if you see something happening and that's not right, obviously you're going to be concerned. But as to telling the team what to do, that's not our ambit. Can only talk about things that happen in your domain.
Okay. But not necessarily as telling them. Is there a case of, okay, there's a follow-up, maybe question, right, how is everything still okay? Not saying that you're telling them how to do the job.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Or
sure.
is that up to the individual?
I'm sure the match referee would, you assess the situation. It's not for you to tell them, but you can actually have a word with the coach, have a word with how's he feeling. Yeah, of course, we always inquire. Is he doing okay? When will he be back on the field? Can he come back on? And then there's obviously times and things that for concussion and that type of, that's all in the rules. What are the rules for concussion? Does he have to not play for how many weeks and all that type of thing? Yeah, that's all there. Those protocols are in place.
Got that, James? Those are rules, but they are laws of the game. Right? That was our discussion earlier. We're just getting you a catch up here, Jeremy.
Yeah, the two of you discuss a lot of things, except take wickets.
No, we bagged the early one, second ball. In fact, it was the Cape Fox that bagged that one, second ball. And then it was just glorious.
I'm only joking.
Then somebody decided he's going to stand on a big boat and dive into the river and make a big splash. And that splash was called wickets. It just kept tumbling when he made his appearance here. Another maiden over by de Klerk. 22 overs, 4 maidens. He's bowled 71 runs, going at 3.2 to the over. And there need to be a little bit more urgency, because all of a sudden, I think the Northwest boys have certainly given themselves a chance.
Well, the deficit has decreased down to 40.
Yeah.
So that will also play a role. But any sort of a lead here for Northwest, certainly keep that carrot dangling. Cut away. Do you find in your career you've had that sort of guidance and help? Or do you think that was maybe lacking and you needed a bit more of that?
To be honest, I think I would have needed a little bit more. And the reason why I'm saying that, my young career wasn't really a cricketing career. I came through, at Avondale, played a few games, but there was an athlete then. Then I moved to Victoria, and it was a big step because I didn't know what to expect. If I'm honest, I'm sitting here thinking about it. I didn't know what to expect. I thought I was just going to play seconds or thirds, if I'm honest. So you get thrusted into a Victoria Cricket Club first team, playing Prem cricket, playing against high-profile and very good club cricketers. And then straight from that, you get straight into a Super Juice Academy, where it is more intense. The reason why I say that, we practice on a Friday, which wasn't ideal because your club cricket is on a Saturday. And you always felt just a little bit tired or something on the Saturday. And that wasn't ideal because you would bowl for hours on end. There was no bowling workloads then. Nicely driven. And I was sort of learning on my feet a little bit because you then get thrusted into that. Then you played, which wasn't anywhere near my goals, to try and make the Western Province Nuffield side as what it was then. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know these tournaments that went on, Jeremy, to be honest with you. went to East London, got selected for the South African cult side, which is the second side at schools level. South African schools cult side, I should say. Didn't know again what to expect.
Was that 94?
That was 95.
Yeah, I was the manager of that team, wasn't I?
That's correct, you were. You were.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I didn't know what to expect. Didn't have goals or anything like the other players. They wanted to make the South African school side. Then after that, we played 2 3-day games in preparation for selection for the South African under-19 side that was going to India for 2 months. Didn't have any expectations yet again. Just played. Took 6-4 against Boland. I think based on that, I think I got selected for the South African under-19 side. But it was quick. So look at that transition from then. You go to India for 2 months. You come back for 3 days. You fly back out to England for 5 months to be on the MCC ground staff. You come back for 3 days. That's 4.
Yeah, well swept.
And that's going to bring up the 400 for Goldrush Boland. Coming in 114 overs, 114.1 in fact. This has been a really good performance, an improved performance with bat in hand from what we saw last week here against Western Province. So England for 5 months, fly back for 3 days. Western Province had a tour to Zimbabwe for 2 weeks. On a plane again to Zimbabwe for 2 weeks with Duncan Fletcher and the boys. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to expect. And
in between, you turned down the scholarship
in between that, it was...
You turned down the scholarship, to go to the States as an athlete because you were offered a scholarship.
Yeah, I was.
Wow. Yeah.
So maybe that answers. Maybe I didn't have enough guidance. I didn't know what to expect. It's the same in athletics. I remember if it was in the old Sackos days, all the Western Province, Eastern Province, that's where I met Ashwell Prince. He was running for Eastern Province, I was running for Western Province. Down here, Dal Yusufa, in fact, was the first time we met. And it's another no ball. Those days were easy. Sackers was easy. You'll have 2 heats, then later on you come back for a final. Right. National championships under Athletics South Africa is totally different. And again, went up to Germiston, didn't know what to expect. No one told me, listen here, there's not going to be 2 heats, there's going to be 5 heats. There's not going to be just one relay, there's going to be heats of relays that you got to get through. I didn't know this. So, me being me, just went out fully, whatever. By the time the final came, Rian Dempers ran me off the TV, so to speak, literally off the TV. So, even in that regard, there wasn't much in terms of guidance.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I had good men around. When I started Avondale, you sort of introduced me. I think you selected me to play in that 3rd team, I think it was. At that stage, we played down here at Somerset West. And you saw something, and you knew something that could get on there. Then there was Vincent Bonds. He saw something that said, listen, we want to see there. We had good men around. Duncan Fletcher, still regarded for me as one of the better coaches that I've ever played.
Eddie Barlow.
Eddie Barlow was tremendous. I still need to touch base with his wife, who always said while we were sitting at Eitzig, and Constance said, "You're going to be a commentator once." I said no, because that's what I did.
Yeah. But I'm going to move out. When you speak about these things, there's other things that I'd like to touch on. I think it's so important to give our viewers the lesson about where you come from, how you had to overcome the obstacles. No, it's important. Yeah. And that is where we talk about the psychological thing. I mean, it's just fascinating for me to hear about your career and how quick things, and one doesn't realize it. And yeah, when I saw you there, and I saw something that, and glad that you took the route, but maybe in hindsight you also think maybe the athlete route, wonder where you would have ended up. But be it as it may, James Kings comes in with you, and the cricket continues.
Oh. Thank you, Jeremy. It's wonderful listening to that story's a story from you, Eugene, and just it's quite fascinating, isn't it? How these things seem to work or hang together.
I don't know how things normally pan out.
Yeah.
Well, what I do know is when the two wildlife came together, it was like some poachers were out trying to get hold of some prized possession with the way the wickets were falling here between the two of you.
Yeah. Certainly came into bowl for Northwest in that situation. So it's just looking at the scores elsewhere, Eugene, and leading by 345 now are the Warriors against the Dolphins. And that game is may well be at tea reasonably soon. It's well played by Baron. I think it's just, is it going to be down? Yes, it does come down to the boundary for 4. Alfred Mutua giving that up reasonably easily, and this partnership grows and has now got a little bit more than nuisance value for Northwest, as they did very well in Jeremy and my bowling spell earlier on today, and took 5 wickets very quickly. 355 for 4 it was when Leon Botha was out. Just watch this again. It's just opens up his front leg and plays it down the ground. Not a classic on drive by any means, but very effective from Giovanni Baron.
Well, now we're going to see him come around the wicket, I think.
Yeah.
Deficit just 27. I think when that 9th wicket fell, it was in the 60s,
Well,
I
it was
think.
73
Oh,
when that 9th wicket fell. So 361 it was for 9. Went from 355 for 5, 355 for 6, 360 for 7, 361 for 8, 361 for 9. And now these two have put on 46 for the 9th wicket. And I'm sure that is probably a record for Goldrush Boland against the Dragons, which is just these other smaller records. I'm still trying to find out some information around that performance from Vian Mulder in terms of when last we had at first class level a 100 and a 10 wicket haul. So they have broken the record for the 10th wicket against Northwest, and you're not going to believe who actually held the 10th wicket record. 10th wicket record was 24 against Northwest in Paarl 2 seasons ago by one Siabonga Mahima and Giovanni Baron.
Oh, they broke down record.
They have, yes.
Well, I know what I would do at the end of the game. They will have a celebratory soft beverage.
Well, Western Province in
Well, all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, and that game looking like it's heading towards the Titans unless Kyle Simmons can stay around with Kyle Vareno. Both can do something. Mhlali Mpongwana did quite well in the first innings. He's still to come in as well. So, but really not looking good. Only leading by 47. As I say, this Warriors looking very good against the Dolphins, with day set fair tomorrow in Durban. Need to win that game to ensure that they will be in the final. And a lot depends on the outcome of this game if they don't win that game.
Jeremy, they've got a lead of 353. And tell you what, I don't think the declaration is that far away.
No, me neither.
I think Robin Pedersen, the type of man he is, I think they would want to really get themselves back into a final, and why not do it at St. George's Park?
Yeah,
They know the conditions, they know everything there, and they want to hold that advantage. For me, I don't think they'll bat for much longer.
I'm with you there. Just looking at this, the Dolphins, 2 substitutes on the field for them. Bryce Parsons went off and has been replaced by Khomolemo Piri, and Timothy Saunders has been replaced to Kuhle there as well. So 2 players that have gone off. and it's very interesting. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
As in match replacements?
As in match replacements, yeah. They are presumably the nominated replacements for both a batter and a bowler, respectively. Bryce Parsons probably a little bit more than a batter. He was the designated captain of the team, so I'm not sure who's taken over the on-field reins there, but it's a good hand being played there by Matthew Britsky and JP King. JP King did very well in the first innings as well, 86 for him in the first innings, he was on 78 in the second. So
Yeah, he was another one. Bryce Parsons that had a very good SA20.
Yeah, he did. He was, as you say, certainly came to the fore. Pretoria Capitals doing some very good work both with the bat and ball. He's a really good cricketer, Bryce Parsons. I hope that injury is not too serious for him. Called up to the SAA team for that tour to India. And former SA Schools captain. Dion Forrester taking it over from Jade de Klerk from the southern end of the ground. But this, once again, has got that sort of sameness feel to it here, the play at the moment.
You would want to get the 10th wicket, get off the park.
Yeah.
You've been on the field here for what? 116, 117 overs?
Yeah. The openers will be wondering when they're going to be getting out there. And if the wicket does fall now, I think they would take an early tea. So 20 minutes until the tea break.
It's half an hour, 20 minutes, so 10 minutes.
10 minutes. They would be actually able to come off, or would they be able to take an
No,
early
they
tea?
come on.
They would come
I
back
think
on
they
again.
come back on.
Yeah. Yeah,
So you'll be counting down 9 minutes. That's what you want to be doing.
Well, that's what they will be doing, yeah, from that point of view. I guess just interesting. 48 overs left in the day, and we'll probably get another 5 or 6 before tea. 2 for the change of innings. So 40 overs maybe able to get 40 overs in the last, would be 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think that session will end up being, play until 6 o'clock. 106 overs due to be bowled in the day. They're making up an extra half an hour this morning, and they'll do the same tomorrow morning, as we lost 27 overs on the first day, and those will all but 3 be made up as we play the additional 3 days of this game. And it is going to go into tomorrow unless something completely outlandish happens.
I don't know. It's, I always look at certain aspects of the game where how things could have been.
So, yeah. And I think, as you say, there were periods of play, little, almost half sessions, even sometimes a whole session, where you felt things could have been done quite differently.
Yeah, you have to be on the ball, even though in 4-day cricket, again, when one session can really curtail any plans that you might have. So you need to be on it. And when you're on top, you need to find a way to remain being on top. As that single gives Baron his equal highest score in first class cricket, which is 21. So he needs one more to surpass that. And Sia Mahima, he has got a 47 to his name.
Well, they played a good hand here for Goldrush Boland after they lost a clutter of wickets. clatter of wickets, I should have said. Got myself mixed up there between cluster and clatter.
Ah, it's a new word found.
So,
Definitely looking forward to my tea. I missed out yesterday. Not missing out today.
No. And I'm with you for the duration today. But,
Well, I wish I was. I've got to
Because
do
you're
a
gonna
cricketing. I've got to do a cricketing forum
right.
at Newlands for
Yes.
coaches. Looking forward to that. I can catch some of the Newlands game, I think. So it's not an early departure, but
No.
slightly. Well, I won't be here till the end.
No, that's fine. But Rhino and myself will be happy to take it through to the close of play. So just getting a little bit of coaching happening from the side there to Ruben Herman. I think Craig Alexander down there just saying wants the spinner to toss it up a little bit more. What's it look like to me?
They always think that toss it up, and the lower order will sort of the eyes will light up. So the ease at which these two men are playing the seamers.
Yeah, so when they do get the final wicket, depending on when that is, it will be Northwest that will need to come in and make something happen if they're going to want to force a result in this game. 4 sessions left after this, a matter of 106 overs tomorrow and whatever's left today. And that's about maybe close to 40 overs. So 146 overs. So coming out, you want to treat this like it's an accelerated one-day game almost for the Northwest. If they don't do that, they've got no hope of winning the game, you feel?
Go back to that first innings yesterday.
Yeah.
That's when that needed to happen. It was literally meandering.
It was. That morning session on day 2, they will look back at that. If they do win this game, they will look back at that as where they lost the opportunity to get themselves into a position where potentially they could have challenged the Lions for that either top spot or second spot on the log. And it was there in that session when they batted at 3 to the over. Dean Forrester was looking in very good form, weren't able to push on. You spoke a bit about that yesterday, or we spoke a bit about that yesterday. His first 50 coming off 71 deliveries, and then his second 50 coming off 87. That's very well played by Baron. That is going to be his highest first-class score. They'll turn for the second. There won't be more than that. And that lack of acceleration, they're really not being what was called for.
I mean, even in the end, I just didn't understand the tactics. Well, as I said, we're not privy to the in-house conversations, but that, as an observer, I think that is where the game could have gone forward a little bit quicker.
Oh, he's going to get another boundary here. He takes on the short ball. Did have 2 men back, but there's nobody there. It goes off the top edge down for 4. It's not really a tactic that has delivered much success in this particular game. 53 now, the partnership. The get to the 50 partnership the first time against the Dragons for the men from Goldrush Boland. 53 now for the 10th wicket, and this is now more than nuisance for the Northwest Dragons. They trail by just 20.
Well, if the wicket should fall now, that will be tea.
Yeah.
So we've got about 10 minutes or so to go. And after a flurry of wickets, as the Cape Fox has said, it just looks like we're back to where we were.
Yeah, it's all happening very slowly at the moment. I'm just trying to get a view of what the so the record for Boland, the record partnership for Boland in the Division 1 since 2021-22 season, when Boland became a union by themselves, is 56. This partnership currently sitting at 53.
And I'm not Nostradamus.
No, but we expected there would be a declaration, and with approximately an hour plus the overtime for the extra half an hour, so an hour and 40 minutes left there in Durban today, the declaration has come from the Warriors, setting the Dolphins 365 to win, and they need 10 wickets. Do the Warriors? That is the equation. Simple enough. 10 wickets gets them a home final.
See, that's how you take the game forward.
Yeah.
Give yourself the best chance of 4 and a bit sessions.
They lost the 5th wicket, and then they declared JP King out for 84. Ethan Bosch getting 4 wickets there. But the Dolphins struggling in that first innings. Batted very quickly, but they lost wickets at regular intervals.
If that final is at St. George's Park,
Yeah.
that will be interesting. And not talking about on the field.
Yeah.
There's certain decisions that's going to have to be made.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
They're going to come through for a quick single.
Well, yeah, we shall see what is going to play out there for the Warriors. End of the 120th over. It is 415 for the loss of 9. So they have now batted for longer than the Dragons did in their first innings. There are going to be some tired legs out there. It is warm. It's a hotter afternoon, bit of a breeze, but still warm out there today.
And let's not forget, last week, it was only 2 days of cricket in Potchefstroom.
Yeah.
For the Dragons. 2 days, first 2 days got curtailed due to a wet outfield, I think, for the majority of that, if you can recall.
Yeah, you're right.
So this is a long time in the field for the boys from Potchefstroom.
This very good and nuisance-worthy 10th wicket partnership. I'm sure the Warriors will be very happy about that as well. Northwest are not being put into, or they haven't got themselves into a position where they're able to give themselves a lot of time to look for a win in this game. As the wicket has been good, But you just feel, had they taken that last wicket at about 103 overs and 2 balls when the 9th wicket fell. So this pair have been at the crease for nearly 17 overs. It's quite a lot of time taken out of the game.
Very much so.
And it's one of those, as you say, it's one of those little periods in the game. In fact, it's not a little period anymore. It's half a session and a bit more that Northwest have lost. And there were a couple of those in the game this morning's session as well. Weren't able to make a breakthrough after the second ball of the day. And the longer you bat on this wicket, the more comfortable you seem to be.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just shows if this is your 9 or 10 and 11. Just shows how with ease these men are playing it around. A few teapots out there now.
Yeah.
They're not happy.
18 only, the deficit. It sounds so much less, and it is a lot less than if that deficit was 73. Slip comes in now. Short delivery, which Baron's able to duck under quite easily, even though he left a bit of a periscope up there. Yeah, some byplay going on there on the field. Not quite sure what that was about. Ruben Herman and Ryan de Swart just giving Ludwig Short some applause there for something.
Well, you've got to find some way of entertaining yourself at times.
You do indeed.
Oh, there it is. The innings finally comes to an end with the final wicket that goes to Ian Forrester, and that is the wicket of Giovanna Baron, who departs for 27 of 58 deliveries, and innings close on 416 all out.
It's a short ball that does the trick here, and he has a waft at it. Not a great shot, it must be said. Could have swayed out of the way, but he's done well, has Baron in partnership with Mahima. 55 they put on for the 10th wicket, and they have a lead of 18 going into the second innings. Do the Northwest Dragons, and they will have not to worry about the change of innings, losing 2 overs for the change of innings. So just over 40-odd overs, just over 40 overs to bat in the final session, should we get all those in before the end of the day's play. And unsurprisingly, the light roller comes out to go over the pitch. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes for the resumption after tea. And we're going to go and have some refreshments. We hope you will too. And we look forward to bringing you the Dragons' second innings.
Yes, I've been waiting for this one call.
Oh, yeah.
This is a summer to remember. We're standing together with a belief that's unbreakable, pushing our team to new heights.
Oh, what a shot. Another magnificent performance.
The noise isn't fading, the support isn't wavering, and so the big hits will just keep on coming.
Champion player. Absolutely brilliant.
Now we're getting together again to keep the good vibes going.
Can you believe it?
Because when we rise as one, our passion is untamable. Our team is unstoppable because our spirit is unbreakable. Don't miss your chance to watch our Proteas as they face Pakistan in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now. This is a summer to remember. We're standing together with a belief that's unbreakable, pushing our team to new heights.
Oh, what a shot. Another magnificent performance.
The noise isn't fading, the support isn't wavering, and so the big hits will just keep on coming.
Champion player. Absolutely brilliant.
Now we're getting together again to keep the good vibes going.
Can you believe it?
Because when we rise as one, our passion is untamable. Our team is unstoppable because our spirit is unbreakable. Don't miss your chance to watch our Proteas as they face Pakistan in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
And cue commentators. Welcome back after the tea interval. And Boland losing their last wicket. Goldrush Boland for 416 in 120.5 overs. They were going on nicely at 3.5. They only have a deficit of 18 runs on that first innings. Total of 434. And it's going to be interesting to see what the line of attack is now. James, if we have drama, do you think do you feel it in your belly that there could be more drama before till the end of the day's play? And then we could be in for a pulsating last day here at Boland Park. I hope so.
Yeah, me too. I hope that it's going to be a good final day and a good last session here. And what I'm hoping to see is intent from the batters from Northwest, that they can get some quick runs on the board. They need to get a score here to put Boland in again to try and win this match. As a win will put them in a very positive position, meaning that the Warriors will have to win that game against the Dolphins. Dolphins that are at bat at their second innings. They were set 365 to win. And that is going to be very interesting to see. If the Warriors win, then they are hosting the final.
It was a good declaration, that.
I think so.
Yeah. And the Warriors will go all out to try and secure the win. Remember, the pitch and the wicket will also be deteriorating towards, we're in day 3, so it's moving day.
Yep.
And yes, certainly things have moved along nicely. It all depends how these two will bat. They batted very well in their first innings, but Steeman will want to put a stop to that. And if there's a strike early on here, then suddenly we could have some fun and games. Ngwepe to face. Oh, that's just a full toss or long hop to full and dispatched in lovely fashion by Ngwepe.
Yeah, he's just had tea. Doesn't need to dish him up anything else, I don't think. That one is put away as it should have been. First up, intent of the first delivery. He's not going to leave too many alone, Lasib Ngwepe.
Yeah, would they want to say, right, let's set them a target. We got 10 wickets in hand. Good fielding. You'll get a single. That's Jeddi van Brieses. Now Mikael Prince. He'll be facing. Also played well in the first innings. So they would look to try and shift the momentum. They had that lead of 18. The lead is now 23. Just a good wicket to bat on this.
Yeah, very similar to the highway, not far from here.
Yeah, it's taken a bit of turn. It's been we've seen Caleb Seleke bagging 6. So, but you want your seamers to try and strike with that new ball early on, and just send flutters through the change room.
Yeah, Boland know if they can get amongst the batters early here, maybe they've got a chance to claw something back from this game.
Well, it's in the air. The intent is clear. Wasn't that convincing a shot?
It wasn't quite there for him to play that shot, really a little bit wider than he would have liked. He gets away with it. Like you say, the intent looks clear, which I'm pleased to see.
It's taken all about 3.5 days.
Yeah. Well, that second morning was certainly, you feel, Northwest. They didn't show the intent that perhaps they should have done as that partnership between de Klerk and Forrester built. They weren't able to push the accelerator pedal there.
Better line, better length.
I guess the other question is, how are Boland going to approach this? Are they going to be searching, trying to get amongst the wickets? Are they going to approach it positively as well?
I think they have to. I mean, you just never know. If they bag a wicket or two and suddenly the cat's amongst the pigeons, you do get yourself into a position. Suddenly you send nerves down that Northwest change room. But Northwest on the other side will say, right, we had that 18-run lead. Let's look to increase it. Let's look to put them under pressure and see where we end tonight. And then tomorrow we might have a dart and have a go. I mean, they've got some lovely spinners in there with Jay de Klerk and Caleb Seleka. So, yeah, who knows what could happen on the fourth day. I reckon still that it's going to be the team with that shows the best intent from here on until the end of the day's play, as far as I'm concerned, that will eventually be the successful one.
Well, we know what Mikael Prince can do. He is an attacking batter. To expect him to be attacking as well. Anything on offer, he's going to try and get to it.
Dodger, lovely delivery. Yeah, just a bit of shape. That's what you want to see, yeah. Movement. Movement of the pitch. That helps.
Well, they've gone defensive and Boland with the Van Briesies at deep backward point. That's that position that I love to hate early on.
Driven. The full delivery. It seemed like Australia, last time I heard the score, they had Ireland. They got to 182, 186.
Yeah.
They had Ireland 115 for 8.
Yeah, they've got over the line there, which was we expected. 115 all out, Ireland, after 16.5 overs. Australia winning convincingly by 67 runs in that game in Group B.
Oh! The huge appeal for LBW. Where did it hit him?
Yeah, I'd like to see this again. Big from Clyde Reef-Fortuin. Nothing from the bowler. Arno Jacobs not interested at all. Yeah, was on the front pad.
Pitch in line and swinging towards leg stump. And yeah, it didn't hit him in line either.
No, it did look like it was going down leg, getting a lot of shape into the left-hander. Just trying to get those induckers working.
Oh, and there again. Fortuitous.
Yeah, could so easily have missed that inside edge as it went down to Van Briese's. Good bowling from Dudgeon. He's getting quite a nice amount of shape off the ball. On the ball, it must be said, he's looking like he's got more movement than certainly was on offer with the second new ball that the Dragons took this morning.
Well, the last match in that World Cup today, West Indies versus England. It'll be interesting where that encounter goes.
Yeah. That's, starts at 2 straight. He's going to pay the price for that. Mahima is making a good effort around the boundary, and they'll come back for 3. Dolphins are off to a good start against the Warriors in their second innings, 37 without loss. Semal Pillay and Tepang Ditole opening the batting there.
Yeah, we do have a few mad people in our midst.
Well, certainly our producer,
Yeah.
Mandile, rallying around the West Indies there.
Definitely not the two of us. That's for sure.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Oh, he's still singing God Save the Queen.
God save the Queen, yeah. Yeah. I think there were I think it was the first rugby international soon after Queen Elizabeth passed away that they were singing, and I'm not quite sure which England player it was that certainly didn't sing God Save the King on that occasion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she had the monarchy for 70 years.
She did. It's hard to get that out of your
Yeah.
mind, isn't it?
Yeah.
What an incredible reign that she did have.
Yeah, indeed. Such a gentle touch.
Yeah.
Mother's touch.
Yeah, she was incredible. Really was.
It's nicely played. Oh, the fielder was half asleep there, and that'll go for 4. Van Brieses didn't move an inch. Only afterwards when he was shouted at, but that's a good shot. It's the second one now. The first one he hit it harder because it was fuller. This one he just punched through that gap and it went for 4.
Yeah, lovely. The straight bat off the back foot. Just his positioning was excellent for that. It wasn't that wide. It was just more the length that he was working with. He's another one of those players you feel just don't understand necessarily why his average is sitting under 30.
Well, what made me angry about him when I first saw him, youngster and all that, I think if you look at the shots he plays, he has all the shots. I think what's let him down and why that average is there, he just tried to play too many shots.
Right.
Instead of building an innings. Well, he got, 70 odd in the first
Yeah,
innings?
77 it
He
was.
got
I think.
77.
Yeah.
Oh, that at least of 105 balls. So he just showed a bit more composure now. I don't know if it's because he's older, that other thing, but he played at Western Province as well. And when I saw him first, I thought, hello?
Yeah.
I just liked the look of this kid. And he disappointed me more times than it looked good 14s and good 40s.
Yeah.
But that's the problem
Yeah.
with some of these cricketers, and they think when they play good 40s, they've done enough. The big thing is you get yourself into 40, you must be scoring 50 and hundreds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Nobody's going to remember a stylish 30 or a stylish 40. And it does mean your average stays in the 20s.
Oh, what a delivery! That's a beauty! Wow! Well, can't we see more of those?
Oh, yeah.
That's what Glenton Stearman, that's what makes him so deceptive, dangerous.
Yeah, Prince wasn't at all set for that delivery. It was a good delivery, but he just seemed to be almost walking into the shot. Not as much conviction as he would have liked. Caught a bit in no man's land. The one pitched short of a length.
Well, he picked that one up, and it's gone all the way. Now, why would you change your stance? You've just bowled an absolute perler.
Yeah.
And then you say, all right, I'll drop the next one short. That's the problem with this bowling unit, consistency.
Yeah, too short into the body. He's not going to miss out. Mikael Prince, that's meat and drink for a player of his calibre. Another batter that very early on in his career, you'd like to see him going on and getting bigger scores as well. His current average doesn't really tell you of the quality that I think we all know that he possesses. SA Schools player and selected for SA Schools. He's played all his cricket at first class level up in the northwest, came from Sax here in Cape Town.
Well, Kwepa this time in the action from Brissies. Not even with his speed he's going to get there. This is just terrible bowling, sorry. Short, I mean, he bowled so well the previous over. I just can't understand. Cry me a river that we cannot work out line and length, get it on the ticky, make batsmen play, keep them at bay. Why do we need to always bowl the release ball? The release ball goes for 4. Try and just work up to some sort of a climax. It's fuller this time, driven. And I'm sure that one would run away for 4 as well. It's just going to stop before the fence. They'll come back for 3. These two certainly have got good plans in their heads. Right, anything short, we're going to go after it. Anything full, we're going to drive it.
Good chase by Giovanni Baron. Picked it up inside the boundary. Good work done by our cameraman, but just overcorrecting Keith Dudgeon. Why? He was so good in his second spell in that first innings where he was just bowling exactly as you were talking. Short of a length, hitting top of off, just consistently in the spot, and that's too wide this time. So 3 really average deliveries so far in the over, and he's gone for 8. And they're off to an absolute flyer, the Dragons.
Yeah, just what they wanted. What are they batting at? 8.3 runs to the over. I tell you what, if they bat like this throughout, they can declare soon and say, right, Boland, have a go at this. We saw how they capitulated Boland now just after the 4th wicket stand. They just fell apart. There'll be more runs.
Well,
Yeah, he's pulled the jersey over his head. You can't be angry with a fielder. Should be angry with himself.
Mahima looks like he might have done himself an injury trying to
Oh, dearie
get
me.
down for that delivery. The ball's been tossed back to umpire Arno Jacobs. He's still on the floor and he looks in some pain. And Physio Pumi, she's coming out onto the field. It doesn't look good for Sia Mahima, and that is not good for Boland. I'm not sure if we can see that again. I'm not looking at him falling, looking at him now in writhing in pain on the floor, but just to understand what he perhaps did there. So he looks like a leg, maybe the knee. I think they are going to be calling on for assistance from the paramedics.
Oh, here comes the stretcher or the bed.
Well, just to keep you up to date now then with what's happening around the country and around the world. And in that Group C game in the World Cup at the Wankhede in Mumbai. It is England who decided to field first against the West Indies. West Indies just in at bat, and 3 balls gone in the first over, and it's 1 without loss. Elsewhere, it is 167 for 6, Western Province. They lead by 102. Carl Simmons and Michlali Mpongwana at the crease there. Carvarena gone for a 45, and 48 without loss are the Dolphins. Started off like a house on fire in pursuit of 365 to win that match against the Warriors. Warriors needing 10 wickets to secure a home final. Samuel Pillay, the youngster, 32 off 22. Tsepang Ditole taking on the sheet anchor. In fact, they've just lost the wicket of Tsepang Ditole to this season's leading wicket taker, Matthew Boast, caught behind by Sinatemba Meshile. So 48 for 1. And no Bryce Parsons in the batting lineup. He's been replaced by Khomolemo Piri. Injury there, and Okukhlet Pele as well. Is off for the Dolphins. He's been replaced by Timothy Saunders. So that is the first wicket. They need 9 more to the Warriors to secure a home final against the Lions. And we are going to see Mahima leaving the field.
He's being wheeled off. That's it. They've got to get it on. So you got to get him up. And so that's the knee gone. How's he going to get onto that stretch here if he can't lift himself up? He'll probably have a board to get underneath him. No, it seems like they're trying to help him not to injure himself more. But he did himself here also in a 4-day game.
Yeah.
Yeah, last game of last season. So this looks serious. At least he's up. Get onto the bed.
Well, it is going to beg the question then, Jeremy, and you know this very well as a match referee, is how serious is that injury? Is it serious enough to then look for a replacement? And if they do, will we then potentially tomorrow perhaps see Imran Manak?
Yeah, it all depends if he's on the team sheet.
It does, yes, absolutely.
That does depend. He's got on the reserves if he's on the team sheet, and because they'll wheel him straight off, he'll be straight off to hospital. So you can get a report back, and then you can have a replacement. The match referee, Mr. Lawrence Willemse, also coming out there. So Clyde Fortuin will have to know that. He'll probably have a word. If he's not on the team sheet, he cannot be replaced.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
And Imran Manak and the physio part of that discussion as well, happening there between Clyde Reef-Fortuin and, as you said, Lawrence Willemse. But there has to be a medical report.
Yeah, and then Cricket South Africa has to be notified. And then the report needs to also go to the doctor at Cricket South Africa, unless the 2 physios also confirm for a replacement. And I'm sure that's what's being discussed now.
Yeah.
But Imran Manak has to be in that 15 because you allowed 5 replacements to replace with, and that's going to be the big thing. If he's not on the team sheet, then I think, situation, and these things captains know. So I think Clyde Fortuin just making sure, I suppose. But it all depends how serious the injury, first of all, we got to establish. With Sia Mahima, there's being wheeled off.
And he does look like he's in a lot of pain, hands on head. That leg has been strapped there onto the stretcher, and the paramedics taking a very sad sight to see the left arm spinner going off the field.
Yeah, James, all sorts of drama here today on day 3.
We've pretty much seen it all, haven't we? We saw 5 wickets fall for just 6 runs, and all of this drama happening after the arrival of Jeremy Fredericks.
You like Eugene now. All blaming me for drama.
Well, it's just such a quiet morning. I mean, we're like wicket off the first ball of the day, then absolutely nothing until lunchtime.
Well, you had plenty of red wine last night.
Yes,
Eugene had plenty of whiskey with his cards. So you guys just thought, we're just going to mellow into the
There
day.
you go. Yeah.
Well, I didn't have it. I didn't have a drop. I was in bed at 9 to be up at 5.
There we go.
So, just got to keep you guys awake.
Well, we definitely appreciate your efforts, Sir Rhino.
Oh, come on,
Woken us
James.
up for the afternoon here.
Yeah. I'm sure we're going to see that ambulance rev up and start up, and off she goes.
Yeah.
Probably to the nearest hospital. Or has he been wheeled off to the change room at the back?
With some further assessments, no doubt,
Yeah.
going to be happening. There will need to be scans or whatever is necessary to make sure that the injury is deemed serious enough that he can't take any further part in the game.
Yeah, but now just remember that the reports have to come to the match referee.
Yeah.
And he has to report it, and he has to write it in his report, then send it to Cricket South Africa for permission to be got there if they can. Replace like for like if Manaka's on the team sheet. So there'll probably be a scan and MRI and ultrasound and or a medical report from the doctor. You can see. Bandile, can you pan? Can you not come? You can't pan to the match referees to the change room, eh? Pan the camera to the change room because the match referee is on the stairs, and I'm talking about it. Yeah, just as I was saying about the match referees in the opposition change room, maybe we can have a shot of it and you can see that's the process. There we go. Match referee's there. He's had a chat. So I suppose he's chatted to Reef-Fortuin. So now he's gone to chat to the opposition, probably telling them what the situation is, what reports. That must come back to Mr. Willemse. And he will then eventually send those reports to Cricket South Africa and make contact with Obokeng, if they can have a like-for-like replacement.
Yeah, all that will be appropriately recorded in his log, no doubt, for the game. And as you say, so many important processes that have to be followed.
Yep.
The letter of the law, very important in making sure that there are no questions asked.
Yeah, and I think it's a good innovation to have, not innovation, but a good rule to bring in, to have like for like. That one is pulled around the corner again by Ngwepe. They've moved along swiftly. The lead is 50 now. So James is just being fair to both sides as well. I mean, in the old days you had to get the 12th man on, the other, nobody could bat or field. Now, that has changed, and I think it's good for cricket.
Yes. And I agree with you. I think, for so long you've had a situation where you've maybe lost a key player through injury on the field, no fault of their own. It's not been a pre-existing injury or it's something that's happened on the field. We've seen that a number of times, and that significantly disadvantages the team. In most other team sports, there is the ability to substitute a player should they become injured. And I think the advent of the concussion check, I think that's very important, and that's been something that started then the substitutions happening. I think just building it from there is a sensible evolution of the process.
He's gone to the medical room as well, I think, just to make sure that the treatment he received. Well, the physio, you can get both physios involved, but probably after the reports. It's got to come from medical report. It's the key. Oof. So too close to pull.
What is good is the intent that is there at the moment. And really apart from that shot, most of the shots we've seen have been really good cricket shots. That was more a little bit of a mo that time that he was looking for in Ngwepe. It is the long boundary as well. That side, there's a man at deep square leg. and one at long leg.
Yeah, for 3 days suddenly you've been in that room,
Yeah.
aircon, and you keep every ball checking things or whatever. Match has gone well. It doesn't seem to have been any incidents on the field or players having a go or someone being called in. And suddenly day 3, there's an injury and poof, there you're off. And just to make sure that all the razzmatazz and the rigmaroles of cricket that needs to be done, filled in, make sure you're abreast of that and keeping both teams informed of what needs to happen next.
It's been a better over this from Steerman. And it's still off to a flyer, 7 and over at the moment. And that's exactly what they would have been looking for.
10-2. I must admit that I've become a bit rusty now because I haven't match refereed for a while because of all the commentary
Yes.
I had to do. So within the one-day cup, I'll be trotting off to some places. I better make sure that I'm sharp.
You've got lots of exotic locations that you're heading off to,
Exotic.
Jeremy.
Yeah, no, that's going to Bloemfontein,
Yeah.
first game,
Nice.
and then off to Kimberley. Old stomping grounds, Bloemfontein and Kimberley.
And that's,
Are we going to your neck of the woods also there
Yes.
in the Eastern Cape to East
yeah,
London?
Wonderful, yes. Lived in East London for, it was a very, really enjoyed the 4 years we were there. And it's a lovely part of the world.
Yeah, and also be off to
Yes.
Benoni.
Yes. To the far east there. In Willamore Park. Lots of cricket happening around the country, and with the Pakistan women inbound tour, 2 more T20Is and 3 ODIs there.
Well, that was a fantastic game. Carla Reyneke last
Yeah.
night. Wasn't she just superb
Yeah.
on debut?
Yeah.
And it was a good match for South Africa to win.
Was.
Very good preparation.
It was a very good preparation. We were chatting quite a lot about that this morning, myself and Eugene, and just about the players that are coming through the system. Kayla, known for a number of years already, and she played in the first ever under-19 Women's World Cup here in South Africa in 2023, and then captained the team in the second one in 2025, and making her Proteas debut. Yesterday was fantastic for her, and really so well deserved the call up to the national team, player of the season last year for CSA in the Hollywood Bets Pro 20, and just all round a very good player. And given the opportunity, she just grasped it with both hands yesterday.
Yeah, hails from Bellville Hoërskool.
That's right. And she was actually at junior level. She was at under 15 level. Was the South African record holder in the javelin.
Yeah.
So,
Can you-
quite something.
Yeah. And then Laura Wolfert, she just gets better and
she
better
does.
by the day. She's in sublime form and such a good leader.
Yeah, that's a good surprise. Quick ball from Keith Dudgeon. But Laura there, I think it was just her 12th T20 50, and hard to believe that they didn't think of her as a T20 player. Yeah, I think we've got the Pakistan national anthem being churned out, I think, next to us.
The Sri Lankan anthem.
Sri Lanka? India. India.
Oh,
Sorry.
India.
Oh, yeah, oh, my
Yeah.
word, I'm going to get blacklisted now, I think, if calling the Pakistan national
Oh,
anthem.
yeah, be careful. Is he just playing it or what?
Yeah. Are we going to get Eugene to sing the New Zealand national anthem as well for us?
They're having a competition between who sings the anthems the best.
I think so.
No. Better come and work,
Well,
then
I'm
maybe
going to
do
get,
something useful with that voice of his.
We're going to have the latest edition of South Africa's Got Talent coming to join you here, Jeremy.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much.
James will have a break. Can you continue eating his malva pudding?
Tell you what, that disappeared very, very quickly from the scene.
I didn't want malva pudding.
Well,
Keep it for winter. Certain puddings are winter pudding. Malva, sago, bread pudding. Lovely, winter. After a nice pot of cabbage breedy, tomato breedy, or green beans breedy, or waterblommetjies breedy. Proper food in winter.
not sure. Not really entirely sure what you're talking about there, but yeah, I can see. Anyway, things
Not
that move-
sure, and you come from the flats, from the Cape Flats. Oh, please don't come and think because you lived in Ireland, or you bourgeois now.
Never that.
Just get back into your box, Bonzo.
But things moving very quickly here. 38 without loss after 6 overs.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here because you're going to be off just before
Yeah.
5. You've got 2 more stints and then you'll be off to do some coaching, mentoring.
It's enjoyable, I'll have to say. This has got a feel of like a one-day game at the minute, with the way the field's set, the way 2 batters are just coming out and being very positive. Should have happened yesterday morning.
Yeah. Burke. He's into the attack, replacing Steerman. Well, he's going to be the lone spinner because Mahima's off until they can get Imran Manak, I suppose, if he's on the list.
I don't think he's on the list, Jeremy.
Well, then, and they've also got Avi Makajima. He was good the other day. He's 5 for 97 of 26.4 overs. Well, if he's not on the list, then he can't be replaced. So I don't know how they're going to do it.
They've got the likes of Nyaka. They've got the likes of... who else is there? Ayan Kamani. I'm definitely sure I didn't see Imi Manak's name on the team sheet.
Oh, yeah, we got it here. I didn't even have a look. Jacobs.
So yeah, it's going to have to come from one of those two. Brup. Like that pace from Sean van Berg. Bit quicker. See the turn happens quicker. I just feel at times he's so slow through the air. He's so methodical. Experienced man.
Yeah, he's a master at his art. Van Berg starts off only 1 run off that over. Sean van Berg.
And I'm starting to notice something about Prince. He did this in that first innings. As soon as spin came on, he sort of went in his shell, not sure what to do other than just bunting it down the ground. Fielder's back, so he can't go aerial. And he's just got to find out how he's going to play this. When's your next venture? South Africa, New Zealand, is it? That's the next one?
No, I'm not doing that game. We'll probably wait till South Africa gets to the next stages of this tournament. The top 8.
It's 2 pools again, isn't it? They're going to 2 separate pools, the top 8. 4 in each pool, and then you've got 3 more games that you play there.
Yeah. And then it'll be semi-finals. And finals. 2-2.
And then not so long after that, the razzmatazz of the IPL. It used to be quick, sharp tournament. I think it even goes on for about 2 months now.
No, it's too long. Anyway, don't get me started there. Let's just be calm. Leaders 57. In terms of world cricket and what there needs to be achieved, that's my opinion, how I see it at the moment, and I think what needs to happen. There's too much World Cups. I would, in terms of the men, because you don't have a test for women, that's fine, the women play. I wouldn't let countries play T20s. Have your tournaments throughout the world, your IPL, your Betway, SA20, Australia Cup, and World Cricket, Test and One Day Cricket be the concentration. And have your 50-over World Cup once every 4 years, and let players then play in the different leagues around the world and make money. It's just too much of it. Every year there's a World Cup, second year. I mean, what are you? The product is just being cheapened. I'm sorry, that's how I'm looking for it. And looking for measures, that's my opinion, that countries shouldn't be playing T20 World Cups. It should be left to, I mean, there's a lot of monies in IPL and Betway and all those tournaments and Big Bash and Bangladesh League and PSL. And then let the test nations and the countries that play concentrate on 50 over and test.
Is it at a case in point? I'm sitting on the fence here, and I'm just asking a question, playing devil's advocate. Isn't there a case in point that with all those other tournaments that's happening, the IPL, the Big Bash, the Blast, the one in the Caribbean, all these T20 competitions that are happening, franchise level, maybe it's a case in point that they want to show, right, okay, these players came from our neck of the woods, the West Indies came from those tournaments, and they want to put them on the international stage? Or are you saying that those tournaments, that's played up in the air and that's going to go all the way? In fact, 1 bounce 4. Or are you saying that that tournament alone creates enough of an international bedrock for people to see?
Absolutely, there's enough, and it's too much cricket. I mean, players are playing enough, and those tournaments are shown all over the world. So it's being showcased. So yeah, it's enough of international flavor for me. And there also comes a break period and resting period. Oh, it's just, I don't know. That's how that's just an opinion. Where else are you going to tap into revenue streams?
Yeah, your point. Yeah, your point you make. I just think that, yeah, there's Test cricket, which is, in my view, not being played enough of. I just love the longer format of the game. There are the 50 over World Cups that happens every 4 years, and the T20 World Cup, in my view, is looked at as right, the one international competitive international series where ICC are looking for, remember the islands of this world, or Zimbabwe, Namibia. Now we see Nepal come in where else are we going to see these countries and players come in? Nepal just narrowed. Oh, there is a first wicket. I said, he just goes into his shell here as soon as a spinner comes on. And I said also that I love this pace that Sean van Berg is bowling, and he gets the first wicket. That off Prince. He's got to go back for 21. Good sharp catch that was as well, that slip. And they've made a breakthrough.
Yeah, they have. First wicket down. The score on 47, the leader 65. Van Berg is the man. Makajima, good catch.
For me, it's the pace that made that. The pace that Sean van Berg has bowled. You can see now the turn is happening a little bit quicker, and that has found the edge. Just to come back to your point, Jeremy, we saw Nepal in that game nearly pulling off the shock of the century that would have been. Let's be honest. And they played good cricket. Where else are we going to see those type of countries? I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah, well, if they haven't got test status, then maybe they must play cricket like you have Zimbabwe, Nepal, Ireland, and not. They're playing in the league, and the test playing nations, talking now the A nations, those players don't play T20 World Cups.
Okay, I see it.
And that's not being nasty to those countries, not at all. I just think that, well, else you must cut out some of the leagues in the world. Who are you going to cut?
Well, that is up.
That's the big question.
That's up to the bosses to decide.
Yeah.
And yeah, we know how difficult that decision could be. But yeah, it's a difficult one. I, for one, loving to see the opportunities of the Nepals of the world coming in. Namibia, Afghanistan nearly getting over the line, but that would not have been a shock. If Afghanistan had to win today, I don't think people can say, oh, that was a shock. They've got really good cricketers in that group, and they know how to play T20 cricket. The shorter the format, the less known nations can compete.
Yeah, I just feel that we need to look at the whole global game, because with all this razzmatazz that also went on now before the World Cup, and you know it's popular in India, Pakistan, and all that. And I just don't want cricket to lose its pureness. And unfortunately, that's taking a blow.
Well, there was talking about the test cricket being reduced to 4 days. When I hear things like that, I don't quite enjoy it. Everything seems to happen very, very quickly, and there's a reason why it's called test match cricket. It's over a period of time. Maybe there should be bigger breaks in between test matches. But I'm not one for the 2-match test series. No. Absolute waste of time.
3 minimum. 5-day test.
Yeah.
That was driven. Rosier. Hails from Kimberley.
Yeah, he got 22 in the first innings. That's the 50 on the board for the Dragons, coming off 9 overs exactly. 50 for 1. Funny character, our producer. Love the fact that he likes listening to national anthems. He doesn't understand a word of it.
And he's singing it.
He's singing, I'm not sure what he's singing. Giovanna Baron. What would you say if you say, like the Giovanna Baron, right? I think you, this winter, see if you can get yourself a club in the UK and go and be a pro. Go and learn everything you need to know about yourself and about cricket.
Okay, so what is it about this youngster that you think is special? Or maybe that you can work on? Pace? Variation?
Well, the fact that he's playing here, the management staff must see something in him. So if they see something in him, I would say, right, go and play some more cricket. Go and bowl more and more. Go and be sort of being looked at as a pro. Here you could be seen as, okay, he's a bowler, he's just coming in. Over there, you're the man, everybody's going to look at you. It's a different type of sort of pressure or environment, but somewhere along the line, he's got to have that learning about it himself and develop that sort of role.
I hear you. All I'm asking, he's been selected. Obviously, they saw something. What do you think he needs to work at? I'm just thinking he's getting an opportunity. Yeah, you're saying go play overseas. How's he going to become better? So that next season you see more improvement. That's what I'm looking at as a young player, because he is young, inexperienced.
Yeah.
So you need to get him to that level.
Well, he needs to find a way of getting a couple of yards of pace first and foremost. That's what he needs to do. He needs to develop that. There are areas, if you can see at it, there are areas where you can get better.
Okay, so tall
And
fellow, sorry to cut your word,
Yeah.
but I need to ask you. How old is he?
Oh, mid-20s.
Okay, so mid-20s, how are you going to get him to get more pace? That's the question I need to ask.
Without stepping on toes.
No, I'm just thinking. We're looking at ways, if he's mid-20s, can you get him quicker?
No, they are. I can see there are ways of getting him quicker.
Okay.
One, he needs to have, it starts up here by the run-up. That needs to be a little bit more. I think the alignment at the crease needs to be a little bit better. He's very much open, but his feet are suggesting otherwise. There's another one, so everything is working across. And he should just let the ball go. I think the stride pattern is a little bit too quick. That transition from back foot to front foot. And there's not enough of a strong, stable base when he pulls through. So there's enough there, an element where you say, right, okay, Giovanna, because he's an athlete. He runs around this ground like nothing. Stifled appeal. He needs to get maybe a little bit stronger in terms of letting it go. And he needs to learn what to do with the ball. Shape it a little bit. And that is one aspect. When I lost pace, I focused solely on, right, I need to do something with the ball, because you can't just run up. You can't just run up and put the ball there and hope for the best. You need to, as you can see, even at this level, a half volley is a half volley, whether you bowl 125 Ks or whether you bowl 140. So you need to do something with the ball. And I think that element as well, Jeremy, has gone out the game. But I don't think bowlers work on balls and allow them to do something with the ball a little bit, just to help them.
Swept.
And then the next thing is understanding your role. What does the team want me? How does the team view me? I sort of look at him and I say, right, he's a first change bowler at this level. He should bowl 8 over spells. He's strong enough to do that. Right, if you're going to bowl 8 over spells, I don't want to go for more than 20, 24 runs.
Okay.
And if I go do that, I understand, right, okay, I'm going to be that type of bowler that's going to create pressure. Yeah, I'll take the odd wicket or so. And there's going to be days where you're going to take more than just the odd wicket.
Can the sweep?
I look at someone like Nathan Jacobs that's also in the squad.
Yeah.
Youngster. And when I first saw him, he was tearing away. I saw him here with Adrian Burrell, in fact, when I came to throw a few balls at Boland. And he was steaming in. Good action, hitting the crease really hard, hitting the deck hard, getting the ball through. And what I saw of him recently is the run-up getting shorter. There's a little bit something to work on with the action. And he's become very inconsistent. And those are things that really sort of alarms me as what you see.
$57 for 1. Yeah, interesting to hear your thoughts and how you see it. And hopefully Johanna Baron can work at those aspects if he knows what the issues are. Because the winter months you'd want to do that.
Like I said, it starts here. So the run-up looks nice and rhythmical. I always look at foot contact whenever I do it. Here's my athletic days coming in again. So you always want positive energy going through. When you're running in, you want positive energy. When you land that back foot, you want to have a positive back foot landing. Positive meaning on the ball of your foot, because that's where most of your power is anyway. Then you transfer that onto your front foot. And if you look at Giovanna Baron, it's more flat at back foot contact. I think the foot can go a little bit more pointing towards fine leg just because of his whole action. But that's a different story. But just looking at the run-up, it's almost flat or even heel first. And that's not what you like. Brett Lee is brilliant at it for me. Alan Donald, brilliant. Look at those guys when they run in. It's like so rhythmical, so athletic that those energies builds up. That's why you got to run up as a fast bowler. It's like trying to say somebody, try and jump as high as you can, flat-footed. You won't do that. If you're on your ball with your feet, a little bit spread out, in a good strong step, you'll jump a little bit higher, let's just say. But again, those things I've learned over the years, and that's what coaching does as well. See, and even on a placid wicket, if you stood there at first slip and I bowled the ball like that, you would say, right, well, what's going on? Right, get the ball coming through. Bowl each ball like it's meant to be bowled. Take you back to the Boland innings when Carl Fryer was steaming in around the wicket. All of a sudden the pitch got a bit of life in it.
Yeah.
Why didn't we see that more often? Why didn't you tell him, right, Fryer, you're going to bowl 4 over spells, just run in like that for 4 hours. That's all I want.
Yeah. all good and well, these youngsters getting opportunity, but they need to be guided in the right direction. And you trust that the brains trust that B who do that. That's driven. That'll go away for 4. Little bit full. Forward goes and Grappa, and he hits through the line.
Yeah, he's definitely come out with positive intent. Look at where he starts off stump. He knows he can't be beaten by pace. So he backs himself, always getting the bat in front. And that's raced away for 4. And they're going to enjoy a drinks break here because of this long session that we have in front of us. Still 32 overs that remains. And the Dragons have moved on to 63 for 1 after 12 overs, a run rate of 5.4. Join us in a bit. We will resume this innings.
This is a summer to remember. We're standing together with a belief that's unbreakable, pushing our team to new heights.
Oh, what a shot. Another magnificent performance.
The noise isn't fading, the support isn't wavering, and so the big hits will just keep on coming.
Champion player. Absolutely brilliant.
Now we're getting together again to keep the good vibes going.
Can you believe it?
Because when we rise as one, our passion is untamable. Our team is unstoppable because our spirit is unbreakable. Don't miss your chance to watch our Proteas as they face Pakistan in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
We're back after drinks and 63 for 1. The Dragons in their second innings leading by 81. Brought a lead of 18 from the first innings, and Sean von Berg is going to continue 3 overs. No maidens, 1 for 8 in the second innings. I'm here with Eugene Merlion. Eugene, Dragons have got off to a good start. They're batting at over 5 to the over. They've shown the kind of intent that we were asking for in that first innings, at particular stages as well, where you felt they should have perhaps moved on a little bit. Here they're trying to force something to happen, knowing that a win absolutely crucial to give them any chance of getting into that final that's happening next week.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not sure he's enough time in his match to do all that. It's going to take an absolute fundamental or monumentous, or monumental, I should have said, first time round, effort for them to pull this one out of the bag.
Just a single down to the first innings centurion for Goldrush Boland, his maiden first-class 100. Land Botha, 139 for him. And it was his wicket, a strangle down the leg side, that precipitated the collapse of 5 wickets for the addition of just 6 runs, as the 3 of the lower order were dismissed for ducks.
You're blaming Leon Botha for all those wickets. Man that has stood there, scored 139. No, it was, I think the tide might have just rolled in then.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe a little bit of haze going over the eyes of some of the batters that have been sitting for a long time in the dugout or the dressing room, had to get dressed quickly. Well, that's not a percentage shot when you've got a man at 45 there. Sense he could have only got himself into trouble. He's also playing against the natural spin of the leg spinner. It's not like they're really battling to find scoring options either.
No, they're not, but they want to get it quickly. There's a lot of gaps. And Kamani looks like he's going to have a trundle soon as he's warming up. Pepe's got 34, 37 deliveries. One feels that Sean van Bergel, the keyest in terms of how quickly Dragons are going to score.
Yeah, it's a drag down. He'll get just a single. As you said, looks like Aviwa Mgajima is going to perhaps come on. Not yet, though. He was saying to the captain, I'm available here, Skip, if you need me. Giovanna Baron will continue. Just listening to your conversation there around Giovanna and just his role perhaps in this team and how that can develop into the future. Important to have the homegrown talent.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. They can't go without the likes of himself, Nathan Jacobs. We've seen a youngster, A.B. Jacobs, as well. Left-hand bat. Definitely coming through the ranks there. He's still a 16-year-old as well.
Very exciting prospect, young Abraham Jacobs. And will be heading off at the beginning of March together with his school team, Paarl Boys High, to that Swick Schools SA20 finals up in Pretoria.
3rd of March to the 7th.
Oh, it's very well played by Diego Rosier. Just waited on it and guided it past Sean von Berg down to the boundary for 4. It was just that little bit of width available. No pace at all from Baron. And that's delicately played by Rosier.
Well, all you need to do is look at the field. 5 men on the onside, which means the captain wanted you to bowl that gun barrel straight.
Yeah.
Just with a little bit of width outside that off stump, just guided, use the pace. Now, what is Clyde doing now? Is he going to keep Van Berg down there?
Well, I mean, that's just admitting defeat, isn't it, to the bowler? He's not really supporting his bowler by doing that. And now he's coming back up to that short third position. He's going to have to bowl straighter, as you said. And he does this time through for a quick single. It's,
Nyaka.
Is it Nyaka? Yes,
Yep.
I was going to say left-hander. I was trying to think. There's no left-hander that I'm aware of on the field, with Mahima having gone off. So Nyaka on the field. Sia Mahima left the field with what looks like a serious leg injury, perhaps a knee, that he did himself an injury fielding. And we're waiting to hear, we may only hear that later on today or tomorrow, around a substitution potentially for him.
Can you believe it? Exactly a year ago, Sia Mahima was running around the boundary.
Yeah.
I think at fine leg or so. Put the dive in and hurt his shoulder.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate for the big fella. And we hope it's not too serious, because he can be a very good foil in white ball cricket.
Well, cries of catch it, but that was never going anywhere near a fielder. He's in the air for a little while. Guepet is on 37 off 41 deliveries. Slightly behind on our scoreboard here. There we go. Updated 37 off 41. Rosier not been at the crease that long after the loss of Mikael Prince. He doesn't look that comfortable against spin, Prince.
Well, they did move a third man in place now, and I mean, there's a acres of room now. You can just drop the ball down. Yeah, we saw that in the first innings. Played beautifully when the seamers were on. Played beautifully when the seamers were on in this innings. And then all of a sudden, Sean van Berg came up, and then he wasn't quite sure how he was going to go about it. And then eventually just edged the ball to slip.
Good catch from Aviva Mgajima. But once again, just looking tentative against the spin. And it's something he's going to have to work on if he's going to improve those career figures. And chatting with Jeremy about that a bit earlier on, and just looking at his numbers, 14, now 15 first-class matches. He's got the 350s now. His average with this innings, though, would have stayed very much around that 28, 29 level. And certainly with a player with that much talent, you would expect that to be higher. And playing up the order, I know he has been down lower in the order at times for the Dragons, but still was identified as a player with a great future in provincial cricket, and potentially, if he had developed his game to the extent where he may have been looking at higher honours.
Did he not? I think when he batted lower down, he kept wicket, I think, at that time.
He did keep wicket.
Oh, there's a leading edge. There is a leading edge. But such is the game that Boland are just thinking more defensively rather than attacking. Now they want somebody in there, but I'm not sure if they're going to get one.
I don't think so. And they've got a very defensive field, as you said. Has he bowled him?
No.
No? Okay. I just thought there was a bit of noise out there. Maybe just trying to see if they could pull one over on Oyogos. That's not going to happen. A bit of action there out on the field. It's just looking at that field, a man at short, fine leg. There's a deep backward square, a man forward square on the leg side, not quite a deep mid wicket, wideish mid on. And there's a man at deep cover, fields now. Lamborts is a short third. There was a man at extra cover, and the man at long off for the right-hander. things have just slowed down a bit after a pretty explosive start. And it's been the introduction of spin. And just looking at that, 2.3 runs per over for Van Berg so far.
Yeah, and if you look at Baron's figures there, his first over went for 3. His next 2 went for 14.
Yeah, how long is it going to be before he is going to be replaced? It could well be now
that's
that he's
his
going to be
spell.
replaced. Yeah,
That is
it.
his spell.
So 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 17. And just looking at the selection of Baron for this match, you have to say on the wicket that was prepared, was it the right decision?
Well, I think they could have done with Imi Manak. And yeah, it's all good in hindsight and everything else as well. But for me, the casing point would have been the amount of left-handers that this Dragon side have. And if you look at it, you think maybe that extra offie might have come in. Because this fella coming to the attack now, Viva Makajima picked up a 5-er in the first innings. He was dangerous, always asking the questions, especially to the left-hander. Always at the batter.
And we saw this in the Boland innings as well when those cluster of wickets fell, that batters going back to deliveries of good length are always in danger on a wicket like this. And Kajima took a 5-er. 3 of those wickets that he took were bowled. 4, in fact, sorry, were bowled. And he's just targeting the stumps. The left-handers losing a bit of patience. And going back was Schultz and De Swart, who were both lost their off stump. Going back, Mutua, he just missed a straight one, full pitched onto his stumps. And that is well played by Rosier. As the reverse comes out, Sean van Berg tries to cut that one off. He sees the shot is going to be played, but he can't get round far enough down to the boundary for 4. Just too full, allowed the opportunity to play the shot, and it was wide as well.
Right, so let's make a couple of numbers here. They're going at 5 to the over. If they continue at this rate for 28 overs,
Yeah.
that's going to be an extra 150 runs near
Yeah.
there and thereabouts
Gets them to a lead of about 250.
at close of play.
And then bat for an hour and a half tomorrow.
250.
That puts them to maybe 350. That's more than enough, you would think. Have they
That's
got enough
plenty.
time to bowl?
That's what it's going to come down to. The time left.
I'm not sure with this, what I think is probably going to be mostly an all-spin attack. And tomorrow morning, we would expect that the substitution, if it is going to happen, substitution for Mahima will come into play. And should that have been indicated as Manak on the sheet?
Well, he's not on the sheet.
He's not on the sheet. Oh, okay. We've discovered he's not on the sheet.
He's not on the sheet.
So I
that
wonder
was
who is
given.
on the sheet then.
So they've got the likes of Nyaka
Yeah.
and Ian Kamani.
Kamani. Okay. Well, they'll probably go with Kamani then. So that's, you have to say, with it being a home game, surely there's the opportunity to nominate the full 5 replacements, which you can do. Top order batter, lower order batter. I don't know if that is the sheet that they... anyway, we'll have to find out, won't we?
So they've got Foster on here,
Yeah,
Nathan Jacobs,
yeah,
Ethan Cunningham,
yeah. Oh, that would be it then.
Nyaka,
Yeah.
and Ian Kamani.
Money. So those are the 5 players. Yeah, Forster would be a batter, I think. And so that, yeah, if I were to go with a probably the most likely replacement. Probably Ayakamani would be the one. So it'd be interesting to see what happens.
Just from
tomorrow.
a bowling perspective, go and have a bowl in the middle.
Yes.
You've got one-day games coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? So,
Nyaka bowled last week.
yeah, and he probably won't be necessarily in the one-day cup plans. More the one-day player than Akona Nyaka. And now Rose is dispensed with the helmet for the spin.
It's really strange
That's
that.
a fast one.
He just played the reverse sweep the over
Yeah.
before
I know.
of Ayakamani. Apologies, Ayakamani. Of Aviva Makajima.
Well, yeah, it's very interesting. I'm certainly one that I do have, quite like to keep all my teeth, preferably, as they currently are. So, certainly would still be wearing a helmet out there, even to a spinner. It's the end of this over. We'll just update you with what's happening elsewhere around the country. In the two other games that are taking place, with that match finishing earlier on today at the Wanderers. A massive win by an innings and 270 runs for the Lions. And what we will do as well, get an idea tomorrow, just to try and look at what the permutations are, also from a promotion relegation point of view. The Tuskers at the moment with no points at all, finishing bottom of the T20 challenge and finishing bottom of the 4-day series. And it will be, it's actually very important for the Titans, this the match that they're playing currently. They did finish 6th in the T20 challenge at the end of the over from Sean von Berg. So let's just give you those scores. And it's close of play at Durban, at Kingsmead, 70 for 1. So they need 295 to win, and the Warriors need 9 wickets, and that'll be in 98 overs tomorrow, 295 to win.
That's nicely poised.
Yep.
Nicely poised, that one in Durban.
Then the other game is happening still on at the moment at Newlands, Western Province, 207 for 7. There it is at bat at the moment. Carl Simmons, he's on 58 not out, top scorer in the innings for Western Province. With him, Bjorn Hendricks on 5. And other notable scores, Joshua van Heerden's 48 and Carl Verena's 45, but not much from many of the other batters, just a 23 from Daniel Smith. And this is the matchup here, Ngajima and Ngwepe. So here at Boland Park. So those are the two matches taking place there. The West Indies are up against England in the in Group C of the World Cup, 125 for 4 after 13.3 overs there. Just too short and a little bit wide down to Leon Botha. So, yeah, interesting there. Western Province still needing to do a job there. They lead by 147. If they get to 200 lead, they might feel that they've got a chance on the final day at Newlands.
You know Titans are going to go for it. They want a positive outcome in that one.
Yeah, as I was saying, finishing 6th in the T20 Challenge. The Lions finished 7th, but the Lions will end either 1st or 2nd on the CSA 4-day series log, will either pick up 15 or 10 points, and that you would feel with the 1 point there, it's going to put them certainly out of reach, you'd feel, of the Tuskers. Tuskers would have to get a top 3 finish, potentially, in the one-day cup, if they are going to be looking at staying up. So there's every game this week. There certainly has been something on it.
That's what we said. The top 4 playing the bottom 4, and there's something on every one of those matches. It was really good. Good for CSA, good for the product. 4-day cricket.
And then not confirmed yet I don't believe it is yet, what the structure will be next year in Division 1 for 4-day cricket. We have heard unconfirmed reports there will be more first-class cricket next year.
Yeah, there's been heaps of discussions about that, hasn't there? I, for one, would love to see the top 8 being in 2 pools. We play each other home and away. That will give you 6 games.
Yeah.
And then you play
Yeah.
you play the other teams once.
Yes.
That's additional 4 games, takes you up to 10. Top 2 goes to a final.
Yeah.
That will give you 10 first-class games that all the provinces will play.
Yeah.
And going to a final.
Yeah.
It is 10.
That's it.
That's
good.
Not being pools or
Yeah.
But there is
So
10.
we'll have 10. So, and maybe just in terms of if you have got those cross-pool games, may well be an opportunity to have playoffs for every position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8. Then they would be able to get in 11 games for all the teams. But as Jeremy's saying, there will be 10. We just don't know what that structure is going to look like. But very important that life is breathed back into CSA, into 4-day cricket.
Yeah, remember it is a 2-year cycle
Yeah.
the following season, or 2 seasons. So why not do it over that 2-year basis that you're obviously going to be sort of grouped differently. But I, for one, would love to see more cricket. Overall, 50 over cricket can go the same way.
Yeah,
I think it should do.
Definitely, yeah.
T20 cricket, I think there's so much of it, especially with the introduction of the SA20 now, that players can get into that.
Yeah.
So a 1 round of T20 cricket, I think would be good enough for at this level. But the 50 over game, I think there should be more games there.
Yeah, I think it would be good. It's a good format. It does reward good players with good technique, players that can build an innings. It just does help in that way. And T20, as you say, we do have enough cricket. There's an opportunity, say, with the CSA T20 challenge for players there to put their hands up that have maybe been picked for the respective teams.
Well, that's Imi Manak coming onto the field.
So this looks like this may well be the substitution. We'll hopefully get a confirmation of that at some stage, coming on in place of Akona Mnyaka.
Well, you could best tell me,
Yeah.
or you can ask Jeremy. But this is the sheet, signed and sealed, and his name is not on that.
No. So we will ask the question, most definitely,
You need to go?
as Manak is on the field. Thank you. It's played out to deep, a good point for the single.
I don't know.
So Manak on the field. He doesn't have his numbered shirt here. He's in a plain coloured shirt. I would think that he was probably here at practice, but he is now on the field.
I'll do this over and I'll leave the two WWF men together and take us through. And I'll leave you guys to Kwando or ponder on that.
it's a quick run from Guepa, well called.
Not the best from Clyde Reef-Fortuin. He just sort of just put the pad out there, and then I think it missed the padding. That's what you get if you don't use your gloves.
Exactly.
I'm going to speculate. I'll ask him in the morning.
So Capel in at extra cover. Gavin Kaplan at it's a short extra cover. Just lapped around the corner. Jedley van Briese's breeze around the boundary to get to that. And the lead already over 100 here, 107.
Yeah, we're earmarking it will be, what, run 200 potentially, maybe?
Yeah.
At close of play, that should be the bare minimum.
Yeah, 24 overs. We may get most of them in. We're going to see a lot of spin, you feel.
Well,
There's a sheet of reserves as well. No, not that sheet.
well, I'll leave the two of you together. Thanks for a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And will be a bright and breezy start on day 4.
Yeah, once again, 9:30 start in the morning, and we'll see Eugene tomorrow. Thank you very much. It's been an interesting day here and around the country and across the Indian Ocean up in India at Ahmedabad. Very interesting day there for South African cricket. So much cricket happening around the world.
Oh, did that just bounce short, James?
Did just bounce short of Abiba Mgajima at slip. He's already taken one sharp catch and just no pace on it at all. Van Berg bothering the right-handers from that end. Mgajima not, he's just getting into his work, 3 overs 0 for 10. Generally, with the introduction of spin, the run rate's just dropping off a little bit. We're getting into this period now where there's not much happening.
Well, the run rate was very high. It was over 8 and over.
It was, yes. It started off like a house on fire, and Boland just exerting a bit of control now.
Now, James, just to say, according to this team sheet, we don't have the list of reserves. The
Yeah.
match referee has it because there's another form that needs to be filled in.
Yes.
So I don't want to be speculating whether Imran Tahir, I'm sure he must have been on the list,
Yes.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
So this sheet we only have is the playing 11.
Yes.
There's another sheet which...
As nominated reserves,
Yeah,
doesn't it? Yes.
absolutely.
For each position.
yeah. So I'm sure it will be correct on that.
Yeah. So we'll hear though officially, and once we know that, we'll be able to tell you exactly what the position is.
Yeah, I was just giving the position what
Yes.
normally is the case and what it should
Yeah.
be. So
Because there are
yeah.
five
Yeah,
specifically nominated reserves.
absolutely.
So
Again, just short of that slip fielder.
yeah, does he not want to maybe come up a step? It's not as it'll fly to him quickly if Rosie is going for maybe a big shot outside the off stump. At the moment, it's not working. It's not happening like that. It's getting beaten on the defensive shot.
Good over. 91 for 1.
So 23 overs left in the day, 10 to 5. We're going to go until 6 o'clock. So what?
Yeah.
They may well. We're not going to maybe get all of them in.
Yeah, last night they they were quite good with the over 8. They will stop at 6, that's for sure. Won't go over 6. Played the extra half an hour this morning. We'll probably start at 9:30 again tomorrow to make up all the lost time.
Yeah.
And then 5:30 is supposed to be close of play, but we went to 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it can't extend beyond.
No. And
But if you're going to have the spinners operating, from both ends, how many overs have we got left, you said?
yeah, 22.
2.
22.
It'll probably be 2 or 3 short.
I think so, which will be good.
Yeah,
A good effort.
Yeah, it will be good effort. And
It's
they've
been-
made up time yesterday as well.
And a hot day. In fact, if we do this, it'll be just the 3 overs that will be lost throughout the game, which is excellent. 27 overs lost on that first day, making up 8 overs a day.
Yeah, and then for extenuating circumstances, the injury to Mahima must also be taken into consideration. So the umpires will have all the timing. That one is a good shot. It swept in between the gap between the man at the square leg boundary and mid-wicket boundary for 4. It went right in that gap.
Yeah, he's done well here, Wepe. He took that from what looked like outside off stump, playing against the spin, if there is anything on offer. Not much from Ngujima, but he just does get it to straighten slightly. Turn is slow. Yeah, and that's where he probably wants to be. He's beaten him twice outside the off stump already this over.
Now, Viva Makajima, very pleasant fella.
Yeah. Yeah, wonderful man with his such a jovial personality and always coming chatting to
James.
you. And
Sorry, that's the 50 out from Gwepe. What a good knock that was. Of 61 balls. 61 minutes, I beg. Yeah, 61 balls. I'm just getting so confused there. Yeah, it was 61 balls, and that's been a polished knock from the young man. It's 2 50s for him now, both in the first innings and in the second innings.
Yeah, got the added responsibility of the captaincy, Stephen Wepe, and he knows how important this match is for the Dragons.
It leads 114. Handy lead to have. Still an hour and 5 minutes play left for the day. So they can really pile on the runs if they want to.
Yeah, so another 70, 80 maybe, and that's another milestone up as well for them. 50 partnership between Wepe and Rosier. It's 97 now, and they came together with the loss of that Mikael Prince wicket.
Reverse sweep employed, and that'll be 4 more. So that's very well played. Sure, he's in good nick.
Yeah, he's looking really good as the 100 now comes up after 22.4 overs. He played that one very fine, which was excellent. There's a fielder at 45. There's nobody as fine as that. He got most of it, and that was a good shot. Takes him to 55. So the 100 coming up. So of 22.4 overs. The second 50 a lot slower than the first 50. First 50 coming up off 9 overs, so 13.4 overs. Still not a bad rate for the second 50.
That's gone. Is it? No. He says off the arm, umpire unmoved.
Clyde Reef-Fortuin not happy at all. Let's have a look at this again. Well, I don't know. It's
very difficult to tell if you don't have all the camera angles.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the umpire's in the best position. And we've got one from behind the batsman's back. So you just don't know. If you don't have a front on camera, you can't call it.
Yeah, very difficult. He's got the best view in the house, Andrew Olivier. And that, as you say, impossible to tell from the replay what would have happened. Even in slow motion, wouldn't be able to tell that. Stephen Wepe immediately pointing to his arm. And he survives. There we go. Getting in slow motion now from our producer. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a difficult one. Still difficult.
It is very difficult.
We have all the angles. Just remember, the umpires only have one look at it.
That's right.
And he's got to make a decision. You've had now 2-3 angles here, and we still can't make up our minds.
Well, it's
that
like,
just tells you that umpiring is not an easy job.
No, not at all. All of it certainly didn't seem like the party was rubbing. Didn't look in the replay like it was anywhere near the ball, but that's one of those things. Yeah. Who knows? But the most important thing, Andrew Olivier unmoved, and Stephen Wepe still at the crease. Looks like, sounds like, and looks like Harry the Harder has made his way here from Newlands.
Oh, it's nicely played. Open the blade. Lovely. That will run away. Lovely stroke.
Yeah, he's played that very nicely. Getting on the back foot, no danger with it being outside the line of the off stump. And played it delicately, didn't he? But with enough pace to get it across what is still a glorious outfield here.
Oh, the rain has just done it a world of good, hasn't it?
Lovely, yeah.
The other day we had rain day 1, and during the night everything just looks so lusciously green.
It was a good shower. We had our rain gauge showing about 10 millimeters of rain.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's great.
It was needed.
Very definitely. And
chance of catch it. In the gap. 2 more.
oh, they only went through for the single.
Really?
Which was, surprising. It was in the air for some time. Wepe going to fetch it from outside the off stump. So, yeah, only the one. But, I thought there was 2 there all day long.
Easy.
So 126 the lead, Jeremy. I was chatting with Eugene about that. I mean, where would they look to get to? I mean, tonight another, what have we got, an hour left now in the day, 20 overs. They might get 16 of those in if it's the 2 spinners. So 5 and over gives them another 80, takes them to a lead of 200 and 200. If that's where they do get to, I don't think they will necessarily get there. Maybe 4 and over is more realistic. But, maybe a lead of 180 by the end of the day.
And then it look to bat maybe hour tomorrow morning.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Try and get yourself to a lead of maybe 280, 300.
Yeah. 250 and above.
Yeah. Will make it very difficult to get those runs in what would be maybe 70 or 80 overs. And then it will just be a war of attrition to try and get the wickets.
Now that will set up day 4 nicely.
Yeah, very nicely. And they'll be keeping a very close eye on that match taking place at Kingsmead.
Yeah, they got 1 down, so they need 9 more wickets. 297 still wanted, is it?
Yeah. 70 they are, 71, 295, yeah. 295 needed to win. And 1 wicket down. So 9 wickets for the Warriors, 295 for the Dolphins. 98 overs.
Nicely poised too. Set up day 4. Sun is out at Kingsmead tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day there. A good, hard day of first-class cricket. That's what we really enjoy. The ebbs and flows of the game are what bring us back for more every time. No other sport in the world quite like it.
Yeah. We saw earlier today the drama that unfolded in Ahmedabad. At the Narendra Modi Stadium.
Massive ground, that is.
135,000 seater.
Incredible, yeah. And it's full of Indian fans that will be heaving there. Well, is that the game? They're going to play the final there, are they? Oh, is that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. Final of the World Cup will be
World
there.
Cup, yeah. Western Province have been bowled out at Newlands for 228. That means that the Titans have got 164 to score to win there.
Sure. Well, that's not a lot of runs to defend. Unless someone bowls well tomorrow morning. See that Dane Patterson also got to 650 first-class wickets, isn't it?
Yes, he did.
And that's a wonderful milestone for him.
Incredible, yeah.
Couldn't happen to a better person.
Yeah. Yeah, what an achievement. I mean, 650. That's a lot of wickets across a career. 36 years old now, 36, 37, yeah. So really, it's been
he's in the
absolutely
twilight
brilliant.
now.
Yeah, but he still runs in, throwing the ball, he'll run in for you. It's an interesting result. It's what it does do for the Titans. Puts them on to 99. If they win that, we'll be on 99.26 points. That will take them above the Dolphins if the Dolphins lose, and just below Western Province, who are going to end on 100.12 if they lose that match. So
And Boland?
and Boland, well, they're on 91.80. So the win will take them above Boland. Boland, if they draw the game tomorrow, will go above the Dolphins. So the Dolphins will end, if they lose that game and the results go the way we're saying now, then the Dolphins will end 7th on the log. So a lot to play for. They would go from 5th to 7th if this game ends in a draw and if the Titans beat Western Province. So it's very interesting. Province looked like they, well, unless the game in Durban is a draw and they lose that game, the Dolphins will go ahead of them. But Province look like they're going to finish either 4th or 5th. So all the different permutations. When are they going to hit the accelerator button, pedal here, Jeremy? I mean, they're just not doing that, are they? Not showing the same intent that they were. I know they're showing it earlier on. Rozier's the one that's just striking at under 50.
Yeah, still 55 minutes left for the
Yeah.
day. So we've got to look to make a move on. Just to try and get some sort of a sniff. What happens if the Dragons win here?
Well, the Dragons win here, then they will go to 121.26 points. So that will guarantee them, at minimum, a 3rd place if they win. The Warriors, if they don't win, if they draw or they lose, will end then behind the Dragons. They'll finish 2nd, and they will be in the final. So there's still a lot to play for them.
So if it's a draw there,
Yes,
the Warriors could be behind the Dragons.
they could
if the
be,
Dragons
yes.
win here.
They will be
Oh.
behind the Dragons if the Dragons win here. So that's why I'm not understanding why they're not trying to push the game forward here. You know, you want to bowl as many overs as possible to the Boland, as Imran Manak is going to come on to bowl. So we can certainly take it that he has been cleared to be the substitute for Sia Mahima.
Yeah, definitely.
Like for like replacement.
Yep. Oh, and immediately
Yeah.
beats the bat.
Well, a lot more revs on that ball than there were from Ngajima, and a bit of the height as well, an advantage for him. So he'll look forward to bowling to a whole lot of left-handers potentially in this lineup.
That's a better line. Last week I felt his line was just a bit too negative for me. I like this line. I like it there when he gets it, that purchase there. Now, the eye line of the batsman that is not bowling wide outside leg stump. You're giving yourself a chance from there.
Yeah, and to the left-hander, there's certainly been something just outside the off stump.
He's such an effective bowler when he's on song.
Yeah.
You mean?
So good in that CSA T20 Challenge campaign
Yeah.
for Goldrush Boland. They got to the final and could so easily have won that. Game going down to a super over against the Warriors, which they then did not manage to get through.
Well, the West Indies have also lost a couple of wickets. They're in such a commanding position, with just 1 or 2 down, suddenly 4 down. You got a score there, James?
Yeah, I do, yes. So with 3 balls to go, they've pulled that innings back tremendously. 189 for 5, and now for 6 with 2 balls to go in the innings. And it's Jason Holder, 33 off 17 drinks here. So Shafane Rutherford, the key man there, 70 not out of 41 deliveries, 2 4s and 6 6s for him. Didn't he have a good SA20, Shafane Rutherford? And we'll just take a bit of a breather for a couple of minutes while the players take a drink. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Well, that's the situation now. You're at Boland Park. that the men from Northwest have a lead of 137. Well, the West Indies got to 196, my dear friend James. And, that's game on there, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, that is not going to be an easy chase for
No.
England at all. Was felt this was going to be a good matchup. They had nearly lost to Nepal. In fact, probably should have lost to Nepal.
Yeah, they should have, yeah. There were 4 runs.
Yeah.
Nepal was shy. Well, what games have we had, minnows?
Yeah, been some really close games. And USA surprising India, and if it wasn't for Surya Kumar Yadav, they probably wouldn't have got a win in that game, India.
Beats him hands down in Lansdowne. No wicket.
He just looks better when he tosses it up. Sean von Berg looks more like he's going to get the opportunity to take a wicket. Gets more grip off the surface.
Just gives himself that room.
Yeah,
Got good hands, this Rosier fella.
he does. Surprising thing to me, and I don't know if he was, I think he was injured perhaps, but he's his first 4-day game for the Dragons this season. He signed from the Warriors. See a name here on this England versus West Indies scorecard that is very familiar to us. Alahuddin Palaka standing in that match.
Yeah. International umpire these days. Use of the feet, driven down the ground nicely. Oh, it's good fielding. Is that Glenton Seaman?
Glenton, yeah, Glenton making some good ground there to his right. Avi Ngajima coming over to both of them. Avi and Leon Botha coming around to say, well done, young
Senior
man.
statesman.
Yeah, absolutely. He did make good ground, stop that one. Oh,
Another good one.
yeah, very good. His prowess in the field has been noted by the batters as well. That's excellent from Steerman. So 140 the lead now. It's interesting. The Titans are in at bats at Newlands. So, yeah, 4-day cricket certainly isn't boring. It goes through its phases over a period of the 4 days, but
You get where you need to get to.
you do, and the journey is what's so fantastic.
Even it's on the Chuku train.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, he's landed those two on the ticky there as Imran Malik. He's getting a little bit of drift in, it looks like, to the batter.
Bit of a breeze as well, which helps that drift. What are your plans for the winter months, Mr. King?
Well, what I am hoping for is we have got a trip planned, holiday planned later in the winter months, August, to go over to Europe, visit the children and have a holiday with them, which we're looking forward to. We've still got to put the final planning in place for that. So that's and before that, there's a potential, and I'm still looking at that I'll be going over to the Women's T20 World Cup in the UK. So I'm looking forward to that. As I say, they're still in negotiation around a sponsorship for that, to work with Cricket Fanatics magazine and cover it quite extensively, following all the South African games around the country. A couple up in Manchester, I think one in Manchester, one in Headingley, and then they play their last 2 round-robin games in London, one at the Oval and one at Lord's. So it's quite and then goes through to the Super Sixes phase of the competition. So that's happening from the 12th of June to the 5th of July. Another, as you say, another T20 World Cup, this time for the women. So, yeah, hopeful that will happen. So that's going to be quite a busy winter. I'm hoping for that. And yourself, Jeremy?
Yeah, look, it will be a bit quieter, but there are a few other projects that I am engaging in that would hopefully keep me busy as well. So always things to do.
Yeah.
So yeah. I've got a big 6-0 coming up.
All right. Yeah, very important, that one as well.
God willing.
Yeah.
But next year, I definitely want to be going to Europe again, more to Italy.
Yeah, lovely Italy.
Yeah. So yeah, God willing, and everything works out well.
Yeah, travel is such a privilege, and you learn so much from being able to travel the world, meet different people.
Yeah, that's the nicest part, and you see different parts of the world. Yeah, I've been very fortunate to have seen quite a bit already.
Yeah, I concur with you there. It really has been a privilege to travel quite a lot from a business point of view, as well as from a leisure point of view.
Oh, that just... you'd have done well to catch that. Wasn't the easiest of chances.
Well, you don't want the substitute to go off and be substituted.
Is there like for the substitute?
I don't know. He's feeling his hamstring there. I don't know if that was a chance, though.
It was airborne, and he
it?
had to dive to his right, because it wasn't like straight to him. Have a look at that.
Yeah.
He got a grab to it.
Yeah.
Got a hand to it now. I don't know if it just bounced short or did he get, but that was a good attempt. He saved 4 runs for his team. That's for starters.
He did. Maybe that was a chance. It was a very sharp one, if it was. Give it the kitchen sink. The game is not moving as quickly. I would feel it. I was Craig Alexander. Not moving as quickly as perhaps I would like.
Well, maybe they just content to say, all right, if it's a draw, we're happy.
The thing for me is that this is the part of the game that they potentially can control. They can control more, not potentially. They can control more than when they're bowling.
Got a couple, yeah.
And so I'm sure you wouldn't want to get to a situation where you were, okay, maybe they get to a lead of 250 by an hour in tomorrow, and they're then looking at it and thinking, they've still got 80 overs to bat. They just need to bat it 3 and over. It's still a very good pitch. Let's bat on a little bit longer. They can't accelerate it. I mean, get themselves to a position tonight where, yes, if they do accelerate tomorrow, they might be in a position to declare. But it's just taking more and more time out of the game, which means they've got less of a chance to force that win.
Well, the other thing, you don't want to be in the chasing. Yeah, it's all good and well. And I hear you, and you're totally right. I'm just looking at all the permutations. On the other side, you say, right, that'll go for 4. You go for it, then you lose 2 or 3 wickets, and suddenly you're in a predicament, and eventually you bowl out, and then they got to get to 15, 80 overs, and then what do you say? They get a rollicking because, well, you're through the game.
Yeah, it is a fine balancing act, isn't it?
I think you got to bat according to as how you see it.
Yeah.
And if it's a bad ball, dispatch it for 4. But other than that, just show a little bit more intent, I think. Ngwep has batted well. He's been Rosier getting into his stride. So, yeah, it's not just also a matter, it's on a wearing pitch as well, and the ball's turning. So it's dangerous to try and take chances as well. I thought they had the initiative a day or 2 ago,
Yeah,
which they didn't make total use of. There we go. Gone.
Well, that's one that he's dragged down. Imran Manak outside the off stump. Diego Rosier, he's gone for the cut. It just maybe bounced a little bit more than he expected. It was a lowish bounce, but he has to go. So the introduction of the substitute Imran Manak has brought a wicket. Just that extra height, perhaps, of Manak. Yeah, it's wide. He's going for the cut.
Yeah, and you see there, getting the outside edge, and that's what happens. Trying to pile on the runs. Rosier getting the edge. 39, 75. And 130 for 2. With that lead of 148. I think it'll be Ruben Herman in now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the width was there. It was just the execution. He was falling back as he played the shot. And that, again, makes it more difficult to get the power through the ball. Accuracy is Ruben Herman. He was bowled in the first innings by an absolute peach from Aviva Mgajima. And now we've got 2 left-handers at the crease for the off-break bowler. Ruben Herman, he's a free-flowing batter at the best of times.
He'd want to be there to the end tonight, Ruben Herman. As you said, he got pulled by the peach. He got to 42 of 39 balls. A very effective player. He'd know this pitch. Driven. Firmly. That's just rank long hop. That's what Manak sometimes does, which lets him down. Just loses a bit of control there.
Yeah, poor delivery.
Yeah.
as you said, and it got the treatment. Kwepa's not going to miss out there, and he's eyeing 100 that he missed out on that in that first innings. He's looking at those numbers of his, and it would only be his 6th first-class 100 if he were to get there.
The lead has also progressed to 153.
Well, the Titans have lost their first wicket at Newlands, 11 for 1 there.
The wicket taker, Pato?
It's Pato, yeah, caught Verena. So it was Keegan Peterson caught Verena, bowled Patterson, and that going with his, I think he took 4 in the first innings. He did indeed. 4 for 77 in the first. He's already got 1 for 9 in the second. So a couple of wickets at the close of play for not too many runs, and Western Province will feel that maybe they got a shout there.
Yeah, never know. Never know your luck in a big city.
They probably won't be playing for that much longer there either, with the sun going behind the mountain, potentially. Probably.
It was quite gloomy when I
Yeah.
left Cape Town this morning as well. One of those sort of days.
Yeah, a lot still to play for in the last day of the 4-day series tomorrow in the round robin phase and through to the final. We'll only know by late tomorrow afternoon probably exactly what's going to happen. Who will be joining the Lions in the 4-day series final. It's a change of line here for Sean von Berg. Yeah, it's the appeal that would hit him outside the line of the off stump. And, nothing doing there. Jeremy was chatting to Eugene earlier on about that women's game and looking up the numbers there. Very interesting that is South Africa's highest ever second innings score in a T20 international, and is the 5th highest score of all time in women's T20 international cricket. It's the 3rd highest winning score batting in the second innings. So, and both those scores the highest ever at Potchefstroom. So, just showing how the evolution of the women's game is
Incredible, yeah.
coming on. Yeah. Well,
Lucky to get away with that.
it was. Ruben Herman nearly did himself an injury trying to play that one. You see what he's trying to do here? I mean, he's just trying to get it wide of the off stump, turning away to play at it.
He got hold of that. And he smacked that out of here for maximum.
Well, Ruin's a very good over there from a runs point of view. There's Imran Manak, just a full toss. And thank you very much. Hand speed, just brilliant from Ruben Herman. He's hit a few of those on this ground for the Paarl Royals.
Oh, he has indeed.
Normally a few people sitting on the banks there trying to catch that one-handed when he does that.
Nice straight bat. This time of the day, he's seeing the ball like an absolute watermelon at the moment. Ngwepe looked good. He's looked ominous. He's been in control. It's been a lovely innings.
Yeah, and you hope for his sake that he's going to be able to get to those three figures this time. It's,
He's got time on his side as well.
he does, yeah.
He'll look to come back for two if it's... Botha closing up. Got a wonderful 100 earlier today as well.
Yeah.
Played really nicely, Leon Botha.
Yeah, very good. Great for him. Got his debut 50. I want to say debut 50. Maiden 50 last week. And this week his maiden 100. Just growing in stature. So Jeremy, here's an interesting one for you. It's something I looked up while I was on a break. So Vian Mulder getting a century and 12 in the inning. So 10 wickets in the match and a century in the match. And so I looked up when was the last time that had happened in South African first-class cricket, whether that be, it would include test level, ever first-class cricket. So interestingly enough, the player that is actually bowling now was the last player to have got a century and take a 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket in South Africa. Sean von Berg was playing at that stage for the Titans against the Warriors, and 9th to the 12th of February 2017.
Who thought that, eh?
Yeah, who would have thought that? Scored 103 in the first innings. Rescued the Titans. He was batting at number 8, scored 103, and took 10 for 205. And that was the last time that a player has scored a century and taken 10 wickets in the match. There have been a couple of other instances where a player has scored over 100 runs in the match but not scored a century and taken 10 wickets. Keshav Maharaj is one of those two players that has done that within that time period between now and going back to Sean von Berg. So that 9 years ago that last happened. So it doesn't happen that often in first-class cricket around the world, and certainly not that often in South African first-class cricket. So well done to Vian Mulder. 12 for 45 and 115 in that match. So I wonder if we're going to see a change of ends for Manak.
Oh, that's just gone past the slip. It was close. Well, Berg's normally a very good catcher there.
Yeah.
And that one was just too quick for him.
Yeah, half a chance maybe. It is only half a chance though. Sorry. "20 minutes to go. 9 overs to be bowled. That's part of 9 overs, so we'll probably get another 6 in, maybe more.
Yeah, in time for the injury.
Yeah.
On every 10 overs or so, the match referee will send them, tell them they're 2 up,
Yeah.
1 behind. Well, they'll be aware. Captain will get that message.
Yeah, that's good to know. They make sure they're keeping them on their toes in terms of that over 8. Well, England have got off to a flyer, but they're now 40 for 1 after 3 overs and 4 balls. Phil Salt got 30 off 14 balls. 4 fours, 2 sixes. He's out though. Caught by Rutherford off the bowling of Romario Shepherd. So interesting there. Jacob Bethel's in with Joss Butler. Now, Butler's haven't had much of the strike yet. That could be an interesting game, that.
It will be. No appeal, no shot offered, and I think it hit him outside the line. And the umpire not moved at all.
Too far outside the line.
Yeah. It was pitched outside. Now you got to make the decision. Was it going on to hit? Nah. And then you say, not out.
Yeah. Didn't look to me as if that was going to come back enough. Very wide outside the off stump.
$152 for 2.
Good over from Von Berg again. He's asking the right questions late in the evening.
Has certainly been a good servant of the game.
He has.
Sean van Berg. Always when he bowls. Such an art to be such a good leg spinner.
I just think it's brilliant that the leggies can land it on that spot
Yeah.
every time. I mean, control is, you've got that control. It's just incredible for a leg spinner. Just the way the action is to be able to get it right to pitch. It takes hours and hours and hours of practice. Oh.
It's another long hop. Nearly carried to the field.
It did.
Late in the day. Was Anawe. One day cricket, 50 overs, 27 of Feb. It starts the 1st of March. Lots of action still ahead.
Yeah, plenty happening over the next month in South Africa from a cricketing point of view. The ladies, Hollywood Bets, Pro 50 and Pro 20, still 4 weekends and the finals weekend to happen there. And the top few teams there all vying for those titles and to get to the final. And yeah, potentially some very interesting promotion relegation battle there on Northwest and at the bottom of the Pro 50 log. Badgers at the bottom of the Pro 20 log at the moment. All to play for in the last 4 rounds.
Overs remaining in the day, 10 minutes left, so we'll probably get another 4, which will leave us about 2 short, which is fine.
Yeah.
And as I said, the day of the injury, they'd have done fine. Yesterday, they were well within their time getting through the day.
And we're coming back tomorrow to see how the Dragons are going to deal with this in the morning. How they're going to set up the game for themselves potentially to win. And see if Boland can then either chase down what they're given to chase, or whether they will look to bat it out and get an honourable draw. Having conceded 434 in the first innings, we feel that Boland would take a draw on this game.
Let's get the one. Lead now 173.
Three. 106 overs tomorrow. So
Bat for 15 of them, 15
yeah,
to 20.
Yeah, probably 20 you want to score then at least
4 and over.
4 an hour, yeah. So yeah, 280. If they get to, well, they won't. They're not going to get a huge amount more tonight, are they? They're going to get maybe.
You have 86 overs left. You take 3 for the changeover. You'll have 83 overs to try and chase 260, I would say.
Yeah.
Just dangle that
right.
carrot a little
yeah,
bit.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Dangle it.
Yeah.
And if you lose, well, okay.
Yeah.
We've tried, but got to give yourself a chance.
Yeah, you do.
If you're going to go like 280, bet on and say,
Yeah.
right, we can bowl them out in 70.
No.
Nah, you got to give, what would 280, 260 in 80
Yeah.
overs, what is that? 4 runs and over?
3.25.
Got to dangle that carrot.
I think that's about right to me. I mean,
Bunter Barlow would have done that.
260, 270 in 80 overs definitely gives the opposition team, they looking at it and thinking, oh, okay, maybe we can get this. And you're thinking, it's the only way you're going to get the wickets is if on this wicket looks like is if the batters are going to attack you, because defensively they look like it's not too difficult to defend. That one's off the outer half though, but it's all happening very slowly.
For a possible place in the final?
Absolutely.
It's worth the dabble, my
Of
friend.
course it is, absolutely.
You'd be silly not to.
Yeah, I think so. Just and go for it. Make sure you attack, and if you do, I mean, you can always then get defensive later on if you need to, but you've got to try and make something happen.
So could we be in for an interesting day tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we could. We certainly could. We'll see what Craig Alexander and his team decide to do in the morning. So 4 overs left. We're going to get at least 2 in, aren't we, Jeremy? That'll be very good. As you said, they've recovered well
Yeah.
in that That long injury break as well, well within the overs. We've had 102 overs today.
Can be done.
Yeah, it can, definitely. Well, still playing at Newlands, 24 for 1. Northern's Titans there. That'll probably be finishing off pretty soon as well. Brunt and Senakwani at the crease there. Good fielding late in the day from Avi Ngajima. He'll probably have one more over to bowl.
Some people come alive at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, that's right.
James, while the others are saying, right, it's bedtime.
That's right. It's time to go into hibernation now until the morning.
It's amazing how time changes now. Just look at these younger fellows now. 30 years ago, I was broadcasting in Hilton Ackerman or Robin Jackman. We'd have stopped at the little pub in Klopmans on our way back to Cape Town.
Yeah, there we go, yeah.
Nowadays, I'm on that N1 straight to Plumstead.
That's right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, never thought I would say that. It's amazing.
What did you say? Some amazing experiences and stories and just life experiences from those type of
Absolutely.
things. It's just wonderful.
Back in the Bay when Eddie Barlow captained Western Province before he went into... He had a pig farm at Klopmans.
Okay, wow.
Little porkies.
Well, probably, not that developed still, Klopmans, but a lot more in and around that area now than there ever used to be.
Yeah.
I think that goes for a lot of the area around the Western Cape. Now the umpire's going to get to the stumps before the clock ticks over. They have got 30 seconds to get there. I think Arno Jacobs will make it in 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, he's not slow.
No,
yeah, there'll be one more, that's for sure.
One more, definitely.
Yeah. He's in position.
Yes, they will have one more over.
And those batsmen can chat there as they want to. The umpire's in position. There'll be one more.
Yeah, it's going to...
Probably trickle to about 1 to 2 minutes over 6, but this will be the last over of the day, the last lesson of the afternoon.
There we go. As a batter, you do not want to give it away now. Don't want to get that brilliant delivery.
Close the shop. Doors are bolted.
Yeah. It's to be firmly shut. How often does a wicket fall, though? on the last over of the day.
Well, if the wicket falls now, it's the end of the day's play too. Those other balls will be bowled in the morning.
Just with that sort of control that the spinners have exerted, I think it's going to be a lot of more of the same for Goldrush Boland in the morning.
Intriguing day, James.
It has been an intriguing day. First session belonged almost exclusively, in fact, to Goldrush Boland. Session 2 going the way of the Northwest Dragons. In session 3, you feel still Dragons certainly holding the advantage. Got off to a very good start, batting at a very good rate. And still batting just under 4 to the over. So they are in the ascendancy. The game is theirs to dictate how they want to play it from here onwards, you feel.
Yeah, one more left. The doors are shut firmly as well. Oh, beaten there, but all right. Things safely intact. 160 for 2 are the Northwest Dragon with a lead of 174, or 176 rather, on a beautiful evening here at Boland Park. Yeah, that's the story at Stumps. Just to recap, the Dragons won the toss, elected to bat first. They got to 434. With Forrester, very good 123 not out. Avive Makajima was the pick of the bowlers. Boland in reply got 416 with Liam Botha on 139. Blade Capel got 77. And Caleb Seleke weighing in of his 36 overs for 6 for 99. And then now the Dragons in their second innings in reply. Lasiba Ngwepe unbeaten on 83. 160 for 2. Diego Rosier has got 39 of 76 overs. The spinners will have a lot to do tomorrow and a lot of bowling as well. But we trust that you had a good day with us. It's been a good day for South Africa. It's been a good day here as well. And from James King and myself and the whole Pitch Vision team, good night until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
This is a summer to remember. We're standing together with a belief that's unbreakable, pushing our team to new heights.
Oh, what a shot. Another magnificent performance.
The noise isn't fading, the support isn't wavering, and so the big hits will just keep on coming.
Champion player. Absolutely brilliant.
Now we're getting together again to keep the good vibes going.
Can you believe it?
Because when we rise as one, our passion is untamable. Our team is unstoppable because our spirit is unbreakable. Don't miss your chance to watch our Proteas as they face Pakistan in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now. This is a summer to remember. We're standing together with a belief that's unbreakable, pushing our team to new heights.
Oh, what a shot. Another magnificent performance.
The noise isn't fading, the support isn't wavering, and so the big hits will just keep on coming.
Champion player. Absolutely brilliant.
Now we're getting together again to keep the good vibes going.
Can you believe it?
Because when we rise as one, our passion is untamable. Our team is unstoppable because our spirit is unbreakable. Don't miss your chance to watch our Proteas as they face Pakistan in 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.